problem here was
Yo, let's
it
go.
obviously takes a
Oh, I
whole
need to
lot
put
to get
restream on.
results. There is no direct biological screen to tell you right away what actually happens. Or at least not yet. But this was a good start. It looked like we could use biological systems for very similar mathematical calculations to a typical computer. But it wasn't really until the last few years that we started seeing some major advances, mostly because of major advances in genetic modification, including, of course, the famous CRISPR. One of the first intriguing announcements back in 2016 was the breakthrough in information storage. A team of scientists was able to encode four separate images into strings of DNA by converting digital data into individual elements of DNA molecules, essentially, they were able to store huge amounts of data in a tiny amount of DNA present inside this pipette, proving that DNA can serve as an ultra-high density storage for all sorts of data. But once again, the encoding and decoding was not very fast. Here the process took approximately 100 hours. But that's at first. Eventually scientists realized that you can actually do tiny strands all at once in different locations.
Yep.
And this dramatically opens up the doors for DNA computing. By providing correct instructions to different sequences, you can dramatically speed up performance by millions or even billions of times, essentially creating a biological parallel computer, dramatically increasing the performance of these mathematical solutions by using just a tiny fraction of energy of a typical classical computer, or more importantly, a quantum computer. Here you have a tiny setup that's essentially just one pipette, with all this happening all at once, all this running by itself with just a tiny amount of energy, and producing relatively accurate results. And so in the last few years, this definitely formed really exciting opportunities. But now we have a very big breakthrough.
Wanna
The
fly?
world's first
I make a great wingman.
DNA integrated circuit. Something that's supposed to have a much more general
We have no
purpose,
choice
and
but
it's
to
not
win.
going to be useful for specific mathematical solutions. And something that's essentially a liquid DNA computer, a directly programmable biological device that allows us to apply big-based algorithms similar to a classical computer, and most importantly, allows for scalability and thus increased speed, with a theory already presenting a possibility for up to 100 billion different circuits running in a similar way to a typical computer. And so in this case, if you look at the picture, it resembles a typical gate array, a type of a specific integrated circuit that was extremely popular in the 30s and 90s for a lot of early computers and early electronic devices. Here though, each of these short DNA segments essentially create larger structures, able to use molecular instructions in the same way as a circuit. With the first experiment only showing
An
that
enemy
it
land near me.
solves
Watch
quadratic
yourself.
equations.
Making contact, enemy.
Opening fire.
This transforms the circuit inside. With one of the most important achievements here being the fact that there is really no loss of signal, no matter how big the structure is. And so here, no signal attenuation is required at all, because these chemical reactions do not produce any kind of a loss. And so even by producing a large enough machine, it's possible to create something that's 100% efficient. And though obviously this is still just a proof of concept, and we're not going to be able to produce anything like this just yet, the ability to create these large DNA networks that are able to be very efficient, very small in size, and require almost no energy, if scaled to a large enough size, in theory, can definitely outcompete classical computing. But this is just the first step. Here we only used 30 different logic gates and only 500 DNA strands. But even this really tiny system was able to solve quadratic equations, providing the correct answer.
Shields.
And so there's quite a lot of potential here. Assuming this can be scaled up and assuming this can be actually developed into something that, at least in theory, it could be biological computing. With one of the biggest potentials is biological science. Here the potential can be that we can use computers.
Hello?
Revive me later. Contact.
They were hurt. Just one of them was.
We don't really know if this is going to be possible practically, or if anyone is going to find a way to steal these computers.
I'm here. So let's get you a do-over, huh?
Is they actually going to work better. For example, what if just like the biological tissue, all these
Just give him my
computers
shields a
require
recharge.
specific temperature,
my shield.
specific pressures, and these specific speeds. Or what if your biological computer gets sick? What happens then?
I'm here.
Thank you.
Let's get you a do-over, huh?
Well, of course, we're all equal.
The third party coming in. Fuck, we're fucked.
As well as countering
Get me up.
once there are some other discoveries or someone manages to bring something incredible out of this. Let's have that more about this discovery soon. Until then, think of a way to take that very
Step 6. Bandit touchdown near me. Charging on my shields. Let's scan the big stuff. In a sec.
Enemy over there.
Be wonderful. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Anyone gonna get me? Should I leave?
I've gotcha. Hey, how about no more dying today?
Let's go here.
I've gotcha. Hey.
Checking for loot here.
I love these kids when they just drop hot and fucking make that happen.
Scammer versus scammer showdowns are here, and they're using my investigations to try to hide their fight. Alright, then, I guess I'm gonna use their fight to hide their crimes. Or at least what should be crimes. Let's break this down.
Yo, you read contracts, huh?
No!
No, that's
Again, people do that for
yeah,
money.
you got caught for scamming. Where were those people when you got caught for scamming?
I didn't scam nobody. You
Oh, yeah. Literally signed a contract that said I am agreeing to scamming my audience. Scamming them. The difference between you and
You're
I
what?
I'm rectifying my situation.
How?
And I didn't scam anyone. I never made a single token.
Me either.
I never
Yeah.
made a token. Bro.
You bought that coverage, eh? Because
Now I'm rectifying my situation actively. You scammed your audience on 20 separate occasions.
20 separate occasions.
Community notes. Check your bro.
Okay, yeah.
Quote unquote. And Dylan Dennis has also scammed his audience on
I appreciate you every single time I tweet.
Alright, this clip is amazing. It's like Christmas came early for me and Santa got me something I didn't even know I wanted. You know, these two con men are out here trying to decide which of them is the bigger piece of garbage. But not just that, which already brings a smile to my face. But to do it, they have to cite my research into the other person while also denying my research into their own scam. I couldn't have dreamed of a better scenario. They have to have this thrown in their face in what should be a big moment for them. You know, they're have this big fight. It's all exciting. And then they get reminded, hey, you're actually a scammer. Like Logan might have artist in his Twitter bio, but I love to remind him that the real kind of artist he is a con artist. And the funny thing is, the best they can hope for in this scenario is just to make the other guy look worse. Like, nobody looks good here. They just have to say, like, I didn't scam as bad as
This
you
place
did.
is so
Like, for instance,
nice.
Logan
Let's
literally
go.
brings up my website, Scam by Dylan Cannon, where I showed 20 crypto projects Dylan promoted for money that are in the toilet now. And Dylan's only response to that is not that he didn't do it. His response has to be, hey, that same guy who caught me also caught you
is your
scamming
champion.
with crypto too. And then Logan has to pretend with his fake smile and he plastered on the whole time.
I wrote a speech.
"Oh, I'm
Yeah,
rectifying
forget it. Let's just
bro."
fight.
Which, of course, he's not. He hasn't paid anyone. So this whole thing has been, it's been very special for me to watch my evidence get thrown in their face by another guy who also got
I say
caught.
we land here.
But as funny as that moment was for me, I didn't want to just leave it there at this level of drama. Because right now, that's what this is for them. It's drama to use to hype a fight. Which scumbag will get knocked out, pay to fight. But I think that's the wrong place to leave it. Because people are just gonna get carried away with the rivalry.
Let's land here.
Oh, I hate Logan more, so I gotta support Dylan. Vice versa.
Hold your
I've
breath.
seen a lot of
If you have to
it.
breathe.
Just because Dylan Dennis is dunking on the guy they don't like, Logan Paul, that he's super cool now. But they think Dylan's gone too far with Logan's fiance, so I can support Logan now. If you think either of those things, you're being conned. I mean, that's the grit. Why do you think they got the two most unlikable people on the planet to fight? They want to make you pick a side. Well, the truth is, they're just both terrible. So, in the spirit of talking about their scam, since they brought it up, I wanted to remind people what they're really about. Dylan Gibbs, as we said, promoted 20 crypto scam projects for money. But the funny thing is, I don't know if I emphasized a lot, we stopped looking after 20. I mean, trying to find the total number was like counting raindrops, and here's more scams that we missed just to prove my point. And more, and more, and more, and more. And then on the other side of the table, you have Logan Paul, who tries to pretend CryptoZ was his only scam. He never profited from these scams. But that's not true. Take Dinkdoink. He pumped and dumped that meme coin and made money. Here's him buying it, then he promoted it, and then he sold it. He also hyped up Elon Game, and then dumped that coin.
So good. Elon Game made me rich. Elon Game, baby. Let's go. Elon Game, COVID.
Here he is pumping and dumping another coin called F Elon. Made about 100K with that tweet. So this guy is not some one-time scammer or somebody who got mixed up with a bad person. He is the bad person. And there's even stuff I have in my files, which I guess I'll just drop here, even though it probably should be a whole separate series of video. I'm just so bored with this grifter that I can't be bothered. You know, it's document, you know, 5th or 6th thing. It's kind of hard to get excited about it, but I'll put it here. Did you guys ever hear of when he promoted this crypto coin called OMI?
OMI, I think is like another one.
Bro.
Am I good? What are you saying? You have the same weird little coins that no one's ever heard of yet. It's me.
Let's
You have OMI?
Yeah, bro.
Shut the
Shut up, dude. No way, this totally isn't planned at all to pump this coin so we can make money on our young audience. Now, I know you might want to give him the benefit of the doubt there, but that reaction was so fake that even their co-host, Mike, who's Logan's whipping boy, can't help but be skeptical that this was all a little too rehearsed.
But I want a bunch of that because I like that. Pokemon! We'll definitely talk about it. On my kid.
On my kid, we've never talked about this. What a charming guy. Well, what if I told you I had video evidence of them talking about buying OMI, colluding behind the scenes before their podcast went live to you guys?
Here's your birthday present.
We need some more of these OMIs.
WENDY44.
Yep.
Hello. Your stream is great. Well done. Your content looks really cool and fun.
Oh no, not a
I know
spammer
people
again.
who are able to get more
Are you
than 10
spamming
views
me?
on average and up to 15 views to build an entire audience.
Thank you, I'm not
and
worried
earn
about that.
affiliate or partner status.
I've been on the
Add
internet
me
since
up on
the
Discord to get
1990s.
started. This is
I've been
my
on
username
YouTube
man
since
underscore
2006.
DY12.
No thank you. Thank you though. Have a good day.
You know, and the
Not worried about
document, by the way,
viewers.
has been good
That's
to
for
see
some other
selling
young generation of
coin
people to do.
privately at a discount
Not my
behind
thing.
the scenes.
Not
Those
my thing
people,
there,
a lot of them
Wendy.
just dump
Thanks,
it on the
Wendy.
market and hurt retail. And
Appreciate
once
you,
in a while,
Wendy.
like, they mention the fact they know it's going on the podcast, and that's the
Thanks
reason
for the
they want to
help.
buy it early, because they know, quote, I wouldn't be surprised if that caught some traction. It's just blatant market manipulation. But you know, some people might say, hey, don't be so critical. He did say not financial advice.
OMI, this is not financial advice. You know what OMI's at right now, right? It's like fractions, it's hundredths of a penny. 0.003. This is their thing to do this. They should. I'll reach out to them, but we'll take free coins.
He said not financial advice. And if he wasn't paid for that, although he's not even paid for it, does that make you get out of jail free? Well, let's look at it. Obviously, insiders like Logan and Chase got in early, bought it up, realizing that probably was going to catch some traction when he came out on his coin normally and not in a planned way. In fact, one guy paid $850,000 right before the podcast, saying, we'll be on YouTube, and I'll be pushing it hard on my socials as well. Logan then posted the episode with a caption saying, road to millionaire in 14 days, watch for bankrupt. You know, more not financial advice. What happened next? I think anyone could predict. This is the price for a phone. The dot on the left is where they posted the buy. The miserable lying down is where we are now. Omi is down 99%. Meaning, if you put in $1, it's worth less than 10. So, I could go on all day with these pump and dumps, these scams, these promotions that were paid and not disclosed. But the point is, with all this, while it is amusing to watch these scammers call each other scammers, this is crime, but for some reason, crypto has the Justice Department. Here I come. So I don't know what's going to happen, but Logan is still incredibly very welcome of scamming fans. I'm not on either of their sides. Justice for what they've done, and I hijacked the conversation, a bit of a hype from their dumb fight. Kind of like
Heads up, we're not alone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Roundup Live here at Inside Gaming. Mickey Mouse is eyeballing a major publisher. That
I have started gaming again. Wanted to upgrade my old rig with new RGB, RAM, and storage. Symptoms: will not post or display at all. I have reseated with one DIMM, checked all wiring, and switched power supply, but no luck. All the fans start spinning, the RGB lights up, and the pump is on. There is no OS on the new drive as I wanted it to post.
Those who don't believe in magic will never make it. You and me, let's take this win. I've got everything you need.
Introducing your champion.
I will never disappoint my brethren.
Before I install the Windows. Honestly, don't know what to do, and I don't have any other parts to test with. This is that viewer's broken gaming PC. We're gonna try to fix it. So this is a modest, older system, but nothing wrong with this combination of hardware off the top. It does have a Kaby Lake Core i5 in it. It does have a GTX 1080 with a custom backplate, which I love, by the way. It does have 2 terabytes of NVMe storage. It has an 850-watt gold modular power supply thermal take, and it has 16 gigs of Corsair Vengeance RGB DDR4. This is still a great 1080p gaming PC, albeit with some scaled back settings. However, the fact that it does not post is at least mildly concerning. There could be a number of reasons why. Maybe the BIOS is not compatible, maybe it's rough BIOS, maybe there's an issue with the graphics card, maybe a DIMM isn't seated properly, maybe there's a dead DIMM, dead memory channel.
What the fuck? You took a lifeline? What the fuck is this?
A no post is the one symptom you have. So we're gonna have to start checking things off one by one, starting first with
paying attention.
Are you ready? Stay.
No, I wasn't. I didn't think someone was going to do that.
Activate Windows watermark over and over. Head on over to VIP SCDP, where they have Windows 10 and 11 Pro OEMPs at a fraction of the price of retail. Just use a secure payment method like PayPal, enter your product key into your PC settings window, and save a 5 for the watermark. And be sure to use our offer code SKGS for that so least.
Well, let's not beat around the bush. I'm just going to try firing it up straight away here. Now, those who are new, I've never done this system on before. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. For all we know, there could be nothing wrong with this. So we're going to find out together here. power on.
These will pierce them.
Okay, everything looks and sounds healthy so far. Powered off. Maybe training memory. I didn't see a Dr. Debug or any debug on the board the V270 killer, so unfortunately we're going into this in the dark. Very suspicious. No picture. That's consistent with what we were told. Now, something I noticed right away, we are in the wrong slots for memory. It should be slots 2 and 4. Most boards don't confirm this with this board's manual online. But yeah, we need to move each of these DIMMs one slot to the right. And if sure enough, priority 1 should be populating A2 and B2. Having your DIMMs in the wrong slots shouldn't in theory prevent a system from posting, but I've seen weirder before. It will also give us a chance to reseat memory, which could also be the culprit. But we've still got nothing. I was looking to clear the CMOS next. You can see the battery here. We can take us out for a couple minutes.
Helmet here.
Measure,
Lever.
or we can
Hostile
jump
spotted.
pins. Now this admittedly is a bit old school, but you can see the pin array.
You guys split between two
two
different teams.
configurations. So we have normal config, the 2 pins on the
Yeah,
left.
there's like 3 to 4 teams around us right now.
The 2 pins on the right need to be jumped. The issue is I don't see the physical
Let's jump out of
jumper
here.
connecting the 2 pins on the left for a normal CMOS status. That very
There's a
well
jump
could be
tower
the
here.
reason why the system isn't posting. Now, this will be a bit strange to pull off, but I'm going to physically jump.
You want to go in? You want to go out of the ring?
My screwdriver and then power the system.
Let's go, yeah, let's go on the outer edge of it.
Out. It might just be that this board doesn't need a jumper on the left thing, but I'm going to hold it here and see if we get any It should shut off, yeah, which it did before. That seems to be a recurring theme for whatever reason.
There is a team in this area though. I literally just saw them pushing up here.
I thought they went over to us.
So now we're going to try clearing the CMOS with the 2.
No, I literally saw one guy coming up the zip line onto here. I don't know where he went though.
But still, nothing. Things are about to get pretty intense. We are going to strip everything non-vital from this platform. Yes, including the graphics card, since we should have integrated graphics with Core i5. I want to isolate the motherboard, the RAM, the CPU, and the power supply. See if we still get a no-post issue, and if we do, well, at least we know.
And it's not
those 4.
blocked.
Be careful with this custom backplate.
I hear somebody running out there.
Magnetized? Oh, that was adhesive. Okay. And out. Come on now. There we go. Literally everything non-vital is now disconnected with the exception of one fan, just because I want an indicator that things actually are powered on. I'll now have to jump things since we removed the front panels. It should roll out the power switch. As an issue in process. Okay, so we're still getting the blinking red LEDs in the chipset heatsink, which I think is odd. Maybe that's trying to tell us something. It doesn't want to post. Even on integrated graphics, we get nothing on screen here. It's this is an interesting one. I think I'm going to try RAM next. We'll swap the 2 DIMMs in here with a single known and working DIMM. We'll try every slot. Maybe we have a dead memory channel. Also, just FYI, nothing physically apparent that could be wrong with either of these models. The non-working 4 gig DIMM is in here. Remember, it could be a memory channel issue, so we're going to try multiple slots to rule that out. I have reconnected the
Yeah, I'm gonna back up.
Overheating and overheating. But I don't have I hope for this either. This just doesn't
Oh man.
like a memory. The fact that it continues to turn off randomly and then fire back up, and then we get that random red blinking set of LEDs on the chipset. It's very strange behavior. The board is trying to tell us something. Yes, I know I did forget to remove this earlier. I think we retested each slot though without the drive installed, and still the same symptom. Now here's something else.
Backing up here.
Red blinking. I think that this is the motherboard way of telling us there's something seriously wrong with what's still.
We gotta rotate, move it, or do something. Cause we got a whole team moving up.
If I had to guess, maybe something to do with the power supply, but I wager maybe too much pressure in the cooler or the something like that. This is not normal.
Your final hour cannot be escaped. Embrace it.
Should have moved.
It's getting worse. Okay, I'm rolling out this power supply. Quick and easy. Time to whip out our trusty fanless night jar unit. The 24-pin and 18 APS are wired up. Still flashing red over the chipset. Let's see. Still not powering on? Yo, what happened? I'm gonna very carefully remove this CPU. I'm gonna give it a quick cleaning. There was a lot of thermal paste on this. And would you look at that? A clean 7600K, no issues at all, no blemishes, no thermal paste.
Yeah, the motherboard probably isn't updated, bro.
Otherwise, looks really good. And
Update
after
the
the other half of
BIOS.
this equation, the socket, first glance looks okay. Actually, hold on, we've got something right there. I think that's dust though. Ooh, no, I take that back. That is a bent pin. We're gonna need to remove this motherboard. Question is though, were we too late? By the time we noticed this bent pin, the system stopped powering on. Now to fix these bent pins, I like to use a sewing needle. I don't have one currently, so I'm going to use a staple. I don't like using anything larger than this because, well, you could potentially damage other pins around the one.
Use a tweezer or some pin reliners.
Okay. I think that was wrong about this. It looks like that pin is broken already because I can't get it long enough, can't get it to reach where the others on that line do, which means it's not going to make contact with the patch. So
Repin it.
There's a lot of fuzz in the socket. Small strands of hair or stuff. I'm not sure what it's doing there. Speak up one there, there's a lot more of it here. This is unfortunately as good as I can get it. Cleaned it up a lot, but we did still have that one bent pin that is just, it looks like a piece was missing. But we found enough material there to get it back into position with the other pins in that line. So I'm afraid it's not going to make proper contact and that we might still have the symptoms we were seeing earlier with this board, which means we're probably going to have to replace this. Now, if you recall from the owner's description, one of the things he replaced was the CPU cooler, which means he was probably somewhere around the socket at some point installing things. I asked him to remove the CPU in that process. The off chance maybe he was, I don't know, cleaning underneath the socket or something. I'm not sure why you need to do that, but apparently he did, which is likely when all of this went down. Obviously, the viewer's not on trial here, whether it is by accident or even intentional. My job is just to fix things. I just wanted to get that context out there for you all, just in case you were having some
I'm not here to sign your
a little bit to kind of hone in on the socket itself. I didn't suspect that was what was wrong, but now that we have the clarity around what was touched when things were upgraded, I think it makes more sense that this was the problem. So here we are with his original CPU back in the socket. I don't suspect his RAM has any issues at all. I've got both ends in those slots there. Hopefully we at least get power again like we were before. I actually have a replacement CPU here, but it's a weaker one than what he had. So it's 6500. So previous generation, the locked Core i5. I prefer not to swap his out with this. So if we do suspect that his chip is also defective, we can at least use this to test, but I'm probably going to order either an exact match or something slightly better than that, maybe a 7700 if the CPU is broken. So let's go ahead and try powering this on. I apologize, I'm not usually this messy, but there's a lot going on here. So we're still getting the flickering red LEDs, so maybe the phone was right, the board just does this by default. Go ahead and try building the power pins. I don't have... Oh, wow, we get lights. Okay, now I don't have a CPU core on. That's a post. That's a post right there. I'll only be able to post for a few seconds because I don't have a cooler attached. But this thing goes straight up, and look at that. In half a second in post. That's awesome. Okay, so that's way further than where we were before. So I'll admit I got a bit overzealous. I decided to throw everything back into the original, all the original components. This was something watching typically at the phone. I didn't really think anything else was wrong with it. They didn't make any sense to them. I didn't think that was going to be effective. But obviously the brand actually chooses to do this to verify that those are working.
One down over here, there's two down over here, there's two down over here.
Now, it isn't all sunshine and rainbows. I'm not entirely sure how long this is going to hold. I'm frankly surprised it even works. And you didn't see this on camera. It did take a few tries before the motherboard finally started syncing with the view and doing it without issues. I have power cycled it a dozen times or so, and every single time it goes straight to the splash page here about the operating system, which is great. This is about as far as I can really go without replacing the motherboard, which was actually the next thing I was going to do. The issue is buying a part on eBay, if it's used, comes with its own risks. Obviously, you're going to wait several days, and it might not actually work by the time it does get here. So I'm confident enough in this that I'm willing to send it back home to the viewer, but if something like this happens again, he'll know to reach it. That's the story of how the gaming PC was saved by a single mistake. The real hero. Now before we end this one, there is one final piece of business to take care of. That, my friends, is another surprise giveaway. I will be handling things exactly as we have recently. We'll be randomly selecting a comment from the latest published video as of the time of filming this one. That most recent video is when 40 FPS it doesn't cut it. That's the Starfield game PC downstairs. We're going to randomly select a comment from the video link using our comment picker website. To be clear, this isn't our website, but it's the one that I use. Here's our video link, and look at that, there are 365 unique comments. Time to go. Let's start. And the winner is Ben, and his comment was, that start from the box of goodies is amazing. Don't think I've ever seen anything close other than science. You know, it'd be funny if it was like a comment just taking a dump on me, and like I literally have to read that right here. Thanks, Owen, Ben, for mine.
Care package over there. Let's get on that.
66. I'm going to ship that personally to you from my Amazon account. I actually have several of those cards on hand, so they're such great value. Hopefully, you can put it to good use. Here we go. Apply sent, and rule of thumb, you can have several days to respond to this in order to claim this prize.
Why are you ASMRing it fucking ape?
Now is published, then we'll select somebody else at random, and you'll see a pinned comment at the top of this video letting you know the current state of things. But don't worry.
Tell me you're a creep without telling me.
Build better and
what up,
smarter
Cricket?
to force their IT ecosystem. A leap forward in PC building aimed at reducing cable clutter and maximizing hardware compatibility. Run a single controller with the IQ system hub and manage all of your RGB devices through the software. Now, there's almost anywhere you can place and allows up to 7 connected devices in a single cable design spanning across fans,
Dude, get the fuck away from me.
and more. Click the link below to learn. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up. Consider subscribing if you haven't.
Oh my god, you little... Alright, have a good game. Fuck you. I'm going way away from you now.
My name is Greg. Thanks for...
Good luck.
Buddy's mad.
Am I mad? No, you guys are just vultures.
I'm spotted. Taking fire.
Our foes were concerned about Rachel's fortune. Really?
Pro has not even launched.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Not how you get it. It's moving the net. And I mean that literally. Reports that developers are going to be desperately well doing. Start doing your neck exercise there. And if you feel like a stretch to even be talking about how Apple may improve the Vision Pro 2, because Vision Pro 1 isn't even here yet. But when does that stop tech reporters from talking about future products? The buzz of the week is that Apple is working on a smaller and lighter design for the Vision Pro sequel. And what a week it has been for face tech. The Meta Quest 3 headset launched this week, all while Apple's headset hype is bruised by reports of its bulk. Apple and Meta will give us plenty of reasons to pit these companies against each other. Let's not forget that just a week ago, Apple told reporters one of the reasons the iPhone 15 was getting too warm was because of a fix needed in some apps. And Apple pointed some of the blame at Instagram. Before we get weighed down by all the headset news this week, there is one more thing to go over. What should we be watching for in the VR and AR space in the coming months? Because between tech rivals Apple and Meta, this mixed reality showdown could get messy. I'm Bridget Carey, and this is One More Thing. It has been 4 months since Apple gave the world the first look at the Vision Pro headset back in June during WWDC. Some journalists got to spend a little time trying it out in limited demos, but right now it's
Extended heaven mag, yeah. Level 2.
Quietly and privately test things out. we still have a lot of questions about what it's like to use the Vision Pro. This week, Bloomberg's Mark Gurman got attention for writing in his newsletter that the Vision Pro has caused neck strain in testing due to its size and weight. So we don't have much to go on with what sources he's hearing this from, except he just literally replicated. Gurman also wrote that the weight of the Vision Pro is about a pound.
Half the squad's left. No time to be
That's some next level type of shit, huh?
Even in short stretches. His report continues to say Apple's
Kind of like whispering to your teammate.
model with an over-the-head strap. Okay, we know that there are other straps. We have seen an extra.
You are in your mood, huh?
Who broke your heart? You're the guy who's whispering.
Who broke your heart, bro? I didn't even realize my mic was on, alright? That's on me, little boy.
Little boy, I'm a
And you still ain't got over that grudge,
What's
little
wrong
caca.
with you? Grudge? Are you aware of how words work? Oh my god, listen to yourself.
Bro,
Talk
you
about
queued
being
into an
mad.
Apex game with
Talk
the
about
randoms,
being
and
mad,
you're getting mad
dude.
at everyone, bro. Like, chill
I'm
the fuck
getting
out.
mad at everyone. I just asked you that you were fucking whispering like a creep, bro. I don't give a fuck about my other teammate.
Oh, and
I haven't
us
said one
fucking
thing.
vultures and
Is that,
shit,
are you
bro.
everyone? What world do you live in?
Dude, you're getting mad at everyone for taking your quote-unquote loot,
Everyone?
even though we saved your ass.
What do you mean you saved my ass? You didn't save me from shit. What are you
Be
talking
fucking dead
about?
right now.
Are
If
you
me and him
out of
didn't
your
clutch up.
mind? Are you out of your mind? What do you mean? That guy jumped away. You're dumb. All right, big gamer. I'm gonna see what you can do. I'll watch you from a distance.
Lighter, slightly smaller for the new version.
I'm so mad.
But in light of this talk, we got some detective work from the folks at Patently Apple. It reports that Apple
Level shield here. Level 2.
for something like the Vision Pro. And it includes a balancing act to even out weight as you move around. This is something that shifts the center of gravity to relieve some of the
Rings
muscle
moving.
strain on the neck, depending on how you are tilting your head. And if you don't know this already, the more you are tilting your head forward, like when you're leaning over a phone, your neck is working extra to carry your 11-pound head. Tilting your head forward, looking down, you can add about 50 pounds of pressure.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Big things in that.
Now, Apple is this shows that yes, Apple is tinkering with new ways of thinking about distributing the weight of the tech that's worn on our heads. It just might be a little while before we see new techniques implemented as Apple learns what customers like and don't like about this one. Overall, it's not great to hear that people are talking about it feeling heavy over extended use, but I also would wait a little bit longer for more strap facts before putting too much weight on this report. This week's Meta Quest 3 landed in stores at a price of $500. Senior editor at large Scott Stein has been testing VR headsets for many years, and he calls the Quest 3 one of the best VR headsets that describes this price, noting that it has improved graphics, a higher res display, clearer lenses, smaller controllers with better vibrating haptics, all good things. But it came out of the gate $200 more expensive than the Quest 2. In Scott's review, he points out that the software so far isn't all that different. Just a handful of apps and games. So Quest 2 is fine for now.
Say hello.
Why do I bring all of this up? Because that conversation is sure to change by the middle of next year. The Vision Pro will be out, and we'll talk about the Quest 3 and a little more interesting. How many more apps and games can Meta rustle up between now and the Vision
Way out there, like little. Forget I said anything.
With Vision Pro going for the top-of-the-line tech for its higher $3,500 price tag. I mean, there is a 4K TV in each eye, not to mention all the other sound sensor and camera smarts. There will be talk about the choices that each new company's made with design. Meta puts battery in the headset. Apple puts battery in your back pocket. Assuming you have clothes that have a pocket. Meta's Quest has room for you to wear eyeglasses. Apple chose to make it slimmer and you can't keep your glasses on. I use contact lenses, so I'll be fine, but if you wear glasses, it's a big hurdle. You order special lenses which will magnetically attach inside. So that's an extra step in the process that could evolve over time. Throwing it back to German's news as being
speed.
But that's not to say Apple's going to get us all a treat when version 3 comes out, and there's plenty more.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
All that money is probably the most ambitious project ever created.
Apple calls Vision Pro the most ambitious product it
Looks
ever
like a
created.
care package is coming in.
And
Big
Apple
day.
this is going to be a complicated
Listen up, I'm
product for
getting
Apple
shot
to
at.
launch in stores and have a good customer experience with everything going
Just giving
smoothly.
my making contact. Might be something
Out
just
there,
don't get spotted.
right, and everyone will be comparing the two. Even though Apple has a hefty price tag attached to the Vision Pro, Meta will still need to be aggressive.
Listen up, I'm getting shot at.
Requested a few flavors. The more expensive Pro
Spotted an enemy out there.
jump to $1,000, thinking it'll be something on the other end, something cheaper.
Let's go over there. I'm bored here.
Apple could have a lower end model, but
Recharging
that
my
would be
shields.
less on your head reflection. No leadership balance mask.
Care package over there.
All
Let's
this,
get
all
on
of
that.
this way on your
Here's your
decisions to
birthday
invest in a
present.
VR headset right now. Sound off the conversation. Not that. Three-dimensional film. Rounding up the
The 4,025 Apples here. Get out before it sells out. And stay tuned until the end of this video for some peek at as well. Life has existed on one planet for about 4 years. But it might have started right after the Big Bang, when the universe was much larger and more fantastic than today. A universe that might have allowed life to develop absolutely anywhere. The cosmos might have received
45 seconds, rings just up
for a
ahead.
few drops of rain to explosively bloom and grow. Tiny and not so tiny beings might be everywhere. In this video, we're going to put together two highly speculative yet scientifically grounded possibilities. Check out the scientific papers in our sources. To properly explain it, let's first look at the paradox of life on Earth. The life paradox. For its first few 100 million years, Earth was a magma hell, constantly bombarded by asteroids. But basically, the second things calmed down as the first oceans formed, life just appeared, and zillions of microbes settled every nook and cranny of the planet. This is kind of strange. Life on Earth seems to be almost as old as the planet itself, as if it was waiting around for an opportunity. But life didn't only appear extremely quickly. In that tiny time window, it also crossed a huge gap. To qualify as living things, even microbes need to eat, poop, grow, and multiply. To do that, they need a genome, the biological instruction manual that sets the inner workings of organisms. How dead things with no genome become living things with genomes is one of the biggest riddles of science. Simplifying a lot, the problem is that to have a functioning genome, you need proteins, and to make those proteins, you need a functioning genome. Both proteins and genomes are super long molecules made of pretty complex blocks that are extremely difficult to assemble by chance. It's a chicken-egg paradox with several chickens and eggs. Once you have a finished cell, the whole system works efficiently. But starting from simple dead stuff and reaching that level of sophistication by pure chance should require an amazing amount of time for trial and error. So how did the first living things manage to cross that gap in just a few hundred million years? Most theories about the origin of life try to explain that gap by theorizing how some primitive super prebiotic molecules could have efficiently produced the first self-replicating entities. But we still don't know how exactly this would have worked. Maybe we need to think backwards. The clock of evolution.
Recharging my shield.
Think of genomes as a book telling the history of life. As time passed and life evolved, more characters were introduced. Amoeba, fish, amphibians, dinosaurs, and mammals. Over billions of years, the story of life got more and more complex. A genome can be viewed as a long string of links with biological instructions. And from microbes to viruses, functional genomes seem to have been increasing in size at a constant rate. The functional genome of fish is more than twice that of worms. Our functional genome is about twice bigger than that of fish, and so on. It is a bit more complicated, but let's run with this. When we put all these clues together, it seems that genomes have been doubling in size on average every 350 years or so, as if evolution had been following an exponential inner clock. But it gets even stranger. The very first microbes that emerged on Earth, even if they look simple, already seem to have had pretty long and complex lives. But how could life have achieved that level of complexity in such a short time?
Who are you calling a bitch?
Interesting to solve that riddle. We just take our information clock and extract.
Have some self-awareness.
Self-awareness that I'm an MVP. You're right.
To a being with a genome containing just
No one said anything about that, you fucking weirdo, dude. You're so weird.
billion years in the past. More than twice the age of Earth. Which
Wow, lifeline.
evolved like this. It didn't start here, but somewhere out there, in space. This would explain why life started to thrive so quickly on our young planet. If it was already present in space like it seemed, it just needed water and warm temperatures to wake up and go on evolving. And it would also explain the high degree of sophistication of the first life forms on Earth. They could have been complex already because they might have been evolving for billions of years somewhere else in the universe. But could life really be that old? Maybe, yes. Actually, life could have started shortly after the universe itself was born. A Goldilocks baby universe. At its most basic, life needs two things: the right chemical elements to form complex molecules, and a liquid medium, like water, in which those molecules can move and interact. The liquid medium needs to stay warm enough to remain, well, liquid. So when we search for life in space, we focus on Earth-like planets just the right distance from their star, warm enough to sustain liquid water. But there was actually a time when almost all of the universe might have been habitable. Right after the Big Bang, the universe was extremely hot. But as the cosmos expanded, it cooled. And between about 10 and 17 million years after the Big Bang, when the universe was 1,000 times younger than today, it was between 100 degrees Celsius and 0 degrees Celsius, the temperature at which water is liquid. So for this window of time, more than 13.7 billion years ago, the whole universe, absolutely every inch of it, had the right temperature to support life. Of course, the right temperature alone is not enough.
Gunpowder. Smells like victory.
Elements like carbon and oxygen, which are forged in the cores of stars.
This place
But
is
were there
something
stars
else.
in
I
super
don't
early cosmic
settle.
times?
I'm not
Maybe,
made that way.
Yes, in regions of the universe where matter was especially dense. Such stars would have been very massive and gone supernova in just 3 million years, seeding the baby universe with the chemical elements needed to form dust,
Introducing your
asteroids,
champion.
planets, and the ingredients of life. Maybe the first ancestors of life were more exotic and didn't even need water, but thrived in substances like ammonia or methane that can stay liquid at temperatures far below 0 degrees Celsius. They could have been sustained by the lingering warmth of the Big Bang for tens of millions of years longer,
Eyes on
well
the
until a
prize.
time when we know for sure there were stars and all the chemical elements. The real magic of this idea is that while the universe today is extremely deadly and hostile, back then the conditions for life might have been basically everywhere. For a period that may have lasted several dozen million years, primordial life might have been able to emerge on any rock, even between the stars, sowing the universe with the seeds of what, billions of years later, would become bacteria, trilobites, dinosaurs, and finally us. At some point, the universe cooled down below the temperature for life to thrive, but some of those ancestral life forms may have continued to exist in the internal warmth of the first planets, frozen in asteroids or hibernating in cosmic dust. Tiny seeds roaming the cosmos, waiting for new hospitable places to continue evolving. They did. Life now might be everywhere in the universe. Will we ever know? All this makes for a nice story, and while both the habitability of the baby universe and our exponential clock of life are usable ideas, they're still speculative. One more possibility among many others trying to explain our existence today. But if life came to Earth from outer space, then it should have seeded other places in the solar system too. Maybe there are fossils in dry riverbeds on Mars. Maybe we will soon find life in the warm underground oceans of Enceladus. was and links ethane and methane as warm as the universe when it was 90 million years old. The life on Titan would support the idea that life could have originated in the so far, when we look out into the cosmos, but maybe that's because life needed 10 billion years to reach the level of complexity that allows for a technological species. Maybe there are millions of worlds filled with microbes, oceans full of exotic fish, and continents of bizarre animals. And maybe even others like us that just recently gained consciousness and are beginning to look at the sky, wondering if they're alone. Life can be flourishing right now in uncountable forms and in all kinds of cosmic environments. And if many of us share a common cosmic origin, we would all be part of a great cosmic family. The answer may lie in our cosmic backyard. Let's go find out.
You hear that? There's a care package coming down.
It's time. Let's reveal the 12,024 human era calendar with a big bang. The Quasar calendar is special because we're adding 10,000 years to include all of humanity, no matter their culture or origin. 12,000 years ago, humans first started working together on a larger scale, laying the foundation for civilization and the future of us all. A much better representation of how far our species has come. This year, we're looking at the cosmos and all the possible life that could be thriving on myriads of worlds, hosting radically different animals and beings from the ones on Earth. Where in the universe might life exist, and how would different cosmic environments affect the basic laws of life? Join us in 12,024 and find out. Explore strange cosmic habitats and extraterrestrial life forms on 12 of Windsor pages. There's also lots of hugely attractive life here on Earth, and some serious space magnificence to other. But be careful, the extremely radiant cover may blind you. Get the calendar now before it sells out. We also have bundles and special calendar deals with some of your favourite products. Thank you so much to all of the thousands of birds who get the calendar every year.
Here. Mid-range.
Every purchase
Here's your
supports
birthday
Conscious
present.
vision of sparking curiosity and inspires people all around the world. We wish you a happy year 12,024.
Taking fire. Watch out, enemy there.
Fulton County, Georgia prosecutor Fonnie Willis is accusing Republican Congressman Jim Jordan of abusing his authority by interfering with her prosecution of Donald Trump. Now, her prosecution, of course, has to do with the RICO charges that she has filed against him and his co-conspirators in their attempt to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. Now, Donald Trump, of course, has a pretty sizable group of lackeys in Congress. Jim Jordan happens to be one of them. And so, in a fiery letter to Jordan, who serves as the chair of the House Judiciary Committee, Willis pushed back against his request for information about her prosecution. She also accused him of attempting to block Biden's electoral victory in her state. Now, before we get to the details about Willis's letter to Jordan, the most recent one, we have to back up because they have been corresponding, if you will, for a few months now, and it's important to understand how it all started and how we ended up where we are today. So Jordan initially wrote to Willis back in August of this year, just hours before Trump appeared in county jail, essentially asking her to turn over all documents and communications related to the case. Let's just pause to really absorb how ridiculous that is. Okay? A Trump lackey in Congress is demanding that the district attorney in Fulton County hand over all documents related to her prosecution of the guy that he is a lapdog for. Okay, obviously, she's not going to do that. That would be insane. Now, he wrote at the time, Congress in general, and this committee in particular, have a strong legislative interest in ensuring that popularly elected local prosecutors do not misuse their law enforcement authority to target federal officials for political reasons. We can only conclude from your hostile response to the committee's oversight that you are actively and aggressively engaged in such a scheme. Now, maybe there would be a little bit of credibility to that argument had there not been a fake slate of electors and memos having to do with the fake slate of electors, noting that the slate of electors are in fact fraudulent and fake. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of evidence that's already been presented publicly in regard to the crimes that Donald Trump and his co-conspirators allegedly engaged in. So arguing that this is political is ridiculous. On the other hand, though, the impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden without a shred of evidence indicating that he engaged in wrongdoing, that seems to be a little politically motivated, no? Jake?
Yeah, so you know me, I always think shoe on the other foot. So what if some Yahoo prosecutor in Alabama wanted to go after Biden and was like, okay, I'm indicting him for, because I don't like his looks, okay? And the House was House controlled by the Democrats and Senate. What do I think would be a legitimate thing to ask and not a legitimate thing to ask? Hey, have you been coordinating with Trump's Department of Justice, for example? Okay, maybe it could be legitimate. Depends on the situation. I would let a judge rule on whether that's okay or not, right? Give me all of your evidence in the trial. Not legitimate under any circumstance. You can't even say to the Yahoo in Alabama, going after Trump or going after Biden for not being trapped. No, you don't get to take a prosecutor's evidence. And you guys, come on, even if you're Republican, you don't know that Jim Jordan's going to hand it over to Trump the second that he gets it? Of course he is. Like, there's no...
Extended light mic here.
They don't believe the rules at all. Okay, so now, two important pieces of evidence that confirm that. So I'll go to graphic 4 here, this from the Help. Indeed, you confess to this motivation, Fonnie Willis explains, on Mark Levin's show on September 10th, 2023, when discussing one of my office's active prosecutions. You boasted, we're trying to get all the answers, but we're trying to stop this stuff as well. Oops. Oopsie doops.
I love that he just publicly said it.
Because there's no bounds. There's no brakes in the car. There's no bottom to the barrel. There's no nothing. It's a clown car with no brakes. So he's like, battling that road in San Francisco that takes all those turns and super steep. That's what they're doing. That's the Republican Party right now. They're like, yeah, we're speeding and we want to get all of our evidence so we can get to stop all the prosecutions of Donald Trump for the crimes he's committed. Did I say that out loud on air? Yeah, you did. You did.
Like, the incompetence is really what gets me. Right? The incompetence is incredible here. Anyway, so let's go back a little bit, though. In response to that August letter that Jordan had sent to Fonnie Willis, Willis responded on September 7th, attacking his basic understanding of the law, its practice, and the ethical obligations of attorneys general and prosecutors specifically. She wrote, "Your attempt to invoke congressional authority to intrude upon and interfere with an active criminal case in Georgia is flagrantly at odds with the Constitution. There is absolutely no support for Congress purporting to second-guess or somehow supervise an ongoing Georgia criminal investigation and prosecution. That violation of Georgia's sovereignty is offensive and will not stand." Willis told Jordan he was misinformed about the details of the indictment and encouraged him to buy a copy of RICO state by state in order to obtain a better understanding of the law. She also told Jordan that her response was merely voluntary, since settled constitutional law clearly permits me to ignore your unjustified and illegal intrusion. I gotta say, Jordan's going after a heavyweight here, okay? Because she is not playing, and she is coming out strong and swinging. She's not a typical Democrat at all.
Yeah, all of a sudden I'm a huge Fonnie Willis fan. Like, that's a killer right there. Hey, like, did you come for me? I think you made the mistake of coming for me. Because now I'm going to come for you. Okay, I have not seen anyone on our side, meaning loosely the left, loosely Democrats, and she is elected, be that strong.
It is incredible.
Now, and by the way, was it that hard? No. She slapped him around, but with legalese. And she's 100% right on the back. Why not come out aggressively? Why do Democrats always start in a crouch position like that? So when I see new people like Fonnie Willis going, no, I'm going to correct your ass. Yes! There you go. That's the kind of Democrat.
So let's get to the most recent letter and what Fonnie Willis had to say about that. So on Wednesday of this week, She said that Jordan has already shown his hand in terms of his desire to interfere with the case. That was when she had mentioned his appearance on Mark Levin's show. And she also said the following: a charitable explanation of your correspondence is that you are ignorant of the United States and Georgia constitutions and codes. A more troubling explanation is that you are abusing your authority as chairman of the Committee on the Judiciary to attempt to obstruct and interfere with a Georgia criminal prosecution. She also noted that even though there was no obligation to provide some of the information he was requesting, she decided to do so, some of the information. We have already written a letter, which I have attached again for your reference, explaining why the legal positions you advance are meritless. Nothing you've said in your latest letter changes that fact. And she's I'm sorry, what was that?
No, I'm just saying teach it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And then she also said that his letter comes as my team and I are exceptionally busy. So she's like, can you be gone? You're wasting my time. I'm very busy. And I believe her in that regard, because she's got a lot on her plate with Donald Trump and his co-conspirators. As I've explained, your requests implicate significant, well-recognized confidentiality interests related to an ongoing criminal matter, as well as serious constitutional concerns regarding federalism and separation of power, something that Republicans love to pretend to care a lot about, but whenever it's convenient for them, they suddenly don't care about at all. And in regards to the information that she provided, Jordan is trying to make it appear as though there is something wrong with Fani Willis collaborating with Special Counsel Jack Smith, who is pursuing criminal charges against Donald Trump for election interference on a federal level. There is no reason to believe that there's anything wrong with that. In fact, if they're not collaborating at all, that might be problematic. But what Jordan wanted was information about any federal grants that her office might be receiving, and she actually provided information about that to Jordan. Clearly there was nothing wrong, because he did nothing with that information. So he's trying to hit at her at any possible angle, and he is failing miserably. I think he should take her, recommendation seriously and maybe buy that book and understand what the laws actually are. But we'll see what happens moving forward. He's been failing so far in attempting to basically dismantle this case against Trump.
You know what's weird is that I've done at least a half a dozen right-wing podcasts, or somewhere in the right-wing part of the spectrum in the last couple of weeks to promote the book. And we don't almost always have really reasonable discussions. So I don't know what's going on with some of the leaders and why they've lost their minds. And maybe I'm not going on the right shows in Looney World, but like there is no fact pattern where a member of Congress can say to a prosecutor, and it's local prosecutor, give me all the evidence you're going to use against my political ally. Or against anyone. It's not a thing. And they're not even like
that one's hurt bad.
Fact-based world, objective reality, nothing. They're like, oh, okay, let's impeach Biden. Oh, what is it for? I mean, what is it for? We don't like it. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. That is some. We definitely don't like it. If we have any evidence, why don't no.
Need help?
Okay. All right, what am I going to do? Am I going to do something versus nothing? So, okay, it's going to be that. So this is legislative. Just prosecuting Trump. I'm not saying, oh, go get him. And prosecute Trump on the wrong things, I will hate you forever.
Right,
because you will
I got
lose
you back.
credibility. Okay? And so then I will say that guy in New York is super soft. The one trying him on the head. See, you know, he's hard about it, man. You know, Albert Bragg, he says, oh, we're prosecuting campaign finance violation.
Above you, he's hurt bad. Right above you, TW. 804 behind you, up top.
And Letitia, so
There's two up top that are healed. He's raising his buddy. He's raised him. He's coming off the roof now. To your backside, backside. Oh, we lost
That's
it.
what we want. No corporate email outsourcing at all, because we love doing the show with them. Hit the join button. Become one of the young jokes. This is the fake phone. The company's fit. And the phone has the metal as well as fit.
Enemy down.
Listen. No, he's still kidding. Well, he's dead. So, keep it up and that up. The PlayStation 5 Slim. Aren't you excited? Oh, you're not? Wow. I'm so shocked that you're not excited. It's not like it's not a good deal at all, especially the digital edition. Oh, this is probably why Jim Ryan retired. Anyway, they were like, dude, you gotta go. How is this a good idea at all? I know it's not just Jim Ryan that makes these calls, obviously, but they were just like, this is it. You greenlit this. You greenlit it. You gotta go. Listen, go with your golden parachute and your golden flock of seagulls hair and just leave. Now, well, anyway, we have pictures of how much smaller the PS5 Slim is. Slim. Compared to the original PS5. Now I'm going to go over the dimensions
The
first
thermals,
before I
buddy,
show
they
you
gotta
that
be able to get
picture.
rid of that heat
So
somehow.
I'll read those to you, and then we'll reveal the size. Does size matter? I don't know, because I'm not well endowed. Okay. Sony says the new PlayStation 5 has been reduced in volume by more than 30% and weight by 18%. And weight by 18% and 24% compared to previous models. The original PS5 was 390 millimeters by 250 millimeters by 104 millimeters, inches by 10.2 inches by 4.1 inches, and the new model will be approximately 358 millimeters by 96 millimeters by 216 millimeters, which is 14 inches by 3.7 inches by 8.5 inches. And anyway, here is the picture that shows how much smaller the new PlayStation 5 is going to be, and it's, I don't know if I would say moderately smaller. Modestly maybe an understatement, moderately maybe an overstatement. So what can we do here? Modestly? But anyway, take a look. It is smaller. It is a smaller console than the original PlayStation 5. But it is still absolutely awful and a complete joke. And now it's showing it compared to other consoles here. They show the PS5 launch model. They show the PS5 Slim, blah, 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 blah. There's all the different metrics down there in terms of measurement compared to like the Series S and X and all that. You can check it out. Like when I look at other generations of think back to the original PlayStation, they went to the PS1, which launched at the same time as the PS2. It was a drastic change in design. I remember they came where you could actually get an LCD screen that you threw on the back of it. So I remember a woman that I worked with called P-Zone. She was like, oh, that's the new P-Zone. You mean PS1? Okay. PS2. Remember when they went from the fat PS2 to that insanely super slim PS2? And then the PS3, Christ, how many revisions did that have? They had the fat PS3, then they had the PS3 Slim, which many consider to be the best model. They had the PS3 Super Slim, which had the construction of a cheap 1990s boombox and kind of looked like one too. It looked like you used to get the sound designer GTX stereos back in the day, and they would have like the cheap tray that slid to the side on some of them or flipped up, and it felt about the same quality. And the PS4 only had one revision. I mean, they had two revisions. You had the PS4 Pro, which was an upgrade. It wasn't just a revision. And then you had the PS4 Slim, which was noticeably smaller than, and it was a different design than the original PlayStation 4. It felt like it was necessary to make the revision, and it was a noticeable, significantly noticeable revision. That has been the history of the PlayStation consoles, and it's not just PlayStation. Look at the Switch. There was the Switch OLED. There's the Switch Lite. Look at Microsoft with their revisions. The 360, well, the first 360 was a ticking time bomb for everybody. But then they had the 360S. Then they had the 360E, which kind of looked like the original Xbox One. And then on top of it, you had everything else in.
it won't. The new PS5 Slim won't have a vertical stand. The current PS5 has a stand that works both horizontally and vertically. If you bought custom covers, whether from Sony or T-Brand or whatever, they won't work on the new PlayStation 5 Slim. And the price increase, I don't care they now have a terabyte of storage. It's like 200 and change extra gigabytes. Does not justify the price increase of the digital edition. The $100 difference made it fairly appealing to people with the current launch PS5 digital edition. Now with it being about $50 cheaper, it makes no sense to get. Because if you want to buy the disc drive later on, which you can, it costs about $80, so you'll spend more money if you get the digital edition and then decide to get the disc drive. Like, even if you never buy a physical copy of games, it's still, like, why would you not spend the extra $50 just in case? If you want to use it as an Ultra HD...
One skew in the hog.
Sony, did
you skews in the hog.
Look, usually I don't make that big of a deal about a console revision. There really usually isn't a reason to. But this one is so bad that that's why it's a big deal. You should have thought through the PS5 Slim a little more, Sony. You blew it. There's no other way to put it.
You blew it.
This is Original USA signing out. Have a good one. You want a PlayStation 5 Digital Edition especially, get it now. Get it up. It makes sense to get it.
Well, here we are in 2023, and I'm continuing to get asked whether or not it's worth it to repaste a graphics card. So today we're going to kind of take a mid-range, upper mid-range, older card, and we're going to see whether or not we gain anything from repasting it. We'll also talk about when to repaste, what kind of paste to use, what kind of paste to avoid, and then just kind of take you through the process of getting it cleaned up and new paste applied. The new MB7 full tower PC case from Fantex creates the perfect picture frame to show off your system. Insane airflow and direct GPU cooling creates the best possible environment for modern high-power GPUs.
Someone by our
cable management
by the wall
system
spot.
building and maintaining your system extremely user-friendly. Integrated DRGB lighting is controlled by an included dual-channel DRGB controller with all new effects, allowing you to make your system uniquely yours. To see the full spec list and options, follow the link in the description below. So what this is right here is my EVGA RTX 3070 XC3.
Wheels en route.
EVGA. In the arms of the angels.
Fuck. What the fucking fuck?
This card, though, honestly, it's gonna. So I was conflicted on how to do this video. If I want to be older cards, because we know thermal paste does degrade as time goes on. So an older card could definitely benefit from repasting. But the questions I'm getting lately actually are whether or not it's worth repasting.
It's called performance enhancing.
So it
Figure
kind
it out.
of hits both of those questions. Because it's 3 years old. The RTX 30 series launched in September of 2020. Seems like
Never had to blame the Wii for my performance.
So this is a minimum, well, it's maximum about 3 years old. Now, there's different types of thermal paste. There's different types of thermal comps. They're not all created equal. So like this is Arctic Silver. This was very, very popular back in the day because it actually had silver particles in it, which were designed to add more kind of like a metallic surface area to it to carry heat. The problem is it was also conductive. So getting this on components that carry electricity that are not conformal coated or have a clear coating on there to protect it from contact, this could kill your stuff.
I'm scared,
so
guys.
that's why Arctic Silver sort of kind of went the way of
Toad's scared.
the going away. Then you have stuff like MX4 from Arctic, which became very popular because it was inexpensive, it was cost effective. But the thing is, like, thermal paste was actually improved even beyond this particular type of product.
Yo, relax. Why you gotta yell?
Maybe he uses caps for his keybind. Douchebag.
problem with thermal paste is because it's actually a...
Whoa, why you gotta copy the names, bro?
Because you're being a douchebag. Maybe if you aren't one, you won't get called that name. Figure it out. Have some self-awareness.
properties. So it's harder
how
more like play rather than being a liquid.
We just told the guy that he was yelling. Why do you have to yell?
Kingpin Extreme, the KPX.
So if someone tells you that, you're gonna be like, hey, you're a douchebag?
When you say it like that, when you have no clue whether the guy uses caps as a keybind or not, yes. I've lived 40 years doing it. I think I'm okay to keep doing it, buddy.
Okay.
You sound like a real winner.
All right.
Exactly my point.
You guys kiss and make up now.
I don't do that with men.
And most both can't even take a choke.
Oh!
But jokes are funny. That had no humor in it.
That was like 15 seconds late. I heard your brain just stressing and
No, I was in the middle of
a
a fight, if you didn't realize. Fucking, how dumb are you kids?
kids, right?
You're a baby to me, buddy.
Spike obtained.
Man, seems like we're all pretty tense for a Friday evening.
I'm pretty loose.
Oh shit, fuck.
I'm on a killing spree. Double kill.
Ground vehicle en route.
Get the fuck out of here.
The enemy is about to prevail. Do not allow them.
Death, I got you. Don't worry. Fuck off there.
And in fact, if it does start to get warm, or like cold in the tube and start to thicken up, just hitting it with a little bit of warmth, it'll start to run really nicely again. So every time you turn on your graphics card, you're basically really combining it when it does start to do that. And then you have like the Thermal Grizzly stuff, which is Devour's brand. He's got Thermal Grizzly, he's got
Good shot.
he's got all kinds of
Better shot.
metal and all that sort of stuff. This is what
Let's
you'll
go.
typically find included with a lot of air coolers, water blocks,
Fuck
a lot of stuff
here.
to store Thermal Grizzly. The Thermal
Buddy.
Grizzly kind of bridges the gap between something like MX4 and the more boutique higher end thermal paste like Infinite Extreme or Conductonaut. Anyway, first we have to get our baseline. Because this card has only been used for a handful of reviews and never ran on a daily basis, the thermal material in there, or the thermal paste, has not been cycled a whole bunch. Every time it gets cycled, like I said, it kind of goes from a little bit more of a solid type of state. Even though it's still liquid, it's thicker, more coagulated. And then as it gets warm and is used under temperature, it sort of thins. And over time, that pressure can start to smooth out, or like squeeze out of the gaps that are created. Because remember, all thermal paste is designed to do is to fill in the
Well, my bad.
microscopic
I didn't do
heat
so
values
great,
that
but
exist between
happy
both
Friday,
the cooler
dudes.
and the actual die itself to give you much better contact. Obviously, the
thinner we can get that contact, the closer together those two metals can be, the better it will be. So that's why the thermal properties of thermal paste, they call it a thermal paste. It's really a thermal interface material, or a TIM. You hear that? It's just a material that goes in between two things that are designed to kind of bond them thermally. The thing is, they're not all created equal. So we need to know where we stand right now in terms of the out-of-the-box temperature. So because it hasn't been used a whole lot, it hasn't had a lot of those cycles on it, which means it should still be acting as if it were day one at this point, minus whatever may have potentially evaporated over the last 3 years. And it's, as it sits in our warehouse, it can go anywhere from fairly humid to really, really dry, given the area that we live in. So it's had quite a few seasons now of humid, dry, humid, dry, humid, dry, which can obviously have a huge effect. On the overall performance of the thermal paste. I'm going to be using 3D Mark Speedway. Because it's an RTX graphics card, to get full load temperatures, I've got to hit the RT cores. If I don't hit the RT cores, it draws a lot less power, it creates a lot less heat, and then we may not get a huge, we might not get an accurate result. The other thing too is, like, I kind of wanted to do this with like a 3090 Ti or a 4090 just because of the massive amount of power. But realistically, I'm trying to see what the results look like in a more average use case, rather than, because here's the thing: if we found, oh yeah, we dropped 3 or 4 C on a 4090 at 500 watts, a card like this, which is like 220 or some 200, really low wattage power, you probably would see no difference whatsoever. So I figure we'll just kind of land in the middle here with a 3070 to see what the actual temperatures look like. So what I'm gonna do now is I've got my core voltage maxed, I've got my power limit maxed, my temp limit max, but no added core clock, no added memory clock, and I've locked the fan speed to 75%. If I don't lock the fan speed, we don't get an accurate A-B comparison. We're also in an HVAC controlled room. The temperature in here is going to be at a locked, steady 71 degrees Fahrenheit. That will not change. This room is very, very, the AC in this room is designed to keep it at a very constant temperature. So with that said, we're going to let this loop until the clock speed or the temperature completely stops rising, goes completely flat, and then we'll go through the repaste process and we'll compare. Okay, so we have pretty much completely maxed out our temperatures. 64 C is where we're at. It hit 65 for like a split second and then came back down to 64, and it hasn't moved. Our hotspot maxed out at 77.9. We're really sitting more like 76.1 to 76.4, depending on what part of the test it's in. So these are the temps right here that we want to at least not exceed. If we exceed that after we've repasted, then either we didn't get full coverage on the die, which is a problem, or we didn't put our cooler back together right, or we had a mouse issue. There's a lot of reasons why it could go up. We should never see it go up unless we just put complete crap paste in there. So anyway, core clock, that's the other aspect of this that matters. So we started the test here at 2010, and then it pretty much immediately starts to drop with the temperature. As the temp goes up, the frequency drops a little bit. So 1980, so it's pretty solid right here. See this?
Like the line has got little dips. That's every time the test restarts. And now look, now it's like it's gotten a little bit more jagged. Because what started to happen here now is we're getting the VRMs are full temperature soaked, the memory is temperature soaked, the PCB has gotten hot. So as the core is cool, that core temperature may hit 65 or 63, whatever it is right there. But then as that temperature radiates out from the core and warms up the rest of the board, then you start to get, instead of this nice flat 1980, 1980, as we get over here, you can see it starts to really fluctuate between 1980 and 1965. That's just one boost in right there, 15 megahertz. You can see now it's up and down, up and down, up and down, because this is how long it took for the board to fully set. This is why you run these tests for a while, because it's about one just the core testing. Everything else on the board as it gets hot.
There's 2 there, Ripper.
So these are the numbers that we are looking for improvement on. If we see our core clock improve, or at least stay up in the 1980 to 1995, then we might see the temperatures stay roughly the same. But if the heat is able to more efficiently escape the core and not spread out as far across the PCB, if you will, then that could lead to another boost bin or 2 higher, which would be a slight improvement in performance. But realistically, all we're looking for here is just longevity of our cards, alive as long as possible. We're trying not to lose.
Behind you!
Because as thermal paste is raised and the temperature goes up, as I already showed you, the core clock will go down with it. So let's go ahead now, cool the card off. I'm going to stop the test. I never just turn off the system with it being full hot. I always let the card run, and then what I'll do is I'll put the fans to 100% when it's not under a load. Because again, even though the core is coming down, it's at 44, 43, 42. Remember, the rest of the PCB is also heat soaked. So I want to give it time to cool down, then I'll shut it off and clean up my thermal kit. So obviously the way each graphics card comes apart is going to be a little bit different. Aftermarket cards tend to be a lot easier than video cards, by the way. A few things you want to be mindful of. Make sure you know where all your connectors are for your fans. This is going to be a bad day if you lose fan connectors. So each one of these is for a fan. So we got black, tan, blue, this is front, middle, rear on the fans. This one's just using standard Phillips head stuff, so we're not going to have to worry about using any sort of like hello or crazy stuff like we're taking part of an Apple product. But anyway, keep in mind too, this one doesn't appear to have any warranty void stickers. You know in the United States you can't void a warranty putting a sticker over something. Brands are still going to try and working on your own. But we believe in right first error. On the other side here too, you'll see there's another plug. That's because this also has an RGB, this EDG area here lights up RGB. So make sure you locate all of your plugs and unplug those gently. So to unplug these, it'd be useful to have a little like plastic plug tool or something, but I'm going to use part of the Phillips head. So I'm going to be unplugging these after I get the cooler a little bit loose. I need some slack to be able to pull it down. I mean, you can kind of do it with it together still, but I don't want to damage anything. If I were to damage anything, I'd rather damage the RGB than the fan headers for obvious reasons. But I can't really get my fingers down in there, so I'll just have more room when the cable for the cooler is loose and get it apart. So I'm going to start by taking apart the most perimeter screws. I also like to use the lid of the iFixit kit as almost like a grid, so I can remember where things went. Like I said, obviously your card may be different. It depends on the brand. Every brand is a little different. Okay, so it was just the thermal pad. So you saw the way it didn't seem like it wanted to come up because the thermal pads that are on the back were making pretty good adhesion. This is also adding a little bit of heat coming back to the back plate, so be mindful of that. Make sure you get all your screws off before you start getting amped up. So set that aside. The only 4 screws left now are going to be the 4 that are around the GPU perimeter here. So these are spring-loaded screws. That's because they're designed to bottom out and then let the spring hold the tension evenly across the back of the die. So these are pretty easy when you put them back together. You just tighten them down as far as they'll go. Go snug. You don't have to go any farther than snug because literally the threads are stopping for a reason and the spring is pretty. So right now, the cooler and the GPU PCB are pretty stuck together. I want to also make sure that there's no screws on right here. Sometimes there'll be screws on this I/O plate.
They're back. The one's back there.
PCB. This one does not have
or directly into the cooler. This one does not have that. So I like to start on the back of the card, and then just sort of twist. And it's kind of scary, because with this one you can tell it's going to go for a while. Because this thermal paste is definitely...
There's one right there on my body. He's turning around. He's on the ledge.
But that is...
The ledge up behind you. Oh
believe
my...
it or not, completely freaking normal.
Power items available.
Really glued together there, you know? So you saw there was a fair amount of tension needed. This is also fairly typical. You can see the thermal pads for the RAM kind of just ripped on me right there. That's gonna probably happen. That's probably gonna be inevitable. Believe it or not, that is not a problem. As long as the thermal pads go right back in their spots, it's not gonna be an issue. So I'm gonna start by cleaning, and I'm gonna leave this residue for the thermal pad and everything on here. I'm not gonna clean that. So I'm gonna take blue shock towel. I'm going to take my isopropyl alcohol, and I'm going to spray it on the towel. Now the card. Fold it over so that the wet part is like under my finger. It's actually pretty hard, by the way. This I can demonstrate this. This thermal paste.
5 minutes remaining.
See how hard and like kind of this is? It didn't really seem to affect the temperatures, and the 64C is kind of exactly where I would expect this card to land. But I just want to point out that it definitely is not what I would classify as liquidy anymore. Like I'm really going to scrub this off of the copper. But it's important to get a really good, clean surface. We don't want to cross-contaminate the new fluid.
Oh my god, no wonder we're losing.
Residue from old fluid for chemical remodeling. They could be two completely different types of fluids. I've never actually tested what happens if you don't clean one. You just take the leftover remnants of one and put it together and see what happens. If you guys want me to do that video, then make sure you guys comment and like down below so I know you want me to do that. I've never done that. That might be interesting. So I'm going to be using this spreader that comes with all the clean and extreme, knowing that it's pre-spread. I don't have to rely on mounting pressure to spread it. It'll squish off the sides. It's non-conductive. This is all formal coated. Nothing's going to hurt it, but as long as you kind of just smash and move in one direction, you're not going to hold air into it. It's going to be a problem. It will squish out if it does get in there. I've literally never had this be a problem. I've been doing this for every CPU and GPU I've been doing in the last like 5 years. So now we've got our frosted GPU die. Put our cooler back together in the exact opposite order of what you just saw. I'm going to run the test again. Corsair brings gaming to the next level with a Xenon 45-inch flexible OLED Xenon Flex display. With up to 240 Hz refresh rate, 0.03 millisecond gray-to-gray response time, motion blur canceling, anti-reflective coating, burn-in protection, and customizable bend based on user's preference, the Xenon Flex from Corsair allows gamers to truly tailor their display to their liking. Click the link below for more. Well, that's 66. That's hotter by 2. But I want to point something out before we look at the chart. I want you to notice the more consistency of the clock speed right now. So this particular part of the test, it tends to go up, down, up, down. That 1950 was unfortunate, but watch, 1980. So I'm noticing it stays at 1980 longer. Now, what I'm curious about is what our hotspot is. Well, hotspot's at 80.2, 81.6. So in this particular instance, you can see we came up about 2C across the board. Now, there's a couple reasons why this could be. One, it takes time for thermal paste to kind of get melded in, if you will. Usually the worst temps you'll see is right after it's applied. So right now I'm giving it this nice, hot, just kind of a looping run to get it nice and hot. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the run and I'm going to cool it down. And after I cool it down and then we get it hot again, oftentimes you'll notice over time the temperature starts to drop. So I wanted to point this out because of the fact that there's a lot of times people will repaste their stuff and I'll notice maybe an immediate increase in temps. But it's really common because the thermal paste, like I said, does actually take time to liquefy and really start to work its way into all those microscopic peaks and valleys and then create a bond there. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the test right now. And I want to see how fast the temps come down. I mean, look at 52, 51, 50, 49, 79. It was still at 75% percent on the fan speed. So I'm gonna go full speed right now. I'm gonna let it sit for about 15 minutes at full speed, get it as cool as possible, and then I'm gonna go ahead and I'll run the test scan. Okay, so I wanted to investigate the temps because it just didn't seem right to me, and I can tell by the mount by looking at this. See how it's like real thin on half of the die and real thick on the other half of the die? You notice the thick part? That means it didn't compress down fully. So if it's real thin, that means we got a nice tight bond and the paste squished out, and the only thing that was left is what was needed to fill the voids. If it's thicker and it's got that like kind of like a melted Kraft cheesy look to it, that's where there was more gap. And so that's on the side where we had the torn pads. I have a feeling that when I put the card back together, if you take a look at this pad right here, both of them, you can see that there's some raised areas because the pad's sort of torn in half. I have a feeling one of the torn pieces still on the cooler sat on top of one of these other torn pieces and not within the piece that it tore out of, which created a thicker pad because even though it compressed, it was creating more of a thicker area there that couldn't compress down all the way. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to have to try and very carefully transfer this torn pad over to where it goes. Now it won't be too bad because I'm using the same spreader to just sort of cut it or scrape it off rather than trying to peel it off. If I peel it off, it will stretch, and it'll do all kinds of things that just won't be beneficial to our end goal.
Honestly, one of the best things I've ever recorded on that app. So make sure you go check it out. You will not regret it.
I should have just done this the first time, but it's important that we show these kinds of things. That way we can keep this in mind with yours. See, now I've got it all kind of like one solid pad again. And you can even take this and...
Oh no, you did not just use the same fucking songs.
So yeah, it may have only been a couple of degrees, but it was enough for me to go, you know what, I've had enough experience with this thermal paste, I've had enough experience with these GPUs to where something just wasn't right. All right, so after doing what I did with the thermal pad, check this out. The 1980 is just stuck. 64C, which is fine, we're power limited, that makes sense for that. 1980, it's not fluctuating. And the voltage is actually staying down at the 1.037 and 1.025, even more than it was in the past. So there's a 1965 for a second there. That's way more solid than it was. Our hotspot is currently at 77.4, the max is 79.5. But it's not about what the max peak is for a moment, it's about what the sustained average is. So we're looking pretty good. Not much change. We came down actually almost 2 in the average though for the hotspot. But if you take a look now at MSI Afterburner, you look at the frequency. You see how solid this is. Remember how the first half of the test is solid like this, and then as the board gets hot, it started getting super jagged. This shows right now we actually gained something from it. Now, are you going to notice this in your game? No, you're not. Are you going to notice if your thermal paste starts to degrade and starts to get really bad, where your temperatures are getting high and then your fluctuation and deep fins are dropping consistently and everything? Yes, that way. So, pasting a brand new thermal graphics card really is only going to matter if the thermal paste that they use is crap. Now, most of the stuff they use at these factories is like huge drums and barrels with industrial grade stuff, which is, I mean, realistically here, the best thermal paste from like the most generic thermal paste usually is a couple of C, maybe 3 C at the most on like CPUs and GPUs and stuff. But what you're gaining here with a quality thermal paste, if you're the kind of person that just wants to have peace of mind, is knowing that this is, depending on if you use the right kind of thermal paste, it's not going to dry out, it's going to carry better properties to last longer. Because once you start going 5-6 years of continual use, then you'll notice the breakdowns start to happen. And if you do this right away, the breakdown won't happen nearly as quickly or even be as apparent as it's happening. The downside is pretty much every single graphics card manufacturer is going to try and avoid your warranty if you take the cooler apart. Again, legally they can't do that, but they're certainly going to try to deny any RMA issues or any RMA that may pop up if that sticker.
This episode, we got the lightest active screwdriver, or the LTT screwdriver. It's a gift from a friend, and it's probably the most expensive screwdriver I've ever owned. It went to bits. Honestly, the packaging could have been better, but a screwdriver. And a whopping $90 after shipping for the screwdriver, it better be good for screwing things. Luckily, it's really good at doing the one thing it's designed for. I screwed my keyboard, this entire TV setup, my PC, this chair, myself, my tripod, and speaking about screwing things, it was probably part of the Linus Tech Team screw up. I'm kidding, Linus, don't cancel me, I love you. Comparing it to another screwdriver, it already wins because I don't know where the other bits went for the other one. I'll give this screwdriver a solid 7 out of 10. But if you factor in the price, it's probably like a 4. It's the best novelty item I've ever had. And yeah, let me know what you want me to try out next.
Was this Palestinian ambulance hit by this bomb? This popped up on Twitter, and there's a couple of problems with this. The author claims that an ambulance was bombed, but I believe this video is dip or deceptive imagery persuasion. I don't believe this ambulance was bombed at all. Here's why. There is no debris around this ambulance, which leads me to believe that the ambulance was taken to that site after something happened to it so people could take pictures. The airbags didn't deploy, so I don't think we're dealing with any kind of concussive blast. I don't see any kind of black scoring that you would normally see in explosive reuse. And the other issue is that the ambulance is still relatively intact. The latest bomb in Israeli inventory is the GBU-39 small diameter bomb. And the weight of the warhead on the small diameter bomb is about 206 pounds or 93 kilograms. It is not 3 kilograms.
Enemy force detected.
not a good
Waiting instructions. Airborne. Enemy battleship sighted. Enemy cruiser sighted. Enemy battleship sighted. I need intelligence.
Yeah, it's the fucking battle.
When the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun was unearthed in 1922, it was found to have contained over 100 walking sticks that were presumably made for King Tut himself. In the ancient religious tradition of Egypt, it was thought that rulers passing into the afterlife needed to be buried with counterparts of their possessions in order to take them on to the afterlife. Scientists tested the remains of the boy pharaoh in order to find out if the king required these sticks as walking aids. While his death was spurred on by malaria, the results of many tests showed that Tutankhamun may have had a clubbed foot from birth that was further fractured in his life due to weak bones. King Tut would have likely inherited this genetic deformity due to the results of inbreeding in his bloodline, and unfortunately he was far from the only noble ruler in history who was a product of incestuous marriage. The royal families of Europe famously boasted some of the most closely related bloodlines this side of Alabama. Not content with intermingling with commoners or distant noble lineages, the options for marriage among the monarchs shrank as rapidly as the number of chairs they needed for family gatherings, and much like a copy printer running out of ink, filtering the same familiar genes through an increasingly smaller group of parents leads to rapidly diminishing returns. In this thankfully distant past, the practice of inbreeding led to the birth of many individuals who had the privilege of being royals, but the curse of physical defects that made their sometimes brief and painful lives far more difficult than expected. For these reasons and many others, inbreeding is frowned upon and no longer a viable method of consolidating political power. But during the time that it was common practice, those who sought to maintain their power took it to the absolute extreme. Much like corporations in the modern day, holding on to stock and property was the name of the game, and in the case of the royal products of inbreeding, these offspring were holding on for dear life. Welcome to the sideshow of history, where all the most powerful members of medieval royalty reside. We'll begin by looking at the House of Habsburg, an Austrian and Spanish royal dynasty whose offspring would rule over many regions across Europe. And yet, with all the diverse population and ethnic groups that they could have married into, the Habsburgs were content to make siring heirs to their various seats of authority a family affair. Leopold I, a 17th century emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, was one of the first poster children for the ongoing effects of Habsburg inbreeding. He boasted a prominent lower jaw that clearly denoted him as part of the Habsburg phenotype, according to a team of geneticists from the University of Santiago de Compostela. The so-called Habsburg jaw might have been a recessive trait, as a dominant trait only requires one parent to have the gene in order to pass it on, while a recessive trait requires both parents to have the same gene. Though, considering how increasingly rare marriage outside the family became with the Habsburgs, it's difficult to confirm. What was confirmed by the university study was that the members of the family with the most prominent Habsburg jaws tended toward having higher inbreeding coefficients, though again, the direct correlation is speculative. Leopold's own mandible was so well known, in fact, that when his image was printed on a silver coin, the people of the Holy Roman Empire couldn't help but remark on it. The chin-having emperor was given the nickname Hogmouth for his famous jawline, and was once described during his lifetime as a cultivated man of extreme ugliness. Despite the shocking details of his royal face, Leopold was known for taking part in hunts as a way of getting fresh air. Among other game, the Hogmouth frequently hunted wild boar, apparently unbothered by the uncanny resemblance to himself. He was unbothered by many things, including the most infamous Habsburg family tradition, which is also the subject of this video. His first marriage was with Margaret Theresa.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
ordered a new phone.
You didn't see me do that.
I saw you say you did it. Which is not something real Luke would do.
That's not true. I ordered this phone.
That was a very long time ago.
It was.
It was cheap.
Yes.
The new phone is now and expensive.
Yeah. But I got something with it that I get to sell.
Imposter.
So I feel like I'm gaming the system.
Among Us.
Oh my god.
Yeah, sus. Omgus? Warning everyone. Do not, hold on, let me just check something.
Did you figure the thing out?
He's working on it, Okay. Guys, do not order the Lux backpack yet. Soon. You should order 3 Lux backpacks, but not yet. Good. Yeah, no one's done it yet. Okay. We're still working on the logic for pre-shipping. Linus looks like a dork in his picture for the Lux backpack.
That was the goal.
Isn't a dork a male, like a whale penis?
Is it?
I thought so.
Dork.
That could have been one of those things that, like, my stepdad told me just to meme on me, though.
Unstylish person, an annoyingly stupid or foolish person.
Oh no, just penis in general. Perfect. So I look like a penis. Thank you.
I enjoy that also means socially inept person, because it kind of makes sense.
Yep. Socially inept person penis. That's me. Don't wear it out. Because that would make you a jerk.
Oh!
Now shaking hands is even worse.
That was actually really good.
Or what condition it will be in once you remove it from the water.
Oh my god.
No, mine's good, thank you.
Or depending on how you even define proof, because it seems to vary a lot.
Yeah. I don't believe in waterproof. Nothing is waterproof. But in a more serious response to your question, it is not as water resistant as the regular backpack. That is not the point.
Anything is waterproof.
You would not buy a leather jacket and wear it out in the rain. That would be very
once you remove it from the water.
Ill-advised.
No, mine's good, thank you.
Or depending on
I have
how
gotten
you
it
even
wet.
define
It's been
proof.
fine, but
Yeah,
like it's not designed for that.
Yeah. I don't believe in waterproof. Nothing is waterproof. But in a more serious response to your question, it is not as water resistant as the regular backpack. That is not the point.
I'm kind of sitting here going,
you would not
I don't know what
buy
I'm
a
going to say
leather
that I haven't
jacket
said
and
already.
put it out in the rain.
It's in the
Oh, that's
fucking
someone's
chat.
name.
Yeah, it's Game Grime.
Players and attack
Yeah, I don't
from
know
the
what
very
to say either. I know my take.
Fine, but like it's not.
Noki, the timestamp guy, says you should just name it Bag and see how many people buy it. I mean, that's basically our strat. So
Yeah, say about the Activision merger tonight. Game Grime's all excited about it.
Was that Nick?
I don't know what I'm going to say.
Nice. He's just on the other side of the wall.
Oh, that's the last name?
Yeah, Game Grime.
Yeah, that means we should.
Yeah, I don't know what you expect to say here. I know my take.
Can hear us.
Showing good defensive judgment.
To be fair. So you should just name it Bag and see how many people buy it. I mean, that's basically our strat.
That's some old jokes, but they still true.
You know what I wonder is if we would actually sell more by making it 1,000
to stay
That is a really interesting concept.
You're absolutely right. Stay on side. That could be a really big chance.
The scarcity is actually counterintuitively what makes it worth more. And the more you make it worth, the more scarce it is, and therefore the more of a status symbol it is, and the more attractive it is, or whatever.
They even play that logic in like fast food and stuff. Why is this later?
You mean fast food?
It is advantage Manchester City here.
Yeah, there's some weird thing to do with how the pricing works with like jumbo size stuff. To basically try to make it so that like no one ever buys the small ones.
Deserves credit for winning the ball
because
back.
of something.
England
I don't
looking
remember exactly
dangerous.
how it works.
Yep.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, I know, it's a whole thing.
And there's brands that will, like, in order to increase their overall sales, they have like the original product that they created that they tried to, like, you know, min-max very effectively, and then they'll make the super premium one and a Junko one, and they'll just start selling the super premium one out of nowhere for like, no, like, you don't need it. It's not really effectively better.
So you're saying we should have a Junko version of the backpack?
Yeah, probably. Have a cheap one. Because then people will be like, I need a backpack, and they'll be like, well, I don't want the bad one.
Yeah.
And like, I do want the good one. But there's a better one.
We're talking about popcorn pricing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called sandbagging? Oh, okay.
No, that's not called sandbagging.
Ronaldo Silva.
I thought sandbagging is like putting in a low effort.
Keeping expectations low. Yeah, I know, that's not it.
Yeah.
No, it's like FOMO creation.
Yeah.
Oh, given away. Raheem Sterling.
Loss leader? No.
Yeah, that's
Manuel
a
Akanji.
Yeah. That's like the Costco hot dog.
Ball with Rodri.
Or
Ruben
any AI
Dias.
product from Microsoft.
Into the advanced position.
If you ask AI, it'd probably be wrong.
Bernardo Silva. And still looking for space. Look as though they had attacking momentum, but not so. Can they take the lead here? And still looking for space. Well, it smacks into the gloves of the goalkeeper. Grealish. A very effective challenge put in.
Okay.
Silva.
Okay, so we can
the greatest
basically
pass,
can we
easily
have
intercepted.
like a banner that is at the top of that page that's like use discount code LUX when you buy this backpack for
De Bruyne.
maybe just go
Can he
site
find
wide.
the
Screw
right
it.
pass?
Buy the new Lux backpack and get free shipping for your entire order. Just put it as a banner at the top of the page.
Manuel
Does that
Akanji.
work? Yeah, let's just do that.
There to take
Make
it away.
unmissable. All right, let's go.
Grealish.
For your entire order.
Sterling.
Is it international?
No, I'm just making sure. Yeah.
Grealish.
I mean, that can
Oh, in
even
with a
be,
chance.
like, do something where
Couldn't quite hang
That's
on.
kind of the point. Like we don't.
Well, that's the end of that for now. Bernardo Silva.
Thanks.
Akanji has it.
It has the flood.
And return to Silva. And he's through here. Well, that's really sound
is this
goalkeeping,
the
not letting
first
the opposition have any scraps.
sighting of the nice carabiners in the wild?
This is the
Bernardo
first one that
Silva
we shipped,
losing
yeah,
out to his
for the bulk
opponent.
order of carabiners. We're
Well,
still
trying
waiting
his
on
luck from a
direction
long
of
way out. But the keeper saw it all the way.
120,000 carabiners or whatever it works out to, so
Superb block. Denied once more.
the decoy effect, says Tony B486, is a
That
phenomenon
sounds
where
right.
consumers will tend to have a specific
And that
change
is
in
going to be
preference
all
between
for the
two
first
options
45
when
then
also
here at
presented
the
with a
Etihad
third
Stadium.
option that is asymmetrically dominated.
Yeah. I think that's actually what I'm talking about.
Okay, so we should have a crappy version of the backpack, is what you're saying.
I think so.
It should be like made of paper bags, recycled paper bags.
Yeah. Environmentally friendly.
Environmentally friendly
Recycled
backpack
paper
for 10
bags.
minutes.
Oh no, it rained.
Better get a new one. This is environmentally friendly.
Hello.
Oh, what's up, guys? Oh, our CEO's dropping in. He wants to come say hi.
You can come say hi.
Yeah. Why don't you come say hi? I mean, I can't force him to do anything. You just come over
Do you
here.
want, do you want my seat for a sec?
Yeah.
No? Okay.
He says, no, I don't want your seat.
Well, they've got things
Oh,
going
he
again
tripped.
here,
He's
and I wonder
ruining our
what kind of
production.
second half we
All
have in
right,
store
thanks,
for
Taryn.
us.
Bye.
Hey, at least he wears the updated WAN hoodie now. For his first, 2.5 weeks, he kept showing up in the ancient one from, 8 years ago. And I was like, Taryn, you gotta get... I don't mind, our executives wear hoodies to work. That's fine, but can it at least be an up-to-date
Now,
one?
options are plenty, and he read it well, intercepting it.
I've got a merch question here for you, probably Nick and Linus. Will there be reprints of the Northern Lights or other sold-out designs in long sleeve, like the Constellation?
No plans for that at the moment. It's a good question, though. It kind of depends on how the long sleeves go. For now, we're doing the short circuit one, and then we'll go from there.
The last time we rolled the Constellation reprint, I put in a merch request,
the referee has
and it
taken
never got
note of his
fulfilled.
name and number.
So I never got one. That was so sad.
But it was certainly a foul.
Oh, boom roasted.
Defending.
I actually technically still don't. My title is fake.
Are we doing some 100% cotton tees? Twitch chat's asking. Sorry? White. Okay, we're going to do white.
Well, not giving him any breathing room.
Any color you want, as long as it's white, which is great because you could just dye it yourself.
Silva.
Well, I mean, sorry, I'm not shaming. I'm not shaming. I mean, dye the shirt. By whatever size you're comfortable with.
Dye it yourself. Patient enough build-up. Can they carve out a chance? They could nudge in front. Bernardo Silva. Oh, great attacking play. Able to get the body in the way.
Linus does it. I would actually find a WAN show with just Nick and Linus be really funny.
We tried it like 7 years ago. I don't think it worked.
I think it'd get old. I think it would get old.
Well, his own teammate ended up being the denier, so to speak.
Yeah.
And an easy offside decision, Stuart.
Well, he must have realised he was offside. He may have cost
so
his
we're
team
good
a
to go
goal
then?
there.
Yeah.
Stones.
Okay. Never better.
And he's won the ball. Bernardo Silva. The supporters want to see him have a go.
Can they hear me when I'm back here?
And Bernardo Silva has it.
What do you mean probably? What does probably mean?
Chance for
I thought
Bernardo
you're supposed to be
Silva.
producer Dan.
Oh, marvellous
Yeah, they can hear you.
defending
I
to
forgot
deny
I
him.
auto-adjusted.
Sort
This
of.
might be
He's
ideal for the
sort of
counter.
producer Dan. See, the problem is
So
I don't
many
give him any time
possibilities,
to
but
like
it
work
didn't
on
happen for them.
because I want to work on other things.
Nice.
Oh, good looking run.
Nice. Sounds efficient.
Yeah.
He might
That's
yet
the problem.
finish. De Bruyne.
He's
Tremendous
boiling
block.
back there. I can't see him, but I know he is.
Hey, I mean, you guys can prioritize what you want. If you cared, you'd make it a priority.
Linus-led development.
Exactly.
Prioritizing what I want.
Yeah.
It's good. It's a
WAN
good
show
thing.
dark mode.
Yeah. Well, I want to dedicate more time to WAN show. There's some plans. There's some
Jude
good plans
Bellingham.
actually to make WAN show better, but there's some really
Trippier.
high importance, wide impact things that
Perfectly positioned to take it away.
Dana's signed right now.
Wide impact.
Yeah.
Whose nickname is that?
Kane.
Wow.
But you said that
I
I'm
don't
in,
know if there's a good way
you
to
said that I'm in
interpret that.
charge of
Ball
them.
here.
Oh, there is. Yeah, you're just probably unfamiliar
We
with it.
have 20 minutes left in this game. And the ball
You don't know me at all.
De Bruyne. And he's making progress.
We sold our first Lux
Using his body
backpack.
to good effect.
There it goes. See you later, buddy.
Stonks.
Can I, am I able to, like, see who ordered it? How do I do this?
Was it a merch? It was a merch message.
Oh, what? Someone sent a merch message? Oh, okay. That
Opportunity
wasn't
for
our
Manchester City to
camera
take the
op,
lead.
David.
Corner kick it is.
I mean, probably not.
And they're making a change. Short
Different
corner
image.
favoured.
Well, I guess I don't have to look this up anymore then. It was David G. What a G.
We're going to curate
A
that
David
just
G.
because he bought the Lux bag, so it deserves to be
Fantastic work
curated.
to thwart the danger.
That's a dangerous path to go down.
Is it? It's just
Guaranteeing curation if people order a certain amount. We could end up with some pretty dumb stuff.
Just 15 minutes remaining. And winning it back.
We have a lot
Can
of
he
customers
find the right pass?
named David G. So this really is not going to
Good
narrow
Joanne.
it down much for me here.
Well, showing excellent
all right, forget
judgment
it.
to intercept.
I give up.
Now can they counter clinically?
Okay, should we do this thing?
Will they profit from this situation? Well, it looked highly promising, but it came to nothing in the end.
Are you ready, Luke?
An awful lot of green space to run into.
yeah.
Oh, it's probably Diamond Dave from Folk Nature.
That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances.
It does.
All square, and a draw, let's not forget, won't be good enough. They need a victory if they want to be promoted.
Well, can they get one more good
Birdie
chance and
TX,
take
you have a problem.
They've certainly been knocking at the door. It's going
I
to be
just
a
bought
great
a
finish to this
backpack
game.
last week, and I kind of want the Lux one, but I haven't even tried the
Well, he's
normal
got to be
one
pleased
yet.
with that. He might just have got his team a draw here.
Oh man.
How about the short
It's
corner?
silent says, are you really against getting $600 in exchange for having to read something dumb? Okay, so first of all, I'm getting $600 in exchange for a really nice backpack. Let's make that really clear.
Yeah.
And number two, I'm not worried about saying something dumb. I do that all the time.
He's concerned with the quality of the show.
I don't even need $600 to say something dumb. I'll do it right now. Boogie boogie. Bum bum. Like, whatever, fine, sure. Easy. God, you're such a cheap date. So it's too easy.
Boogie boogie bum bum, dude.
And now the corner. Can they take advantage of it?
I just, oh man.
Oh, you were just worried I'd actually say something dumb.
Yeah.
Well, that's fair.
Oh, I was expecting much worse things, and then he said boogie boogie bum bum. I was honestly just not expecting it.
Yeah, so it's not bad. It's just like if we guarantee it, people could send us like really bad stuff. Okay, we should probably start the show at some point.
Well, relief for the keeper. That should have been the winner just
The
there.
description has one of the banner as the other.
Oh crap. Oh man.
Counter-attacking, very much an option. Now he must favour the
Dad,
cross.
do you have your Teams open? Can you ping Nick that the shipping discount code in the description and the shipping discount code in the banner are different? And get that resolved. I don't want to pick up my phone and DDoS our eardrums.
Tension building, still level.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Trippier.
What you talking about, boy?
Call me
Well,
things
the
with bricks.
timing was nearly perfect with that header.
Okay, well, hey, I mean...
And that will be
I
all for
wouldn't
this
say
game
Lux
anyway.
backpack is a hit
draw is the result they have to accept, but
it's,
still on
we're
course
moving.
for...
It isn't not a hit.
It's a lot to ask. It's gonna.
We've doubled our sales.
2.
Hell yeah.
Which already makes it one of our top 5 moving items today for revenue. It's a really unique product. This is one of those things.
It's also a very unique style.
It was conceived a long time ago. The style's super polarizing, and I know that.
Yeah.
I've seen people that think it's ridiculous, and I've seen people that have tried to buy mine off me. And I explain, I'm like, no, I'm wear testing this. They're like, well, what? I can continue to wear it, and you can look at it when you need to. And I'm like, no, I don't want to sell this one. I actually need to wear test it.
When you left it with me, I brought it inside because like you've got things in it that are important. So I didn't want it to get smashed and grabbed out of my car or something. So I brought it inside and left it there. And Emma was like, whose bag is that? And she said it in like a kind of weird tone. So I was like, what? She's like, whose bag do you have? It's like, Linus's? And then just the immediate like body language change was like, oh. I was like, why? She's like, it looks like a girl's bag.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, why is that? And then we had a conversation for a bit of like why that might be.
Yeah.
And I think she's just too used to hanging around with me. Because it ultimately ended up being like, it's like leather and quality.
Because the men in her life would never own something leather and quality. I like it.
So I think in this scenario, I was the problem more than anything.
Yeah, when I was in Taiwan, actually, I had someone like try to offer me money for it 3 times, the same person.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was one of like my badminton buddies. He was like, first he like asked me, he's like, where'd you get that? I'm like, oh, this is actually our product. I was like talking about our products. And so I was like telling him about the development and everything. He's like, so I can get it on your store? I'm like, well, yeah, at some point. He's like, no, like right now. like I can go on the store right now and buy it. I'm like, no. I'm sorry. Maybe we've got a bit of a language barrier here because English is not a first language, and I don't speak Mandarin, so we're trying. But I'm like, no, like it will be like later. And he's like, no, I can give you money now. I'm like, no, you can't. And then, like, after the dinner, he, like, tried to buy it from me again, like, the next time I saw him. And then, like, the last time I saw him before I left, he tried to buy it from me again. Like, so I think for certain people, it's just going to be like, I must have it.
Yeah, they'll hit.
And for other people, it's like, how could anyone, want that?
It's significantly more, like, kind of stylized, I'd say.
I'm actually okay with polarizing, though.
A product like this is going to make sense.
I'd rather have, if you're going to have like a luxury product, I'd almost rather have half of people
that are
love
really into it
and half of people hate it than have 100% of people be kind of neutral on it.
I think that makes sense.
All right, we should start the show. Why do we keep not starting the show? Damn it! We were here so early today. We could have gone home at a reasonable time. All right, let's do it.
Oh, Conrad, I think that's the best username. He changes his username like every week. But XX_69-Conrad-420_XX is free. That's amazing. And the X's are different case as well. So good. So good.
Classic. Real gamer handle vibes.
Yeah.
All right. So it's because I'm the one who starts the show. All right, I'm resuming this selected. We good to go?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go. Resuming now. What is up, everyone, and welcome to the WAN Show! We got a great show lined up for you guys today. Account locking devices sucks. Not a real topic. All I have is a link to something, so we're all going to discover it together. And AMD users could be banned in Counter-Strike 2 just for using a feature of AMD's drivers. Uh-oh. What else we got?
Just because he stole my topic,
I did!
I'm gonna do it anyways. GitHub Copilot might be running at a loss. I talked about this literally last week.
Nice.
And now we have news about it, so that's cool. We'll see where that goes in a moment. And then the other one, if I can find it, is Google defaults to passkeys.
Really? You picked that over PS5 Slim?
Yeah,
over Microsoft acquiring Activision?
Yeah, we all knew that was coming.
Over Intel's new graphics card that everyone is so excited about?
Wait, what?
No, they're not excited.
Oh.
That's what we're The show is brought to you today by Kudos, Grammarly, and Maximum Settings. Not gonna lie, no idea what that is. I'll be finding out alongside you guys. Let's go ahead and jump into our first topic today, which is that AMD users have the potential to be banned, like VAC banned, from Counter-Strike 2 for enabling a feature in AMD's newest driver drop. AMD made their Anti-Lag Plus feature available for Counter-Strike 2, which unfortunately is implemented by detouring engine DLL functions. So the idea here is that, very similar to NVIDIA's Reflex technology, AMD Anti-Lag Plus is designed to lower the overall system latency for a more responsive gaming experience. But Valve actually tweeted, and this is from their official Counter-Strike handle, posted? Tweeted.
Zeeted.
If you are an AMD customer and play CS2, this is in all caps, do not enable Anti-Lag Plus. any tampering with CS code will result in a VAC ban. Once AMD ships an update, we can do the work of identifying affected users and reversing the ban, but it sounds like you will not be playing the game in the meantime. I'm glad that they did clarify that you will not necessarily be forever banned, lose your hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of skins or whatever else that people, the kids buy these days or whatever. Basically, the way that anti-lag works is it periodically checks if the CPU is ahead of the GPU, and if it is, it throttles the CPU to send fewer frames to the GPU for processing to reduce the load on it. This reduces the frame buffer, thus improving the latency. As far as I can tell, maybe the audience can correct us here, there is no current response from AMD.
This was posted by Valve at like 10 a.m. this morning.
It is worth noting that I mentioned NVIDIA Reflex, right? Those users are not affected because, according to what I've seen, which I think came from Valve, don't quote me on this part, but they implemented it the correct way. They've implemented it in the game as opposed to just as a driver feature that applies to the game. I have to say, I do wonder if Valve could have simply not VAC banned. Like, could they just... Do you think Valve's doing the right thing here?
Do you mean, like, is there a different way, like, to, like, don't allow people to launch if they have this going on, and just tell them that they have to go disable it?
I didn't even think of that, but that's a great idea too.
I feel like there's some other way around it.
Yeah, is if they know what AMD has changed and they're aware of it enough to send a tweet, is this something that they could handle a different way?
Considering they tagged AMD in their tweet, I feel like this caught them off guard.
Actually, yeah, this is all making no sense to me whatsoever.
It's very weird behavior.
Yeah, how would Valve not have high up contacts at AMD? If I'm AMD, I'm actually probably kind of ticked off right now.
Yeah.
Because this reflects poorly on our product, even if we didn't, strictly speaking, do anything wrong other than try to improve the experience for our users. But then again, maybe Valve's kind of teed off right now because AMD should tell them before making any changes.
I think Valve is getting a lot of negative press right now for CS2 in general, which we can talk about as a part of this topic. And maybe they're trying to like shift some of that elsewhere. I don't know. That's just a potential idea. But this was very weird. Seeing it just blown up in a tweet, them tagging AMD directly. I don't know if it comes across as the most professional ever.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I'm actually not really
weird.
I'm not really liking the way that they're handling this.
Feels weird.
And making it the problem of the user.
Yeah. They do say, I think somewhere, yeah, once AMD ships an update, we can work on identifying affected users and reversing their ban. It sounds like they're going to try to fix it for people because, not everyone has Twitter. And I haven't checked, but as far as I know, it's not telling people in the game. They just have to know from this tweet, basically.
But then, let's go the other way again. Then, I mean, from Valve's point of view, if you're mucking around with DLLs, then as a graphics card manufacturer and driver writer, should you know better than that? Should AMD have known better than to mess around with this for a competitive online game, especially one
Very
that
likely.
just launched?
I still think as Valve, I handle this differently. I still think you can even send that tweet out, but in a way that's a little different, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that if they just basically said, anytime you're using all caps, you probably need to just...
Yeah. Do the like really big breathe in, pause, additional small breathe in, breathe out, go for a walk. He's going for a walk right now. Yeah, he's literally going outside. I think he's attempting to touch grass. I think he's touching grass right now.
I've also witnessed
He's
this.
actively touching grass. He has acquired grass.
Oh God, he's not going to make us touch it.
It's returning into the building. He touched grass.
Okay.
Ew.
Yeah.
Then we take the caps lock off and
retype.
Say whatever it is that we need to say.
Yeah.
I would do well to take this advice.
Yeah, maybe here and there, but yeah, it seemed I wouldn't give it an A+ as a response. But Yeah, I would like to see. I think, you know, the like don't allow people to queue thing, if they have it. If they don't have that feature already, I think they're hoping that AMD would fix this before they would be able to roll it out.
Yeah,
so they're just trying to get ahead of it.
And like if they, I don't know, I feel like if they can detect this change, temporarily, you know, they could do something as simple, like you said, as not allowing people to queue and popping up an error message. I don't know. Can I change gears a little bit here though, and say something positive about Counter-Strike 2?
Have you played it?
I played it.
Okay.
Sort of.
Okay.
I did some like practice stuff with it because I was working on a video and we needed some games for benchmarking, and everyone knows Counter-Strike is the best game benchmark. I am so excited to play Counter-Strike 2. Do you know why?
No.
Do you remember that like thing, that like tirade I launched into about how ridiculous I think non-random spray patterns are? And how it was clear to me that the intent of the attempt to create randomness in recoil by just having sort of like a fixed thing was clearly a limitation of like early game design and not the designer's intent. And this whole thing where we just like memorize it and draw patterns with our mouse, to me is like it's vestigial in my opinion. And a lot of people disagree with me, and that's super cool. But it looks like Valve is on my side. There's a new crosshair in Counter-Strike 2 that just shows you where the bullet will actually go and moves around according to the recoil pattern. It's built right into the game. It's like an adaptive crosshair. And I was only practicing on bots, but my time to kill was ridiculously low compared to what I've ever been able to achieve in that game. I am so excited to play it now.
Really?
Yeah. You don't have to just fucking guess where your fucking bullet is gonna go. It actually just shows you like a functioning process. Even an iron sight would move. So if you can track it, then you can stay on it. It's amazing!
This is allowed?
I love it.
What the hell?
I love it!
It's called follow recoil?
Yeah!
What the fuck just happened? How the fuck did that shit just fucking glitch out? What a fucking lame ass. A 5900X can't play fucking, and a 2080 can't play Fall Guys now?
Look,
what the fuck?
If you want to talk like realism or whatever, because one of the most compelling arguments that was made to me
so weird.
Was that learning the recoil patterns could be equated to, you know, learning the, you know, how to handle a real weapon or whatever else. You could become more skilled at using the weapon, and that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But even on a real weapon, you would actually be able to at least see where the projectiles are landing with near instantaneous visual feedback.
Yeah.
So this is basically that, because a lot of the time, whether we're talking CS2 or we're talking some other game, you can't actually see a bullet hole where it goes. You have no flipping idea. So in a way, this is more true to the actual original intent, while still keeping things, you know, how they always were for the purists.
My brain's exploding.
I'm so happy! And there will still be a slight advantage to having it memorized, because while I'm sitting there kind of like keeping my crosshair on someone,
yeah,
you'll be having your muscle memory, which is great, which is fine. But what it means is that players who don't have it memorized are not just basically turning every gun into a shotgun, which is how it works now, as far as I can tell.
You know what's interesting too is that with CS2, there's been a ton of.
I love what a salty like gamer he's being right now. This is so much fun.
You know why I am?
Sure, yeah, because you're a gamer.
I've been playing a bunch of Wingman. Had no idea this was a thing.
Oh, that's why you're mad.
Yeah. What the heck? Okay, like there was one thing we ran into, which was, I think it was called perspective audio or something.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out like why I can't hear anyone half the time. Like there's this balcony thing and I'm playing under the balcony and some guy just lands behind me and I'm like, I didn't hear him jump over the balcony. How did he land behind me?
Sure.
And I ended up figuring out that this perspective audio thing made it so that I like hear sounds that are in front of me.
Oh, interesting.
More differently than I hear other sounds or something. And I don't think it works very well because I turn it off and it's like, oh, careful, you might not hear things as like positionally as you did before. And suddenly now I can hear things and I know where people are by turning it off.
Right.
So I don't know if maybe that's a me thing. Maybe I'm just used to the old form of audio more. I don't know, but I swear I couldn't hear stuff, and then I turned it off and I could hear stuff. I didn't realize there was, you know, a setting that just tells you where the bullets are going to go.
Square Pusher goes, how's he being salty? He's just debating whether it's a good or bad thing. No, I've just known him a long time. I can tell from his body language and his facial expression.
Oh no, I was salty.
He's like, he was a super salty boy while I was talking about
I'm just
this.
salty because I didn't know it existed. I've been trying to play without it.
And you know what? It's okay. Look, for the people who are upset about it, I'll offer one more kind of parallel that I think might make it make more sense. Valve already has had, going as far back to at least 1.6, which is the first I played Counter-Strike.
Really?
So even going back there.
Are you sure you didn't play an earlier one?
Yeah, I'm very sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't a gamer.
Okay.
Like I didn't, or I was, but I had a Pentium 166 until like 2003. Like I couldn't play 3D games.
Yeah.
Anyway, so even going back to 1.6, it's not like the crosshair hasn't always been somewhat adaptive, depending on what you're doing. If you start strafing, it'll get a little bit bigger in order to signify that there will be a reduced level of accuracy. You crouch it, and it gets smaller. So this paradigm has existed in the game for
you guys are assholes.
20 years.
I think the thing that makes it kind of chill to me is if you're at an extremely high level, it's not really going to make a difference anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
But
like, now the difference between being an elite level player who has it memorized and being someone who's good at FPS but doesn't have it memorized.
Doesn't necessarily play Counter-Strike all the time.
It doesn't have to be this. It can be this. So you can at least whatever, or this. The point is it can narrow the gap a little bit so the game can actually be fun at all
and
for people who play FPS but don't play Counter-Strike.
It narrows a portion of the gap that I would argue is mostly frustration.
Yes, it's very frustrated. It's very frustrating if you mostly play games where the crosshair is where the bullet goes, and you drop into Counter-Strike and you go, well, between the netcode and the hitboxes and the utterly f***ing useless crosshair, I have no idea where my bullets are going.
So you've heard about
what is even the point? And now I get to sit here for 5 minutes and wait for the next round.
Yeah.
Like it can be a very punishing gaming experience for new users, and if they want to sell more skins, they've got to make it more accessible, which is great for me, and I'll just not buy the skins. I'm stoked.
Yeah.
I haven't been this excited for Counter-Strike ever, but I'm super down.
Are we gonna play at the LAN then?
Oh, I'm 100% down, because I might actually be somewhat useful for a change. Because I'm pretty okay. I mean, you know this. I'm pretty okay when it comes to like
tactics,
strategy, covering corners, covering flanks. Like I'm pretty okay at that stuff. My issue in Counter-Strike is I can't hit the broadside of a barn with any of the guns other than the very first bullet. Because because the meta changed from burst fire to just holding it down and memorizing things at some point. And so I'm just like, all right.
Yeah, way back when we first started, it was all burst fire. And then people learn the patterns and then do the full mag but know the pattern.
Yeah, and so it's just gotten to the point where the time to kill for anyone who would do that was so low that I could be sitting there with 100 health and they have 20, and I'd managed to put one bullet into their ankle, and they'd managed to put 6 through my skull, and I'm just kind of sitting here going, well, this is ridiculous. And it's not because I have terrible aim. I'm actually a somewhat okay FPS player. I'm okay.
You're better than you often put on.
I'm okay. Well, the problem for me is I'm all over the place, though. Like, we've logged into Halo Infinite and I'm like carrying. And then we've logged into Halo Infinite, and I'm getting absolutely nothing done. And I don't think it's because the opponents changed a ton. Like, this is against similar ranked opponents. I'm one of those people who, I don't know what it is, but my day-to-day skill variance is the highest out of anyone I know. And that's not
Jump
not just
over the
gaming.
ledge, you
like,
dumb
that's
shit!
something I observe in badminton as well. I play against the same people every week.
Super checks.
Every Tuesday.
That's a terrible example, Linus.
Okay. So
I'm gonna die tonight.
We've gone from handshaking to like, Luke, you're gonna be hard to replace, man.
I've known since last week that this week was gonna go very poorly for me, and I've just been embracing it. I've just been poking the bear, being like, I know I'm gonna get wrecked. This might as well have it be epic.
So, for those of you who don't have the context for this, I treated myself to a bubble hockey game a little while ago. It looks a little something like this one. And Luke had beat me once before. We play most nights after WAN since we got it. And he beat me once. He's had some close ones. Like, it's not like I just dunk on him every week.
Once outside of last week.
Had you? Was it 2?
I think 3.
Well, it definitely wasn't 3. I'd remember that.
It was at least 2.
Okay, 2 then. So he beat me a couple times, but like they were one-offs, and I had won like 2 or 3 other games that same night both times. Last Friday, he beat me 3 in a row. I was
pretty gapped too.
Not happy.
Like most games, they weren't won by 1 point.
Yeah,
it was.
I was not happy.
Yeah.
We had that first absolutely wild game.
That was a nuts game.
He beat me 7-6 in overtime, which I was not happy about.
Very high scoring.
Very back and forth game.
And the shots to score ratio was insane.
Absolutely insane. Neither of us could stop a puck to save our lives.
It was crazy.
And then the next 2 were not even close. Yeah, this week I'm not fucking around. So let's go, boys.
I knew he was going to take that approach since last week.
I was full effort last week though. Like, I'm not going to make any excuses. I was trying.
Yeah.
I was trying hard.
But you do this thing. So like, I just, this week will not be one of these down here. That's what. So I poked him the other day in the office. I poked him some other time, I don't remember. I poked him right here just because it's like, whatever. I might as well make it fun.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. Anyway, so Counter-Strike 2. I'm stoked. Let's play at the LAN.
Sweet. Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Nice. But yeah, there's just in case you haven't been watching it, the launch of Counter-Strike 2 has been
up and down like my skill level at things.
Yeah, a little weird to say the best, to be honest. Completely removing, that's not necessarily true, because I think people can still play through the game versions thing that you talked about in the past.
Yep, they can still play CSGO.
But who knows how long that's gonna last.
That'll become just completely ignored. It's like it's a very strategic, they know what's gonna happen kind of thing. It's kind of like when you when you release a community poll because you know what the answer will be, and then it doesn't backfire and you end up daily driving the LG Wing. It's like that. I don't have one yet. We've bought one on eBay because obviously you can't buy them new, so I'm still on the Note 9. Oh, hey, sorry, were you gonna finish the thought, or can I?
I have a little bit more to go over.
Go ahead.
So yeah, there's the like removal of CS:GO, which some people are unhappy about. There's the really weird hit reg issues, which people have been debating about quite significantly, about like what's actually happening and what's not happening. But there's a ton of videos you can find online of people clearly shooting people in the head and they're not getting hit in the head. And there's also videos where they show the hitbox, but people have been arguing that the hitbox that's shown when they're doing that is incorrect or something, and I don't know, something's weird, whatever. There's stuff going on with that. There's issues where like people just ranking up is just like not functioning in certain game modes. There's like all this stuff going on that's been honestly really rough, and it's been a weird launch. Feels like it was too early.
How can you be so early and yet so late?
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of true though. Like there was people wanting access for a super long time, but then we got it, and it was bad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dan and I.
Yellow stickers.
Don't worry about the yellow stickers.
Okay.
Dan and I, especially Dan, made a rescue attempt today.
Yeah.
And I am not going to say anything further on the subject. They're going to have to watch the video, but it's going to be a really fun video. I think, Dan, when's the last time you co-hosted an LTT mainline video?
I don't think I ever have, because I was sort of like an add-on person for David and your Game Gear video. So this will be my like first co-host.
Oh,
because I'm not like a writer, right? So.
Cool. Yeah. So guys, if you love Dan and you want to see more of Dan. There you go. That's all you get. Ha! Got him. No, sorry. So there's an LTT video coming soon where Dan and I attempt to recover some very important data that it turns out was on my foldable before it was killed by the pool. Did I tell you what's on it?
Yeah, the intro to some video or something.
Yeah. Well, the intro to a video. The intro to the video where my computer died, which is not something that is...
Which time?
The first time.
Oh, okay.
Not something that is easily reproduced. Okay, so here's the thing. That happened a while back. Since then... So when you guys watch the video where I repair the computer, you will be seeing an iteration of the computer that no longer exists because it actually died like less than a week later. Again. That time it was... okay, so... Well, I'm not going to spoil the first one. Pretty interesting. It just died. Okay, we fix it. And then the second time, this didn't end up being a video because I was like, look, I can't make back-to-back videos 1 week to the next about like my computer died and I fixed it. There's not a lot of content in here, but it was interesting. I had a leak in the hardline tubing that I was using. I was using PETG tubing, which I just grabbed from the warehouse, not knowing that PETG tubing is out of fashion now in favor of acrylic tubing for hardline because it's much more heat sensitive. So what happened was I used PETG hardline tubing, and during the Sonos like audio box wall video that I did with Alex, we unplugged an extension cord over there, not realizing that it was connected to the pump that was running to the pool. Now, normally thermal throttling would prevent that from causing any kind of an issue. The water would just get really hot in the loop and your CPU would throttle to save itself. But what happened was, it was a perfect storm, right? So we had no pump. The CPU got really hot. Oh, sorry, we had no pump. It was an all metal block, highly heat conductive, metal top, solid piece of metal from EK. And then number 3 is I was using PETG tubing. So that heat, with that heat conduction, with that heat sensitive tubing, caused it to contract and bend and
open up a little bit,
and the O-ring failed. So it killed not only my gaming system, but also the motherboard of the Storinator server. This is weird. 3 systems lower, but neither of the systems in between. Don't ask me, I still couldn't explain to you how the water killed this one and this one, but not these two.
Were those two wet at all?
And I was like, oh, there we are, like on, like the housing casing, like. But there were, this is a video that's coming where I will show the Supermicro motherboard and all the points of corrosion on it and stuff. Like it got wasted.
That's it.
Surface tension.
Controller games for the night.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
it must have climbed.
Yeah, it must have. It must have like clung.
Yeah.
Under, to something. I don't know.
Wormed its way down.
Water, man.
Yeah.
You can never make something waterproof because water will find it and it will it up.
Pretty much.
That's water.
It's got all the time in the world.
Oh no! Yeah, Chaos the Bomb. They had a Corsair Commander Pro fail on them, causing their pump to fail. Their PETG loop got hot enough for the fittings to be able to compress the tubes. Came back the next day to a puddle under my machine.
Oh.
Thankfully, it was off.
Oh.
No damage, but lesson learned.
Oh.
Yeah, very, very lucky. Yeah, years ago, my workstation got killed when the ladies' restroom flooded overnight hundreds of feet away. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. Water, it's like life. It
finds a way.
It finds a way, man. It finds a way. Dams and condoms. That's what they have in common.
What do I have in common with condoms?
They fail.
Things find a way through them.
Oh my goodness. Whew. Okay.
We can move on now.
Yeah. All right. What? I don't know. PlayStation Slim? Why do you care about this?
I think it's really cool.
But they release a Slim every time.
I know, but
we
now
knew there was one coming.
But now it's a faster, better one. Okay, no, the reason I wanted to talk about this is because I looked at this and I went, oh man, I can imagine the conversations at Sony that would have prompted this product. Okay, so you remember the original PlayStation 5 was available in 2 variants, right? Or well, not was, is, it's still available. So the original PlayStation 5, 2 variants. You've got the disc version for $4.99, and then you've got the discless all-digital version for $3.99.
How does that not email to myself?
In American
Share,
Yankee
Gmail,
or whatever they call them.
To myself,
and,
send.
As far as I'm aware, the majority of
should
the
I just go to
sales
photos
have been
because you
of
don't
the
know how to
disc version
fucking
because
update?
it makes a lot of sense that as a console gamer, you might want to collect physical
This
copies
is
of your
unreal.
games
What?
so that you have them in the event of, I don't know, you have bad internet or whatever else, and also so that you can resell them, which is a huge value and something that I think one of the big console makers is going to figure out and force the other's hands, I hope, and cause the industry to change, but for now is just not something that can happen with digital games. It's just, does someone allow it?
Oh, I thought you meant the other way around.
No, digital games.
What are you saying?
Yeah, with digital games, you can't resell them. So so right now, there is easily a $100 benefit to buying a disc version of a console and buying all disc games so that you can, especially if you're a prolific game player, so you can buy games, play them, resell them, and get that and effectively subsidize your own future gaming experiences, right? And I can imagine the conversation around a Sony boardroom table when they released these 2 separate SKUs of the product and then saw some user feedback that went, how's the optical drive not just an add-on module? Why did you produce 2 separate SKUs of this thing instead of just, I don't know, a USB drive? This is technology that's existed for 30 years
We've
or
also
however long.
literally had consoles that you can click in an optical drive since
Mega
Sega
Drive?
Genesis or something.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
It's been
I don't remember which one, but it's been a very long time.
It's been a long time. I mean, wasn't the original PlayStation the result of the failed collaboration between Sony and Nintendo to add a disc-based add-on to a Nintendo console? And so I just find it so funny that the new ones are coming out, or the new one is coming out, and that's exactly how they're doing it. They're like, oh. So you can get the new PS5 Slim, and it does not have a... Oh, wow.
The Famicom Computer Disk System. Availability started in 1986.
Okay, but that's not a CD. But yes.
It's a... You know what I'm saying.
But you're right. Basically, the concept's been around as long as I've been alive.
Yeah.
So Sony... Okay, here, let's go through the thing. Sony announced a new slim model of PS5, reduced in volume by over 30%. That's good, because it was big. I mean, honestly, it still looks kind of big, but... Anywho, and weight by 18%. Comes with a terabyte of storage. Will be the new default model.
That's my leg, not the desk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you know what? What's footsie between friends? It features a removable disk drive. A digital edition can be bought without the drive for a $30 discount. If gamers then change their minds, the separate drive can be bought for $80. While the console is portrayed standing upright in most of Sony's marketing material, this actually requires a separate vertical stand that costs another $30. So Sony has done some pretty clever stuff here, effectively raising the price of
Buy
the PlayStation.
the expensive one, or you might regret it.
They've done exactly what we were talking about in the pre-show today, presenting two options: an unappealing one and
an expensive one.
A more expensive one. So here, what does this work out to? Where's the actual pricing? Blah blah blah. New look PlayStation 5. Yeah, okay, here we go. So if you want to upgrade later, PS5. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so it's still $500 for the new slim PS5 with the Ultra HD Blu-ray disc drive. So that is unchanged. But it's clear that they are no longer interested in selling digital editions for $400 because that is now $449 for the new slim one. Then if you want to add the drive after the fact, that's $80, bringing you to $530. You want to put it standing upright, that's going to be another $30 for a total of $560. So they have effectively changed the price from $499 to $429 for the one that's fully equipped, and from $400 to $449 plus $30 for a stand, so $479. I hate the 9. For $480, or then if you want to add the drive later on after the fact, it's like $560 or something like that. Honestly, as far as ways of raising the price go, this is relatively inoffensive to me. I think that if they had just raised the price outright, that would be worse. But as someone who would have strongly advocated for buying the disc version of it, both in terms of the practicality of being able to resell your games and in terms of resale value of the console itself, what I suspect is that all digital ones are going to be perceived as less valued to people who are getting these things down the road.
I also might suspect, I know one of the big draws of PlayStation is a lot of their single-player games, actually. And I suspect if, you wanted to play on the road or something, I don't know, if you're in a situation where you didn't have internet, maybe it's down, who knows. I think you'd still be able to play with the discs. Pretty cool.
Yeah, so I would strongly advocate for that anyway. Yeah. So I don't mind this, and I don't mind it costing a little bit more if you go, whoopsie doodle, I changed my mind, because it's not that much more. It's $30 more. Yeah, about $30 more. Okay. If you change your mind after the fact. Here, you can have a look at what the modular interface looks like. I'm sure Dbrand is currently beavering away trying to figure out how to make dark plates in these shapes and sizes and all that. Unhelpful for Dbrand. It's slightly less ugly now. It is. I like the look of it a lot better. Although, I do think it would look cooler in different colors and stuff like that, and I'm sure that that's something that they can capitalize on.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of the monochrome feature. I was thinking about this the other day. Your car is growing on me.
No way.
Yeah.
The stupid Damascus Warzone stupid rap. You know what? It did the same thing with me.
Really?
Yeah, I
It's gonna hurt him to say it.
Kind of like it now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, my kids liked it immediately, but maybe that's not their childish tastes. Maybe that's just their more malleable minds. Maybe they're just more open to new ideas and experiences.
Because for so long, all design, all interior design, a lot of clothing, cars, everything is just
my house
white and black.
Everything in my house is white and black. Don't forget about gray.
Yep. White, black, and the shades between.
It's inoffensive.
Yeah.
But it's
not
boring.
Particularly interesting.
Yep, that's fair. I get it. Yvonne and I are, what's really funny is I was grappling with this on Wednesday. I was ordering a cage topper. Do you know what a cage topper is? It's pretty self-explanatory. It's a
I think I can guess.
top
but-
piece for a cage. Well, it's actually for an aquarium. It's for the mice that we have as cat TV. And I had a top for it, but it was a top I made myself, and it was made of just like some kind of particle board of some sort, and the mice are chewing through it. And in a house with cats, the last thing you want is your mice getting out, because it's, you know, out of the frying pan into the fire a little bit, right? So this cage topper is from a company called Quality Cage or something like that.
Sure.
And basically, it sits on top of your aquarium, goes about like 3 inches down so that it can't be easily tipped over by
curious cats.
Feline companion. And then it has a couple little ramps. It has a ramp that goes down into the aquarium, and then it has a layer, and then it has another ramp that goes up to another layer. So it turns it from just an aquarium into more of like a habitat that they can run around in. And I saw some feedback from other customers that talks about how they see way more of them just like running around in it instead of them just like hiding in their little burrows, and it seemed to be really engaging for them. So I was like, okay. It's really expensive because it's, you know, made in America.
Sure.
And
import taxes and stuff like that.
No, it's made in America.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really expensive before I pay shipping and taxes because it's made in America.
Right.
But as far as I can tell, they're like a small company and kind of do their own thing, and everything is sort of custom.
It's cool to support.
Yeah, custom built. And I reached out to them. They were super responsive. And so I got confirmation of what was the right product. And then I'm sitting there on the order page. I'll show you the options, okay?
This is interesting.
I'll show you the options.
So while you look for that, someone in Floatplane chat mentioned millennial gray, and that's like actually a thing. You can look it up. The like color spectrum of things in our world is narrowing, because back in the day things were much more colorful. You think like different grains of wood, you think all the different colors and patterns that used to be in homes back in the day, and then millennials are just like, nope. Whoa.
Okay. So they've got
That's
purple and pink.
Whoa.
And teal. All these fun colors. Ooh, look at Stardust. Okay, that's really hard to see on the screen. But what about Quality Blue?
Quality Blue.
And I ended
What a
up
name.
with Silver Vein.
Oh.
Actually, I might have gone with Galvanized because it's a little bit cheaper. And I was just like, yep.
Oh, wow. I see. That is quite expensive. Cages
Gray.
are oddly expensive.
Yeah.
Like the bird cage that we have is like really expensive.
I believe you.
I don't really know why.
Yeah. So I tried. I tried so hard to order the purple one.
But you still
or even Stardust.
Still just got gray.
I still bought gray. I can't bring myself to do it. It's funny. Yeah. Like, yeah. You know what? No. I mean, I do splash of color here and there.
You do.
But not in my house.
Yeah.
Everything in my house is black, white, or gray, because as soon as I choose anything other than black, white, or gray, I have to think about what goes with it. And I do not have brain space for that. I can't. That's impossible. Yvonne can do it a little bit. Every once in a while, we'll add some navy blue. Like that cat cushion that she made for the little reading nook thing that will probably turn into a makeout nook at some point.
Not there yet.
Not there yet, but I mean, might not be
not that far
off.
away.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about that.
What, making out in my nook? Weird. With me or
the LAN party's coming up. No, I don't know. Every once in a while, I'd think about like, what grades are his kids in?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Then you have that like, oh crap moment of like, what were the kids getting up to in that grade when I was in that grade? Or the stories that I would hear from my brother when he was in that grade or whatever, right? Like just, it's like, oh, wow. And like, when you're that age, you're like, darn parents.
Yeah, whatever, no big deal.
This is normal.
Yeah.
I wish they'd get off my back.
Yeah.
And then now I'm this age and I'm like, wow, they seem very young. I don't know. Oh man. My brother's a firefighter these days, and he was mentioning the other day about how he went to a call that wasn't a fire, but firefighters will often respond to like medical calls and stuff as well.
Someone fell out of their bed or whatever.
And it was a bunch of like it was a group of chicks that were out clubbing, and he was like, I just can't, like, he's like, they look like they should be in like
School.
Yeah. It's like, this is really weird. They look like children. Like, I don't. He's like, I wanted to send them home. Like, it's like, man, yeah, I think we're that old. I think we're that old now.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
Or they won't. A lot of people are not fine. So, you know that expression, the kids will be fine or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I mean,
maybe not anymore.
Yeah, if that were true, then all the adults today would be fine. They aren't. Okay, on that note.
Speaking of things that are not okay, I'm trying to find a topic that makes sense for that transition. Something does.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do it.
Why not?
Do it. Do it, you coward.
The merch messages are okay, though.
Right. We should explain merch messages. Merch messages are the best way to interact with the show. We don't do super chats. We don't do Twitch bits. We do merch messages. All you got to do is go on lttstore.com, get into the cart with something that catches your eye, like, oh, I don't know, this bread plushie, or it's finally here. The Lux edition of the LTT. Oh, no, the cap's open. It's okay. I had already consumed most of that beverage. The Lux edition of the LTT backpack in a stunning apple leather. Yes, my friends, just in time for Apple to stop using leather, we are using apple leather. It's kind of amazing how good it is. This is my absolutely brutalized. Here, check out how much stuff I load into this thing.
Yes, that's very heavy.
Yeah, this is my, like, I go hard on this thing bag.
That is also, like, way overstuffed.
That I've
like,
been using for...
It's pinching here just because he has too much stuff in it.
About 6 months, and it breaks in...
6 months? That's it?
It breaks in just like a leather bag.
Does.
Yeah, it's actually kind of amazing. So it actually fits better than it ever did and looks, other than obviously kind of changing shape according to what you store in it, which I've gone out of my way to put. I've been just carrying, I have 4 screwdrivers in here. I have 2 laptops.
Is one of them the metal one?
No, unfortunately. So I've got like oh, that's a mouse pad. Got my framework, okay, this is going to be a funny one. This it's all touchscreen one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it has like a keyboard like folio thing, but it's like two folding sides of a screen. It has held up incredibly well. I'm super happy with this thing. I kept waiting for it to have a problem, for it to, not wear nicely or, scuff in a way that was really undesirable, and just we're really happy with the materials. It's everything you know and love about the existing bag, but more luxurious. Anyway, the point is, in the cart, you leave a message, you'll see a little pop-up for it, and it'll either show up under the show, just like that one for Francis P., who just picked up a gift card, or our producer, Dan, will respond to your message, redirect it to someone who can better address it, or even send it over to us for talking about during WAN show after dark, or maybe even right now. Dan, do you have a couple merch messages for us?
I do. Let's see.
Wait, sorry, there's one more thing. Just want to mention this. I don't know if this will be a long-term thing. Right now, the Lux backpack is not going to be a regularly stocked item. We are taking orders, and we will do a production run based on how many orders we get. It's everything you know and love about the existing bag, but in a more luxurious material, so it's kind of a known quantity at this point. That does mean that there will be a lead time on delivery. But to kind of make this up to you, we are offering free shipping for your entire order with the purchase of the Lux bag. There's a code that shows up on the product page along with a whole bunch of pictures, just kind of giving you guys a closer, better look at it. You can see that at lttstore.com.
People are asking about the zipper pulls. Those are the new zipper pulls.
Oh, yes.
And he was saying the replacement ones are still currently being manufactured?
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan. You know what? No, we've shown the like prototype versions of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
here's,
coming just to replace all the ones on the
yeah,
backpacks we've
So
already
these are a
sold.
polished version of the same new style of zipper pull.
So a smaller run. That makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, you're not really gonna
I
be
don't
able to
think
see
it
that on your phone
matters.
or whatever.
Yeah.
All good. I don't go easy on these things. All right, Dan, want to hit me?
Absolutely. Let's see what we got here. Replacing my backpack because it got stolen. What was the most valuable tech item you've had stolen or lost?
Man, I had a PDA that was lost then stolen. I left it behind in the seats at an ice rink, and when I went back for it, it was gone. Actually, that's not the most expensive though. Have I ever told you about the time I lost my university laptop?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I don't think so.
Well, this is a classic Linus moment. It was early, and I was getting ready to commute into school, so it was quite a drive. It was even once I was living with the girlfriend's parents, now wife, not the same person, not separate people. Once I was living with the girlfriend's parents, it was still quite a drive, so it was really early in the morning, and I had to like scrape ice or something off of the windshield or just like condensation frost, and so I hadn't gotten into the car yet. I just kind of put my laptop on top of the roof, did my thing, and drove away.
Oh,
see you later, laptop. No
yeah.
idea where it fell off.
Yep,
that was my Asus M5NE laptop that I actually DIY built up myself. It was a bare bones, so I bought the CPU, which was actually socketed back in those days. Picked up some RAM, hard drive, and I got like an extended battery that was like a big booty hump on it that made it sit up on the table at an angle, but lasted flippin' forever. Actually loved that machine.
Mine was an LG G2.
Yeah, I know about this one.
I left on a plane.
You knew it too, right? And they wouldn't let you back on?
I'm trying to remember the whole story. I don't fully remember everything. It's been a long time.
I remember one key part of the story.
What?
The fact that the phone belonged to Linus Media Group.
Yeah, that's very true. I don't think I've lost anything of my own. Why would I do that?
Exactly.
Yeah. I think I got back on the plane and then it wasn't in the seat pocket, or they said to me it wasn't in the seat pocket. One of those two things happened. I don't remember which. They either let me on, I got to see myself, or they got someone to go look for me, but they wouldn't let me on. I don't remember which one happened though. But then I had some form of tracking on it. I don't remember what it was at the time. And it was like definitely at the airport and then left the airport and then disappeared. So someone definitely grabbed it.
Bummer.
I don't know. It was like definitely stolen.
For the number of times though that I have lost things, I've had far more times that I've gotten really lucky with things to the point where I still feel pretty good about my ratio.
Me too.
Like, do you remember the time that one of our camera operators left an entire duffel bag loaded with camera equipment just sitting in front of the hotel in Vegas?
Oh yeah.
And we just all got into the car and left for the airport, and they just left it there, and fortunately someone saw it and turned it back into the hotel, but it was full of like thousands of dollars of camera gear. And then when that same camera op did the same thing at an airport in Germany, just left it in the, like, when you disembark and haven't gone through customs and everything and security yet, they left it there. And we had crossed through,
just like
and we're not allowed to go back to get it.
Yeah.
It was just sitting in an airport, which is a really good place for an unlabeled bag full of electronics. When you have a shoot to do, then you need the camera for it. That was, but we got that one back too. Fortunately, someone who worked at the airport knew who we were, and was like, "All right, I'll go look for it."
That's always lucky.
Yes.
That's very lucky.
Yeah, we got very lucky.
I always tend to find that my hip to knee angle is very unfortunate, and I'm sitting like this. These are my hips, these are my knees, so things will fall out of my pockets, And eventually I just got so fed up with it that I like wear these shorts almost exclusively, and they have zipper pockets. Or like the LTT sweatpants, those have zipper pockets. So I'll wear those because I can at least zip up the pocket. But there's 2 times where my wallet has fallen out of my pocket in a taxi. And one of them was on a trip. So I lost all of the receipts that I had for the trip.
Got him.
That sucked. And I lost everything in my wallet, but I wasn't carrying cash. So honestly, the biggest value that was lost was the receipts. If I remember correctly, you got me for it, but it was like you gave me like a thing instead of money, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
like,
that
you
kind of
don't
makes
have the
sense.
receipts. I can't reimburse the cash.
Yeah, like legally, I can't.
No, I know. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
But like,
well, no, I'm explaining it to them because sometimes I'll talk about this.
No, this
kind
was
of stuff,
cool. I actually appreciated this a lot.
And people will not really understand how our accounting laws work and how our labor laws work because
you
it
like
works
100% need the
it
receipts.
works some other way over there or something, and it's like, no, if I reimburse this, and without a receipt, I have paid him and he owes income tax on it, period. Like that's, so.
If I remember correctly, the deal was.
So we circumvented it a different way.
Yeah, the deal was.
But he was happy and I was happy, and it was a business expense. So it's not like we did anything morally wrong.
If I remember correctly, it was like, okay, do a video reviewing this thing, and then you can just have it. I think it was
that sounds about right.
Warthog HOTAS.
Oh yeah, okay.
I think that was it. I don't really remember. But either way, yeah. So that was the first one, and then the next one, I called it was an Uber, so I actually had the contact because the first one was pre-Uber, so I called the taxi agency, and they were just like, "You're not getting it back." And I was like, "Okay." But this one, it was an Uber. So I actually contacted the Uber guy, called him. He was like not doing rides anymore.
Yeah.
But drove all the way back and then tried to just like leave after handing it to me. And I was like, hold on. And I gave him a bunch of cash as like a thank you.
Cool.
So I made it very worth his while to drive back. But he was about to just like drop off the wallet and take off.
I think
and I was like, hold on, you should be paid for this.
I think I left a backpack on the SkyTrain once, or my wallet. And it made it all the way to the terminus station, and I contacted TransLink, and I did get it back. I think it was my wallet.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been pretty lucky.
Yeah, but ever since then, that second time I left my wallet in the taxi, I was just like, no. I like don't travel without zipper pockets anymore.
Cardinal says that's not true. You can use other methods of substantiation than receipts. Cool, but he didn't have them.
Yeah, because it was paid. That was like in that era. This was quite a while ago. In that era, I would pay for everything in cash on trips because you didn't want to use credit cards.
Yeah, because then the exchange sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the whole move was before you went on the trip, you would get cash out from the bank.
Yeah.
You'd go with cash on your trip. You'd pay with cash, and then your evidence would be receipts. So I had no form of evidence whatsoever.
Can I just say, shout out Roam Like Home cell phone plans and like reasonable like credit cards and debit cards with reasonable
that are
currency
getting better
exchange
at that.
rates.
Yeah. It's getting so much easier these days, but back then it was a huge pain. You'd have to land, before the trip, you'd have to exchange some money and then just hope that you had enough. You'd have to land immediately upon landing. You'd have to find a place that you can buy a SIM. You'd have to distribute your new SIM phone number to everyone that needs it. Like just all these like really just annoying steps that shouldn't honestly have to happen, but yeah.
Okay, second one I got for you here.
Oh, right. I didn't even realize we were doing a merch message anymore. I had no idea what started that
45 tangents. Hi, DLL. Photographer here. I want to get away from Dropbox and set up a NAS, but need backup. Thought about replicating my ZFS encrypted with a friend. Any tips for properly baking a NAS without monthly fees? Backing.
Yeah.
Oh, backing up.
So this is something that does exist. You can do it with Synology. The problem with Synology is you're stuck buying their stupid proprietary expensive NASs. So you're effectively just paying upfront instead of paying for a monthly subscription for a cloud service. And you get to buy your own drives. It would be way better if you could just build a NAS using commodity hardware and then set up features like that easily because it has never made sense to me that in present year, it's not the simplest thing ever to just keep the encryption key for yourself, send an encrypted something over the internet tubes, and then have someone else be like, hey, I got you, bro. Can you back up some stuff for me? And then it's just encrypted and they have their own key. I think we've talked about this in the past, how there could be potential liability around what the data is.
Yeah, so this is not legal advice.
Yeah, I'd probably only want to do something like this with someone that I trust, like a lot of things. But I would like something like this to exist, which is one of the reasons that I invested in a startup NAS software company. It's some former Unraid folks, and I actually got an update from them recently. They're still busy beavering away, and they seemed very apologetic when we chatted last weekend that they hadn't really said anything to us in a long time, and I was like, nope, I'm just about the passivist investor you could possibly imagine. I took very much the same philosophy with the investment that I did with Framework, where I pretty much wrote a check, which is to say that I asked very nicely for Yvonne to write me a check, and then I kissed the money goodbye. And if something comes of it, then great. And if nothing comes of it, then hey, at least I did whatever I possibly could have done to make this thing that I think should exist. So if these guys pull this off, their software will be based on an existing excellent NAS software that is just very obtuse and difficult for moderate to low skill level people to use. And should include an easy version of shared co-backup like that. Even with Synology, I found the process of setting it up kind of difficult, but we did do a video about it at some point. I have no idea what that video is called. So that's your best option for now in terms of something that is user-friendly enough that anyone who's asking me for advice about it could possibly hope to follow along. Oh, right, more topics. Account locking devices sucks.
Oh, yeah.
This is amazing, though. Hello, did you leave a printer here this morning, Monday, July 3rd? I got it working and printed this, but I can't use some of the features until you remove it from your HP account. Can you please take a moment to log in and remove the printer from your account? hpsmart.com. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Done 3 days later. Enjoy. This is great and heartwarming. This is from the LTT subreddit.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't
never
be necessary.
Very happy that person actually did follow through and remove it from their account. That's great. Very cool.
But so many devices, won't work at all with an account lock, so you won't even be able to get into it and figure out what the problem is necessarily, or if they work, and B, just even if they do work a little bit, no one will bother to unlock them, and they will just end up being either complete e-waste or partial e-waste. And I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't understand why. It added cost to this printer for HP to implement the smart hardware to make this possible.
What does it do?
I mean, that's a good question. You know what? Maybe that's part of it. Is I don't learn about printers or buy printers anytime other than when I absolutely am forced to.
Yeah.
So, sure. What does it do? Help me out.
Did you know the disaster recovery guide, which is like over 200 pages?
Oh, our internal disaster recovery guide.
Yeah.
Documentation for if bad stuff happens.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're probably going to print it like probably around 4 times.
Why?
If the internet is out, we should probably be able to access it.
You mean the whole internet? Like
Pretty
mobile
much.
data too?
Sure.
I mean,
it's disasters, man. There's contingencies in there for like if this area is gone.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you're not wrong.
We're currently effectively trying to figure out like how many copies do we need. One of the theories is one for each server room, and then one at each one of our houses. But that might be a lot.
I think one's probably okay. You said 200 pages?
It's big.
Yeah.
A lot of it will be blank. Not a whole blank page, but there's like a lot of unused space on some of the pages.
Yeah, I think if we went with one copy, that's probably okay.
Yeah.
Chat's all mad. Not one, more than one. Okay, how about this? One, and we laminate it.
Hey.
Take that, environment. Who needs microplastics when we can have macroplastics?
Who wrote it? Sean, also known as Whaler on the forum. New idea.
Sick. All right.
It's good.
2 and laminate both. I'm not negotiating with you guys. This is not a...
like genuinely not up
chat,
to chat at all.
It's actually up to him. I'm just giving my opinion.
Which is pretty solid.
Microsoft finally does it.
Would you feel better having one at your house?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
What if something super bad happened and you had no way to access the
I'll
internet?
walk to work. Let's go. Couldn't take that long. I mean, realistically, what else am I going to do? My family's all dead.
All right. I mean, there's also like, what if you know, like Google Drive is down or something? Like, there's other ways that you could lose access to it without every form of internet being down. 3, 2, 1 backup. I know. It's fine.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Okay.
All right.
I made a video on that, like, actually almost a decade ago at this point.
Yeah, so that's why he's forgotten.
Oh my god. There are things that I made videos on that long ago that I've definitely forgotten, but that's not one of them.
Yeah, like, he's not very good at hiding his porn anymore. That video is so bad.
No, it's great. It's actually so good.
We have made some very questionable content choices over the years.
Oh, it's very questionable, but it's actually a pretty good video.
Yeah. I mean, it's not inaccurate.
No.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
And it's very funny.
Sounds good to me.
C:/Tim. Yep. We've got a nanoculture here. All right. Microsoft has finally done it. They have closed their $69 billion purchase of Activision Blizzard King nearly 2 years. Is that how long this has been dragging out for? Makes sense why it feels like it's been absolutely forever then. The UK's Competition and Markets Authority approved an altered deal where gamers within the European Economic Area, so that's the EU plus 3 other countries, who purchase current and future Activision games will have the right to stream them on whatever service they want, while Ubisoft will hold the cloud gaming rights to current Activision games and those made over the next 15 years everywhere else.
What?
Huh?
What?
This means that while Microsoft will own the games, they will have to get permission and pay a license fee to Ubisoft in order to add them to Xbox Game Pass or any other streaming service.
Why Ubisoft?
I am sure that somebody knows that, but it isn't us, and it isn't anyone in our chat.
What?
Can I just put on my tinfoil hat for a second here? Is it that maybe Ubisoft? Okay, hold on. Now I'm trying really hard.
I really don't get it, because someone's like, Ubisoft is French, and this is a European thing, so maybe they found a French gaming company. But isn't like a massive percentage of Ubisoft owned by Tencent?
I mean, I don't know. This makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. I mean, everything about it. The fact that this is a 15-year thing. I mean, Microsoft is a company that thinks in 10+ year terms. This makes effectively no difference as far as I can tell. Like, yeah, it's a short-term inconvenience, but in the long term, Microsoft will just own all of those IPs and all of the streaming rights because there's no way they're going to renew this deal.
Here's a spicy question. Would you prefer Microsoft or would you prefer Tencent? Because they're both trying to accomplish the same thing. And no one really seems to talk about the Tencent side of this, but everyone's super pissed about the Microsoft side of this. And in my opinion, if we're going to be super pissed about it, we should be super pissed at the whole thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, we talk about consolidation in general terms, and I don't think anyone's happy about Tencent having their fingers in just about everything. Gaming.
It's like way worse in my opinion.
The Logitech G Cloud was something I was really surprised to find a 10-cent end-user license agreement in, and I talked about that in my review of it. I'm sitting here going, sorry, what? I have to agree to a 10-cent license agreement in order to turn on this device? I don't know if that's the case anymore, but it definitely was when I did my review.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ubisoft has the increase in game. Yeah. A number of companies wanted the cloud gaming rights for Activision Blizzard games and had to essentially pitch the Competition and Markets Authority in the UK. The interview-like process meant the CMA picked out the companies that would work best with its concerns over cloud gaming, and then it was up to Microsoft to ultimately decide on which company to restructure its deal with. Okay, so there was a process here, but it doesn't make it feel any less kind of...
It still seems weird as heck.
Roundabout and whack.
Yeah.
Do we use the word whack still?
I don't know.
I think it's whack.
Yeah.
This whole thing.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
It's whack.
Yeah.
You can quote me on that.
Yeah.
The Microsoft, Activision, Ubisoft three-way thing here, it's whack. So, in summary, Microsoft will own the games, but they will have to...
person extract. Let's go.
Hey, actually, W's in the chat for freaking all the other modes are like you don't lose things.
Yo, what planning on challenging the acquisition and will be submitting an argument.
But you won't bring anything in, though, right? Will you have like a default loadout, or I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I don't know.
In vertical, wait, what do you mean in like the DCMs? Do you have a certain loadout? Or
that's what Rob was saying.
Well, DCMs will most likely have a different loadout for everything. Right? Like it'll be whatever.
Well, they didn't talk about loadouts for that. We don't know.
Gets one of his big.
Oh yeah, I'm just assuming in any game where you're gonna spawn in with like whatever. Like Infected, you're gonna spawn with a knife or a shotgun.
Right. But the other ones you might spawn in with like a pistol or something.
They are launching
or maybe not. I don't know, dude. Like I'm excited to see.
Though at launch,
I know somebody was speculating one might be like a gun game or something. That'd be sweet.
One of them is a gun game. It's
Almost Monsters Arsenal.
It's a little weird here.
Yeah, that's bro. The whole car CTF shit. Like, what is that, bro? I'm excited about that.
Okay, I think it'll be dope, and this is nothing against Joker, but that's the one where I'm like, I have to play it to see if it's gonna be good or not, because that just sounds so strange. Capture the flag in cars, it could be like super addictive like Rocket League, or it could, I don't know how big the map is, you know, like it might be huge.
It is also very clear that Microsoft sees cloud
Where's
and
Joker?
console
If I know
gaming
Midnight
as
Society.
things that go hand in hand, because a console is one of the best understood.
Although I'm also very curious about Carmel's, because I have not played much of Juggernaut in any video game. I don't think. That's like old like MW3 game mode, I think, or something. I can't remember.
No. There was one in Halo, wasn't there?
Yeah, Halo.
Invisible drink chat. A genuine threat.
Yo, low-key oddball or like. Yeah, oddball might have been fun in this game.
That has a significant foothold in the space. I mean, Stadia disappeared.
There might be a mode where you have to carry a briefcase full of money or something from one side of the map.
Like oddball. Crossed your mind. Actually, you know what I would really love to see for a CTF game mode? I like a neutral flag CTF where the flag is in the middle and the team has to try to take it to the other team's base on like Canada.
Yeah, here.
That would be like football.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah,
Amazon
exactly.
Luna, cloud gaming service. Sonic.
Oh, I found which one.
That is.
I found where.
Is that what the CTF is, Joker? Okay, if it's actually like that, I actually have a lot of confidence that it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I think I found myself in the picture. I was like, oh yeah, I'm aiming my shotgun at Mark's.
I don't know what I can reveal. I don't even know. I don't know if I can say anything.
Yeah, but really, that's
say nothing.
One of their 4 highlight things. They're not sure if they had 6 highlight things.
There's definitely some aspirational space here.
Yeah, the Prime Gaming one. Not even
Tom Holland it. I'm excited.
No week.
Do it.
Now
We know you're excited. Look in the voice chat. You're just dancing away.
Dancing
away. I don't know.
Sorry, I need to see what this B game is.
It does it have Jerry?
Was that
Seinfeld?
B4?
Why does it look like Netflix? Bee Simulator?
No.
Does the bee date someone?
What?
Like,
Sorry.
Maybe
yeah,
it's just
I'm
me.
working on a. Oh, you're talking.
Metascore 58.
Never mind. Sorry, guys.
Oof.
Yeah, that's.
Did they display that?
no, you're
Is
good.
that
Speaking of
interesting?
PlayStations at the event.
So they.
I doubt it. I mean, it's probably gonna be all PCs.
Hey, you
I mean,
want our
HyperX
games?
Arena. So last time I was at the HyperX Arena, it was just
Wow,
like a bunch of
This
PC
is a
setups.
B-tier game.
I think
from
he meant
4
they have
years
it, like,
ago.
Bro,
Stations on the
yeah, I was about to say
Really, you're not gonna
PlayStation
acknowledge
as
that
in,
at all?
not the
Yeah.
PS5 or anything, but like the actual setup.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Definitely.
yeah,
They have
No, it was
Yeah.
It was good.
'Cause that's what
Apple
remember
Music.
Rob said that.
I was, but I don't think.
By
it's
the way,
really
I'm just
worth
gonna
it.
throw this out
Absolutely
there
is.
for any of you content creators out there. HyperX Arena also has a streaming room
B-tier.
that you can reserve if
Hey,
you
you
want to
wanna
stream at the
play
HyperX
every
Arena
single
during the event.
Ubisoft game.
Just
that are
want
all
to
the
put
same
that out
Oh,
there.
nice.
with different skins
Is
on
that
them.
something that
Oh, okay.
we're sure though is open
No,
during
I'm
the
just
event?
Salty about Ubisoft.
No, Ubisoft
I mean,
has
it's
other
not.
games.
It's not in the.
Oh,
It's not in the
wow.
back arena.
Which-
it's in the
which
front.
tower
So
simulator
I would
game do you
imagine
wanna
that'd
play?
be.
Okay. Oh, this is
you
just
can
an
always call ahead and
alphabetical
make
order.
reservations
This makes
for it.
sense.
I should
that
check.
is
like,
Like,
super,
like,
super
I'm
happy
wondering
to
if
do
like
that.
if MS is like using it or not.
Really,
Like
that could
really,
be.
for-
really does, doesn't it?
I mean,
for their
everybody-
like
they-
part of it.
because
at
they-
I
least.
mean, Far Cry.
Yeah,
yeah,
in LA too. Remember they
Like I
had
said, you
one
can
set up
so
that
they,
was for the-
Pretty
you can call ahead.
exactly
Like
the
if you were to
same as
call
with
like the
Square.
HyperX Arena,
That's
you can
the
actually
comment I was
ask and see if
But
there are any
Monopoly
slots
is
available,
different.
or they have an updated
Monopoly
slot
is different.
online.
Monopoly is just too close
and
to
they'll
real
block
life
off
now.
the
though. I
times
don't
that
think
aren't
people like
available.
playing that
Are
game.
we
That's if
taking
they
another
answer
one
the
of our
damn
own?
phone. I try calling them all week.
Wow.
Are we
What's up,
taking
Gabby?
another
Look at
picture?
more games.
They
I
have
think
Watch Dogs and they have
we're
Far Cry, and they have
good.
Assassin's
Does anybody
Creed,
need?
If not,
which
we
are all-
I was just
Now we
wondering
can
if,
get
we're- if we're good to
Ghost
post
I
it.
wasn't in the
Relevant at all?
picture,
It's
but I'm not sure if
Ooh,
I
last
trust
time I
all
played
that.
it,
Peppermint, is that good or do you need a new picture?
I
I'm good.
angrily
1 second.
refunded within the
Yep,
2
looks like
hour
it's fine.
window.
Really?
I have my art
The last
department
Ghost
working
of
heavily on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shout out to your
Beautiful.
art department.
Dude, just,
All right. Fair
just
enough.
put people
remember
flying. Like, don't even put them on the ground. Just let them like float off the air.
This one?
Is it because you're a salty
put somebody
gamer?
upside down.
No, because
Yeah,
I thought I was for a long
Make
time.
make them
And then
edit
a
some
few
flames on Dingle on top of
recent
the
games
zip line.
came out, and I was like,
Oh, I love that. Did I make it in the zip line?
There's
You're
a
on the
lot
photo,
of
yeah.
Ubisoft.
Just
make sure
published
the claw
titles
symbol's
that are
on his vest.
Definitely not in that list.
Dude, yes. I was listening to
Very
very Intel and
Dingle to
People
dingle.
are actually
Dirty
Dingle to
putting
dingle.
Claw
games
snuck his
that are
way in.
not
That's
there.
crazy.
I did. I
What
broke
What did
down
you
the
say,
book.
Cairo? Claw intel instead of very intel.
Dirty Claw Intel.
Dirty claw
That's
intel.
There's
crazy.
Trackmania.
Dirty
and
stinking
I've actually heard
claws.
a lot of very positive things about Trackmania. I've never played it myself.
So we're going to be
Thing
doing
is,
a
if
round
there's
with
only that many
pictures, or that you've
games,
already done the
Aren't you
pictures.
better off just buying those
We
games?
already
instead
did
of
the
signing
we
up
did
for
the
your
picture.
service?
Just did the
picture.
Okay, cool.
Kind of.
So the next
I'd
round is
appreciate
on.
it if no
I
one
think
killed
Next
me.
round
Next,
is
anyway,
yeah.
so like a
fry all you want to
It's
fry.
also better for the developers.
Okay, cool.
Already am.
Well, somebody Photoshop me in that picture. Somebody go grab my variant.
Later, everybody.
Bye.
I mean,
Hey,
no,
bye.
I would
I
like
can
to know.
put you in right
Later.
now if you send me a
Are you
picture.
into Luna? Do you like
I'll
Luna?
put you in right
Varieties.
now.
Good night,
Like,
Who
Parades.
am I sending this to?
Are the
Peppermint.
servers just empty and therefore
Who's that?
the quality of
Peppermint.
service is super high? It's possible.
Do we know? Is there going to be another? There's going to be another
Yeah,
inventory
exactly.
reset.
Servers
The
being
next
empty.
version.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a wipe every.
Oh yeah.
But we'll still have like the deep freeze stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, they give them back to us every snap.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me equip a different weapon. Hold on.
That is 7 p.m. Everybody who's ready for a queue, drop it in 3, 2, 1. Dead drop.
Dead drop.
The map ends.
Dead drop. Right
You
here.
vote for a
Right
vote,
now.
And then you vote for a map.
There's
But
Right
for
now,
some
dude.
reason, it
so
just
beautiful seeing this
doesn't
amount of
care
people.
what anyone votes for anymore.
God bless Enable
and
Soul.
you
It was a
can't necessarily
1v2
pick for
versus
the
the
game mode that you
individuals.
want. So certain people only
Hold on,
want to play
hold
a
on.
particular type of game mode. I personally like Conquest.
Listen here,
because
we're
it's
going to
got
go
that
into the
old
Proving
school
Grounds too.
Battlefield style.
It's going to be
We have all the different
fantastic.
vehicles,
We're going to get the
all the
pump.
things are in the game.
That is no chopper.
In my opinion, for me.
It's on the other map.
But I can't vote on it
So
twice in a row because
all
they
right.
hide it for
Get
some
out of here.
reason if you just played it. And then even if the whole lobby
But what
is
are we
like, you know what, we
thinking?
want to play
There's
this
no
specific map
collectible
or
we
this
know
specific
from
game
merch
mode,
at Snapshot
it'll just
7
be
event,
like,
but what do we think
I
the
don't
merch
care,
would be?
and just randomly select
I
something.
think it's
else.
gonna be
like
And
the
they
Snapshot
release
7
player
logo,
drops,
or
and
like
they
you know
release,
those
like, a new map
skulls
and some
on
other
the
stuff to kinda
DCMs,
offset
the
it. I don't
skulls.
think
That
that's
would
gonna
be
change
sick.
anything because
Be
people
a
can't
t-shirt with my
play
face plastered all over
what
it.
they want to play.
Yeah.
This is exactly the same.
I guess I'm
problem
saving
that
money.
Halo
I lost my
Infinite.
pin from the last event.
Okay.
Like
Man,
There wasn't
okay.
even in Halo Infinite.
Very
they didn't
upset
even
about that.
pretend that there was.
I had
a
it on
way
my
for you
hat,
to
and I was
say
going
what
down the
modes or
road on
what
my
maps you
bike,
wanted to
and
play.
just
You
Rip.
just
Flew off.
Now you can pick modes
Damn.
more easily. I don't know. I think
Pissed
you're
me
still
off.
just stuck in a map
Sorry, Mark, I
rotation.
had to.
But it was
Bro got
incredibly
money on the ground
frustrating.
practically.
It feels like gaming has
For
taken
real.
some significant steps back.
Man, I
You
had that thing
youngins out
kitted.
there, did you know that you used to
I
be
had my
able to
logo on
just
it, had the
go
dead
into
drop
server
pin,
browser,
and now it don't.
sort by 24/7 dust.
Okay, somebody has it out there
Find
for you.
a server
hope
that
so.
was
Hopefully
not
tonight
empty,
somebody's
everybody
got
in
it.
already?
full, and double click it.
Just
and then
found.
That's found.
Play
dust
as much as you want.
long
Let's
as
do
you
it,
want,
Good
guys.
luck
and
if
then
you're in the lobby.
See y'all
of
later.
Kyle.
We're doing a picture.
Boomsaw is ready.
Yeah, are we doing a picture or no?
24/7
No?
space Badwater.
Gold
No,
rush.
no, no.
I'm shooting.
Whatever
All,
works.
all gung ho.
No, kill each other.
You know what I suspect is that the playtime is longer
Ooh,
if you
already
force
popping.
people
Time for
to
pixels
play
is over.
maps and
It's
modes
time to
that
collect
they
on
don't
some
really
Texas.
care about and
Yeah, I'm
grind
from
them
Texas.
in order to get a bigger dopamine
I am
hit
from Texas.
when they actually get the
I
one
want
they
to take
want.
the open floor.
If I had
Me
to guess,
too.
I would say
I know you
that's
is.
what's happening
In
here.
my opinion,
I cannot
hello
get into
there.
any of these lobbies. I don't know
I
what's
think it
going
might
on.
be short-term game.
Oh, hello there.
I think so too. I think you're right.
General
I think
Because
that
it's dreadful.
Hey, no,
to
no, no,
dive
no,
into
none of
So
that.
maybe, yeah.
Wow,
You play for
where
a
did
long
you-
time because you're like, I really want to do this one thing, and then you can't do it, and you're like, I really want to do that. So you stick around until you can do it. But then you look at the
and when the new shiny comes along, I think you're easier to pull away
yeah,
because you can't just play the game the way you want to play it.
yeah,
It's so frustrating.
and like it kills me, man. Because there's only I don't care. There's a particular way that I want to play BattleBit, and it's gotten to the point where we spend a very significant amount of time hunting for the ability to play the game that we want to play. And it just a massive percentage of the time is just ripped away. Because even if the whole lobby, you can watch it, you'll play a Conquest map,
Yeah.
and then this will be a whole group of people that is like, yep, we want to play Conquest. So the vote thing comes up, and if Conquest is available, it wins by votes, or you'll watch it happen. It won't even be available for whatever stupid reason. Everyone clicks random, hoping to get it, and then just pick something different, and then everyone leaves. You'll see they'll load into the next map, you'll see it'll be full, and then just everybody's because now everyone's trying to hunt for the server that they actually wanted to play. It's like, man, come on. I think it's killing the game, and that sucks because BattleBit is really fun, and I feel like it's gonna die because of this. So please save your game, and I think that's the reason why it's dying. I could be wrong. Talking about Ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, if he could build a successful online business, then he'd have more to show for it than this shirt.
Yeah.
What color is it, Luke? Tell us, Luke.
Non-official clue. Non.
Convoy 83 put this pretty well. Luna is of so little importance, work can't be bothered to Fireball. And that seems to be the sentiment.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, apparently from the people who've used it, it's decent, and most people have just never heard of it, and it seems to be kind of a stepchild at this point, and that no one at Amazon seems to care about it. I mean, that kind of checks out given that one of the highlighted games they have on the homepage is a rando game from 4 years ago. Do you want to talk about Google defaulting to passkeys? Oh, we should probably be sponsors.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
all right.
We got 12.
We have 12 sponsors?
Great. No. 12 minutes into the sponsors.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
The show is brought to you today by...
Hello! Whoa!
Amazing.
Kudos is a free browser extension.
What a dick.
that lets you earn more whenever you shop online. And only for this October, Kudos will 5x your credit card rewards at select merchants, including Walmart, Dell, Samsung, and more. In other words, you could get up to 25% back with Kudos. That's free money.
And the best part is that Kudos is completely free. You can add Kudos to your desktop or your iPhone with just a few clicks, and Kudos will automatically appear at checkout to handle the rest. They say the average user saves over $750 a year. So embrace the free rewards from Early Santa and don't miss out on earning up to 25% back this month. Use code WAN to get Kudos for free by clicking the link below or going to joinkudos.com.
God, this is so bad.
The show is also brought to you by Grammarly. Oh wow, we haven't worked with Grammarly in a long time. Grammarly plays an important role in both business and day-to-day life, and it often begins with writing emails. The worst thing you want is grammar or a tone error to jeopardize a potential business deal. And our sponsor Grammarly is here to help. Grammarly offers generative AI assistant that levels up your productivity when it comes to tips, business emails,
What the fuck?
and more. And that's examples of ways that we use it now. Plus, Grammarly is free to use and try out, and it works on all your favorite apps. One of our favorite things about Grammarly is the ability to customize our preferred communication style with the set voice option. I prefer passive-aggressive. The features don't stop there. The reply feature helps us summarize emails and suggests responses to help get through our inboxes faster. So sign up for an account at grammarly.com/WANShow10. And if you want to get access to extra features, you can use that code to get 20% off Grammarly Premium. That link. Sorry. Maximum Settings is our final sponsor for today. Are you still gaming on a potato? What if I told you you can actually play the newest games on your old potatoes? What are you even talking about, Dennis? Maximum Settings, our sponsor, is making this happen. Oh, they offer high-powered cloud gaming PCs built on Linux Mint for you to rent and game to your heart's content. They recently transitioned from a virtual machine-based cloud gaming service to a purely bare metal solution. And by switching to bare metal, you no longer have to worry about the performance hit that comes with using a virtual machine. The best part, Maximum Settings doesn't distribute computer resources to multiple people at once. All the resources of the PC you order will be dedicated to you. They even have computers running 7900 XT graphics cards for that sweet 4K gaming. The process is simple. Just pick the PC you want, and within 2 to 5 minutes, your cloud gaming PC will be ready. So hop on the cloud gaming trend today and check out Maximum Settings at the link down below. This is going to be hilarious. We have actually worked with a service that had a similar program in the past, and the second we promoted them, they ran out of machines and were back-ordered for months because there is actually a demand for this kind of bare metal remote computer rather than a cloud gaming console, because you play games that you own just on a remote machine that you don't have to own. So it's essentially hardware rental instead of having to buy the hardware up
You
front.
might have a sick computer at home, but maybe need something for the road, whatever. Yeah.
And maybe your home internet, you don't have something with a decent upload available, for example, or something like that. Because you could also just stream on your home computer if you do have a sick computer. But yeah, Maximum Settings. Good luck, guys.
You've got some stock.
Here comes the love hug. All right, Dan, hit us.
Sure. How about a softball?
Ooh, I like softballs.
Well, this one's about badminton, though. Who would win in a badminton match, Luke or Dan?
Oh, Dan.
What?
Luke's body's broken. And I don't know if he can put his arm back.
I'm not sure.
Let's see.
I don't think I can either.
This is about... Ooh.
This would be very interesting to watch. I'll tell you
That's
that
honestly...
much. I love how we're all getting older.
It's warning me of danger right there.
My shoulders don't work.
Yeah, I can't really...
We went to the gym.
His shoulders are also messed up.
Yeah, we went to the gym the other day, and
I gotta pull it back.
I couldn't feel the left side of my face after we were done. It was concerning.
Yeah, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. That was good. It was it was good to do that.
Couldn't feel the left side of it. What do you mean it was good to do that? What? Sorry, what? Did I miss something here?
Yes.
Anyway, moving on.
Okay.
No. Just old nerve damage.
Got it. Really? So your shoulder,
it's a brachial plexus injury.
So the shoulder bone's connected to the face
No,
bone.
it's a collarbone sort of thing. So the nerves come down the side of the neck, they go underneath the collarbone, and they go out through the arm. So my collarbone hurts, which means that my hand tingles in some places.
Wow. It's very strange. That's wild.
We're doing stuff.
And I used to have a personal trainer to recover from this injury, and we focused a lot on the back stuff. And so every time I do something with a back exercise, it's like 300 pounds. And then I go to lift my arm above my head, and I think I can do like 5 pounds properly. It's very interesting. It's very
Wow. VNG Supernova says, I can't feel my face when I'm with you.
It's me and Luke. Except we're old and not doing drugs.
Yeah.
Cool.
Purpose.
Okay, next up. Sorry, I
Oh,
think
down here.
Anyway,
who dies first?
In terms of,
Oh, it's Raiden again. He's out.
Oh, poor guy.
Man, Luke would try really hard.
He's camping bags again. What is this shit?
Hey, speaking of bags, there's some up here.
4 fucking bags here.
Hey, body up here, body up here.
Okay.
On the bridge across.
Okay. Close bridge, far bridge?
Top bridge, close bridge.
Oh, you guys are speaking some kind of weird language, I see.
Right now, if you wanted.
Top bridge, closed bridge, up bridge,
Hit up
down
for
bridge.
28.
Pushing.
After party.
Up bridge, right bridge.
Hey, WAN team, what do you think about hardware keys for security? Is it worth using?
I did for a while, and I just find like Google Authenticator so much more convenient.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that...
Disenchanted, I think maybe is what you're going for.
What did I say?
I don't remember, but it seemed a little off.
It's probably wrong. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
What did I say?
I don't remember.
Whatever. Yeah. Because there's an issue of, like, if you secure things with it, a lot of people attach them to their keys. And if someone gets your keys, they have your stuff.
Yeah, but then, I mean, there's also cases where that could make a lot of sense, like a physical factor.
Totally. Like people are saying, like, hardware keys are much more secure. It's like, yeah, I mean, they are.
They can be.
But I think their flaws are often overlooked.
And one of the problems for me is that if you don't have your hardware key, there's no way to get into that account. So what users will tend to do is set up alternate authentication for when they have their hardware key on them, and having multiple factors that are OR factors rather than AND factors.
Means you might as well not even have it.
Means you might as well not have it.
And there's also a ton of services that do not work unless it's set up that way when it comes to hardware keys. They're like, oh, you can add a hardware key. You just also have to have an OR. And then it's like,
okay, why did I even bother doing this?
Yeah. So, I don't know. There's a lot of caveats. I think they're super cool. I think if you're in a very high security environment where everything can work with no ORs, it's just ANDs.
Yeah, you just have an outboard motor.
If it's just ANDs, then it can be really fantastic. But a lot of services in your day-to-day life are not going to work that way. I would even say most, and I would also argue that a huge amount of the most important ones to you are probably not going to work that way. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, they're neat, but not able to be used to the degree that you would actually want them to be able to be used to.
Like, man, I'd be super down in theory for a hardware key that's like nuclear launch, you know, like this hardware key and this hardware key, like if it was configurable to that degree. And like Luke and I could each wear necklaces with like a hardware UB key on them. Like, okay, we need to hack the float plane mainframe to update the server cloud. And we, both plug them into like both sides of the laptop.
Don't kill me.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me, sir?
Whatever, right? Like
we got into the Gibson.
I don't have a weapon out. I promise you.
Yeah, like that would be sick, but a lot
Hello?
of stuff never really. A lot of the early promises.
Are you
of
not talking? The fuck?
Never really caught on.
Why do people do this? Aren't you playing a proximity game?
All right. Okay, last one I got for you today.
Really, the last one today?
For this segment. You mentioned the need for Android or iOS. Having done the Linux challenge, what changes on Linux phone operating systems would you need to see before trying something like Graphene OS or Proton Phone OS?
I have no idea.
A lot of people have been telling me to try Graphene OS when I get my new Pixel.
There's a couple, comments about that. Yeah.
Wait, is because I thought Android is Linux to a degree.
Yeah. At least it used to be. I don't know.
So what do they mean by Linux operating systems like Graphene OS?
Hello?
Because Graphene OS is just like a fork of Android, if I understand that correctly, right?
Yeah, which is also Linux.
And open source?
So they just mean a different Android, sort of. But also Android is Linux, so a different Linux or something. Like it's, I don't know. It seems like sort of a weird distinction to draw.
It doesn't have
What
a call
the
screening
fuck?
option. I will.
You don't even talk?
I will not use any.
Holy shit. What is the fun in that?
And there is at least one option that has call screening. If Android got
Done with
rid
that.
of call screening and iOS had call screening, which I believe it does currently have, I would immediately switch.
That's why we don't play that game.
Milkers.
Yeah, dude.
Sizer.
It's so funny, dude. I can't believe he actually did that.
That's like that's hilarious, man. It's hilarious.
Nice. Then I might
Could you imagine? Could you imagine getting killed and you hear that? Jesus.
Yeah. Also got to look at like all the cosmetics and try out the season 5 build for Infinite, and I'm looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Dude, the showcase they did for Forge with forgeable firefight coming is awesome.
Wait, they showcased that there too?
Yeah.
Last week.
It was.
Oh, okay.
I'll be getting it this Thursday.
Oh wow. Okay, so you're like right in the launch window here.
Yeah.
Did you get the Pro or the non? You got the Pro, right?
I did.
That came with the watch. I knew you were gonna get the Pro.
I actually wasn't going to get the Pro.
Nah, you were gonna get the Pro.
I was not.
I knew it.
I literally had a saved cart that was not the Pro.
And I knew that cart would never get checked out.
Why?
It's just not the right one for you.
I know what we're about to play.
Okay.
You just need a bigger screen.
You want to know the real answer? Which I don't know if it's gonna make them like me more or less, but you probably know what it is.
Because it comes with the watch, so you can sell it.
No.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
So I'm pretty sure the cheaper one came with the watch too.
Let me think. What's the real? Okay, the real reason.
It's kind of lame. It's like actually kind of lame.
Does it come in a slightly different color?
No.
I'm racking my brain here too.
Yeah, I'm having I mean, it's not something stupid like the stupid wider refresh rate on the display.
No, it's not gonna. Yeah, that's dumb. I even read that on the spec sheet and was like, what?
Well, no, it's a power saving thing.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, no, wider refresh rate range.
Sure.
Hey, it's a lot of work to refresh a screen at 1 hertz. For real though. Like no, because like decaying and whatnot. Yeah, it's a whole thing. You know what? I don't know. Actually, I just thought it would be down to bigger screen. It has more RAM. I know you're going to use it like for flipping ever until it dies. So.
By the way, the call screening thing, I don't know if that's right. By call screening, what I specifically mean is not its ability to say, like, this is a suspicious caller. It's when someone calls me, I want to be able to press a button and have my phone talk to them and tell the person that I'm screening the call. And then when they respond, I want what they say to turn into text on my screen, and then I can decide to answer the phone or not. That is specifically the feature that I'm talking about.
So that's why you never pick up.
What? I don't screen your calls.
I know. I'm just
kidding. Yeah. I screened Riley once. Did I tell you about that?
No.
It was from a phone number I didn't recognize.
Oh, okay.
So I screened it, and then he was like, and I answered it because he said it was Riley, and I was like, okay, cool. But I get spam calls like once a day.
Yeah, he doesn't screen my calls. He doesn't
I
have
get
to
spam
because
calls
phone
7
book, so
times
he can
a
just
day.
ignore my calls.
Yeah. Yeah.
He used to be it's not like that anymore, but he used to be really bad about picking up my calls. I don't know what it was. Maybe living in a basement. and also just not picking up.
Battery low.
Issues was actually a problem for a while there.
It's funny how there's always something.
Charging battery.
Phone and have the stuff on that. I don't know if that's 100% true.
Hello.
I don't know if that's 100% true, because that call screening is not available on all Android phones. It's only available on Pixels.
I do not know.
I could be wrong. I'll look more into it later, but it's not just the warning. It's specifically the screen this call button that I want. Anyways, yeah, I was 100% gonna buy the cheaper one.
Yep, and then I knew it. All right, hit me.
I did it because you convinced me on WAN Show.
Nice. Yes. Which is why I knew it.
If I didn't ask on WAN Show, I would have just bought the cheaper one, and honestly, probably been fine with it.
Yeah. No,
but,
yeah, you'll like it better.
But I think that because I didn't have much trust in the longevity of the device.
That's fair. I mean,
and I think honestly,
kind of a pixel guy.
Yeah, I think buying the Pro is honestly a bit of a gambling that it will last longer than I honestly expect it might.
Yeah, because it has the same SoC, but it's driving a higher resolution display. So, will you feel the lag more as it ages? Maybe. Maybe not, but maybe. But
the counter argument there,
yes,
which I don't know if you were even saying, but I was kind of interpreting, is like, what do I do on my phone?
Nothing.
I used messaging apps, email.
You do. Phone call.
I play chess.
Or avoid phone call.
Both of those?
Yeah.
Yeah. Avoid phone call is apparently like my most important feature on the entire phone.
I believe you.
And like very, very rarely, the only higher level gaming I'll do other than chess is I might play Slay the Spire like once a month on my phone.
Right. Yeah, I used to be a big like CAN gamer.
Yeah, I'm not in. Well, I am still now, I guess, but it's chess, which is like not a problem for anything.
I'm all about the Google News feed for my CAN needs now. Like
But like you don't need a fast phone for that.
Is it that the games just got too involved? Maybe that's part of it. Like I can't just jump into a game. Like I okay, at risk of TMI here, I don't take 20 minutes to drop off the kids at the pool, right?
Yeah,
so it's
I'm relatively efficient.
Charging battery.
I don't have time to like click through 18 different boxes that I opened today and then queue for a match and like sit and so it's. Yeah, maybe there are still really casual mobile games that could be good for CAN time, but I'm all about the news now. Maybe I just got old.
There's a couple, like there's a Final Fantasy game that I was all excited about that I got and played like twice, and then I was just like, oh, because I never have. The play sessions are too short. KOTOR, exactly the same. Play sessions are way too short.
Which Final Fantasy game?
I don't remember.
Was it like a pixel remake or something, or
you mentioned it, so I picked it up.
Really?
Yeah. I don't remember what it was.
Oh man.
I could find it, but
yeah, no, yeah. What's it called?
Let me see.
Man, there's a lot of Final Fantasy games for mobile.
I installed Warcraft Rumble, played it once, was like, wow, this is a cash grab, and immediately uninstalled it. It was free though, so I don't feel that bad. Final Fantasy Dimensions? Is that it?
I've been meaning to play that. I haven't even played it yet.
So it seems cool. It's just
not toilet compatible.
Yeah. Yeah. Like maybe if you're on a trip or something, but then I feel like you're gonna bust out the.
You can bring your Switch.
Yeah. So
yeah.
It's like.
Well, my intention is to play it on an Android TV device. That's what I was planning to do. I was going to play it on the Shield.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, there's no way I would play that on my phone because it's just the touch interface is just so clunky. Why are we doing this by choice?
Yeah, I'm not worried about the purchase. I actually do think I'll get my time out of it, but I think it'll be those like I am unexpectedly stuck here for like an hour.
Yeah,
I have nothing to do, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I have that Final Fantasy game on my phone. Sweet.
Yeah.
So like I think I'll get play out of it.
You do need to play Sixes. It is actually my favorite game. Okay, can you just at least hear out the deal first? If you play Final Fantasy VI, I will watch Pirates of Silicon Valley.
Okay.
Hackers,
Okay.
and I'll play the Titanfall 2 campaign. I'll do all three of those things. He's been riding me about all three of these things for actual, literal years.
To the point now where there's no way any of them can live up to any.
No, not even close.
It's impossible. He's gonna be disappointed
you
with
must
everyone.
do these things before you die, or you're like.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so what
I'm part of this now.
What happened?
I can't stop.
What happened?
There will be milestones. I'll tell you milestones after which I have to do a thing. Deal, right?
Deal.
Okay. All right.
Is there some? What's the best way to play it?
Activating the bomb.
You just asked the question.
Terrorists win.
I mean, as someone who, you know, grew up on it, hold on. Let me just see if I can make sure I get this right. Yeah.
Something?
As someone who grew up with it, I would say the Ted Woolsey translation of the original English version of Final Fantasy VI, which was called Final Fantasy III at the time.
Oh my.
Has so much character that it outweighs the inaccuracies and the quirks. However, there are much more accurate translations and even versions of the game with extra content, such as Final Fantasy VI for the Game Boy Advance. Because you got to remember, this game has been released 10 flipping times.
It's like the Skyrim of Final Fantasy.
It was released for Super Nintendo and somehow has never gotten the latest pixel remaster to like really, real layer of polish on it. But okay, so there's the original for the SNES. It was released for the PlayStation as part of an anthology. It was released on Game Boy Advance. It was released for PC in like kind of a kludgy, crappy one. It was released for Android. The Pixel Remaster came out for PC. That's 6 off the top of my head, and there's probably... wow. On this thin ice. No, but, look. I think iconic lines, like son of a submariner!
Terrorists win. You think you can kill us?
Okay.
I enjoy that line.
Even if they were not true to the original intent of the writers for the game.
What does that mean?
It doesn't matter. It means whatever you want it to mean.
Conrad thinks I should play the Pixel Remaster.
That's probably the one to play. It's got a lot of modern quality of life features. Like I played through Final Fantasy IX on PC. I bought it again on Steam and played through it, and it has this feature where you can just turn off battle difficulty. You can just be like, and so it has modern quality of life features. However, I would... You know what? No, I'm not gonna advise you how to play it. You play it however you like to play it.
It sounds like the worst form of subs versus
No, I don't care. This is fine.
Counter-terrorists win.
What way do you think I should play it? I'll play it whatever.
Well, no. Because I want you to enjoy it. So if you get bored in a frustrating dungeon, like the Magitech facility or something like that, and you're just like, oh, I got on the wrong conveyor and it's dragging me away. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna blitz through a couple battles. I'm not gonna tell you no. That's not the correct way to enjoy the game.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, I wasn't even really paying attention to that feature portion. I just meant version of the game. So do you still think Pixel Remaster?
Well, I haven't played the Pixel Remaster.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I would happily just drop into it for a little bit and say, okay, yeah.
Do you want to verify
cool.
for me, or should I just try to go?
I would say that everything that I've seen about the Pixel Remaster,
a lot of people have been very positive about
has been very, very positive. It looks like they have done a good job of updating the artwork while remaining true to the original style. lots of modern creature comforts, and without unnecessary, stupid, ugly changes. I would say that's probably the best way to go, but I don't know if I will ever be able to. I don't know if I'll ever be able to immerse myself in any of the remakes for little reasons, like they rename items, they rename spells, and for me,
I don't like that.
I don't. I
don't
find
like that they did that.
I find the old limitations. You know, I find them charming. I find the misspellings of some of the Esper's names because it was an 8-character limit. Quaint. It's sort of it is a relic of its time. And
if you think it's more legit to play the...
Well, I don't.
I will do that.
I don't, because I haven't played the Pixel remaster, right? Okay. So I don't... Why am I calling it a remaster? Remaster. Why are you not calling me on this?
I honestly didn't notice until you said remaster. Some of the charm of some of these old games is struggling and fighting through stuff, though.
No, that's true. And there's ways that you can kind of overcome it with emulation to a degree. Like one of the things that I would do when I played through later, not on my Super Nintendo, like on an emulator, is just set the emulation speed to like 20x. And then one of the cool things about Final Fantasy VI, that's a feature that I have seen repeated, but often see missed, is that if you just hold the confirm button
is this server specific
as you are going into a battle, it will just auto fight. Every character will just fight and just kill stuff. So if you're over leveled and you're just trying to like make your way through a dungeon
quickly,
you can just like turn emulation speed up to 20x and it'll just be like and so as long as you don't overestimate your leveledness and get annihilated while you're before you pull your finger off the button, then there's little things that you could do like that if you wanted to actually play like an SNES ROM, or I have a cartridge. If you wanted to pull out the Super Nintendo that you brought to your first job interview, I would be happy to loan you my cartridge. But it's an older game, and being able to save anytime you want as an adult with a life,
that would be helpful.
Kind of a big deal.
It's very likely I would end up playing it in like small chunks.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Oh man,
if Pixel Remaster is totally chill, I will probably go that route.
Yeah, the Warden, Meteo, greater than Meteor, 100%. It's just a character limit thing. Yeah. I don't even think that was a character limit thing, because I think there were spells that were longer than that. And like
Meteo just sounds like the spell version of Meteo.
Yeah, it's so cool.
I have no issue with that at all.
And okay, there's things that were janky, like it's Fire 2, Fire 3, because there weren't enough characters for Firaga, right? Which is what all of those are called now. And Lightning was just Bolt 2, Bolt 3.
That doesn't bother me at all.
Ice 2, Ice 3. Holy is called Pearl for some reason. So that's interesting.
You ain't lying, brother.
There's definitely some confusing things about the Woolsey translation.
Oh, he's fucking adrenaline.
And so
just sniped him.
He's doing what?
Team shoot.
Is adrenaline?
Team shot.
As a kid,
Kubi, I got a bag for you. I don't know what's in it.
Sounds like a member from the boys.
Kubi.
And what is he doing?
Full bag right here.
So he's juiced. He's on drugs.
He's juicing him. He's juicing him.
Let's see.
Homie got that venom.
Here. Mark has sent me a message. He's just got an email from.
Absolutely,
he's still
juiced,
up top,
bro.
It's because they talk about religious stuff.
You boys ever been to Mexico?
I was out of bullets and didn't know.
This is against
so just play top. Play top.
I've been to Mexico.
It must have just been one of those incomplete.
My name's the
Did you say it's only frijoles away?
For the trees.
Three. No.
For some fucking reason, they're speaking
Like the dancers
Vietnamese.
were less
With
provocative.
frijoles away.
Who said
you know,
Play together.
Not frijoles away.
Frijoles.
I think
Oh,
there's an
okay.
incident of like,
Alright.
like
Only
drinking
frijoles.
that is turned into
That's
like
awesome.
soda or
About.
something when it was actually alcohol.
You're
Something
awesome.
like that. Anyway, sorry.
Is
he
Go
coming
ahead.
up? Oh,
yeah,
you're
sorry, I didn't mean to
breathtaking.
interrupt. Marcos just
Thank
sent me a message saying
you.
he got an email from 20.
Are we waiting? Are we queuing? Are we queuing? Are we waiting? Are we queuing? Are we Zing? Are we sliding? Are we tilting?
You guys to have a look at.
Okay, cool.
My grenade hit him for 3 damage.
Okay, I'll let you know.
We're juicing.
Okay.
We're juicing, bro. Gotta get the juice,
You know
bro.
which address to send it to, right?
I'll make sure he
I'm
knows.
getting shot by fucking cleaners.
Oh. All right, sure. Yeah,
Good.
Thank you.
Ripping the
You know what you
fields.
should
At
do?
who?
Are we
At
Smooth
who?
cleaners to
Topics
bring
now?
them
What
all,
on earth are
like
we
to
talking about?
magnetize
Keep
them
talking,
to you shots,
about
and then
topics
bring
for
them
another
down to spicy.
45 minutes.
Spicy just killed me.
Cool.
You got a
Oh,
straw.
well,
Do you wanna
rip.
talk about
I'm
the
fucking
Intel's
trying to
new
fight
graphics
cleaners and he's
card that
fucking
everyone is talking
Wait,
about?
angle
You're
holding a
excited
corner.
about?
You guys die.
Yeah.
Well, that's too bad because there isn't one.
Oh.
Did I
there's a
already
graphics
dip?
card,
Ah.
but nobody's talking about
No
it and
one
nobody's
cares.
excited.
Yeah.
So this is this?
He's still
yeah,
alive.
what
You
is
think
this? Is this
COD
Arc
would
3?
I don't know.
No. This is Arc
4
Alchemist.
minutes.
This is still first generation Arc.
4
Yeah, I
minutes
know,
remain.
It's got a
Card.
straw.
4 minutes.
Jeez.
4 minutes until
Meow, meow.
we can
Yeah.
finally put this
The
dead snapshot behind us and move
A750
on
and
to
the
very
A380,
fun
okay?
snapshot 7.
It has
I don't know what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
That.
This is the
Not
most
just
fun I've had on this
units.
snapshot this whole
And,
time.
That's because it's the only time you've gotten in a game so far.
512
Absolutely.
2 gigs of RAM. The release was made.
Then you're gonna be like, man, this game isn't
and
like it
its
used to
pricing
be.
At $180.
It's really not like it used to
Back
be.
in
I
my
mean,
day.
Snapshot 5, man, I'd give my pinky toe for that one back.
Yeah,
I
Told
man,
you would.
Not
Pretty
dude,
good.
it's because you could hear everybody. It was
It's
just
because people
funny.
play the game.
Well,
That's okay.
yeah.
That's the real
That
reason.
too.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I like hopped on here like
I
2
would-
weekends,
I would
2
hazard a
different
guess that
times,
this
and like
has
nobody
something
was
to do
on. And I was
with-
like, oh god.
I mean, okay.
I sat in here with
This is
stream for like
speculation.
20 minutes,
This
and
is
I was like,
speculation.
well, guys, I guess we're playing Call of Duty.
That Intel was basically
Well,
sitting
that doesn't
on
help that like
warehouses
when
of
somebody random comes on,
GPUs
you got people that are just sweaty and they're
they
like,
couldn't
well,
sell
you know, I'm not
yet
gonna play
'cause the
anymore.
drivers weren't done.
They
and,
go,
like,
The fuck?
Oh, I'm sweaty.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro,
Are we that soft? Holy.
Nah, maybe you're just
there you go.
maybe you're the.
Are
you
we
guys
that
just too
soft?
good
Like,
to-
holy, there's been good kids. Bro, in Call of Duty,
everybody
you
obey,
dropped
man.
200 on
Thing
people.
I
They
would
didn't
say
just
it's
run
because
away.
Compete
I
with
mean,
those guys.
had them already.
Speaking of
Let's
Call
go
of
play
Duty,
Roadblocks.
And they have to
is
do
Call of
something
Duty
with
a
something. And so
controller
I
man's
think
game
this
now,
is
or
just
what?
their way of putting
Now,
it
it's always been it's literally always been a
It's really
controller
just a
man's
shit game, is what it is.
Dude, I am trying so hard
Thank God.
not
And
to just
the
throw my
price
mouse and keyboard across the room with that game.
card compared to
Why
Yeah,
would
I
you
know.
use mouse and keyboard on COD? It's arena. It's an arena
Bro, I was-
shooter
I
with
was sweating my
Just,
dick
like,
off.
crazy aim
There's
assist.
more money.
There's
with,
there's a small
not
gap,
making
a
money
small
on these
gap
things.
where
And
M
this
and
is
K
about
can really
getting a
thrive,
generation
and
out
you just
there.
you got to get good, man. I don't play games to have fun. I play games to have a grueling experience where everybody gets to watch.
Wait, I play
Well,
that.
in Call of Duty is a grueling experience because you never can get into a lobby without getting kicked or lagged or some other kind of crazy.
Or someone hacked on you.
Yeah, I mean, this game's in
every
pre-development, and you don't even have as many lags or kicks in this game as you do that game. That's $1 trillion industry. So,
Oh, it's $1 trillion industry now.
Trillion.
man, I don't know how much money they got. They got more than they let on. I bet.
They used to have an option that's PC only. Try that because I owned PC only. I was like,
input-based matchmaking. Like that's something that almost all games do.
Yeah, because PC only doesn't stop you from people playing on PC with controller.
it doesn't,
Yeah.
but controller people do not do that because they're like, I'm using controller because I need help. So they're not going to go into PC only.
It's so funny to watch the difference. Like you can tell. I mean,
I know.
you just tell.
It's like
It's
tracks
like the
for
drag
you.
sniping and the drag. Like there was a guy who saw me earlier tonight that would
the
not
swipe
have
sniping?
known that I was there, except his cursor like locked onto me as he was looking through this area.
Yeah, the aim
I hate to
assist
break
is
it to you
ridiculous.
guys, but games like to sell stuff and to sell stuff,
I
they
know,
need casual
it's money.
people, and to get casual people, they gotta tune up aim assist so they can get kills.
There's a lot of money because you got the consoles, then you got PC. Yeah.
It feels ridiculous.
Everybody
who's ready for a Q drop in 3,
I am really
2,
glad
1.
that the rumors
Bedrock.
ended
Let's
up
do
being
it.
false.
Jinx,
About
going to
Intel
game chat if you
dropping
can.
out and
Oh,
giving up
man,
on
The last one on cold storage.
Good luck, boys. I'm coming for everybody.
Dingle,
I'm coming
your
for you,
ass.
Cairo. I'm
Hey,
coming
yo.
for
Bro,
you.
I had you dead and I fell off the side of the map.
I saw you. Saw you camping up there twice.
Dingle your ass?
You're so lucky.
You're
buddy.
TTV so
You going
lucky.
0 to hero, Helmet?
You're TTV so lucky.
Dingle, remember that time?
Solid is all I'm really hoping.
Yeah, and realistically, you know, I've talked about this before. AMD has a money furnace, and they have lots of money fuel to throw in their money furnace. Even if Battle Mage isn't amazing, even if it's not an industry leader, as long as it's a little bit better than Alchemist, then at least they can continue to go to the investors and go, hey, but yeah, the other guy's still ahead, but we're making up ground here. Stick with us till Celestial. We got this. And maybe we have a legitimate third player in discrete GPU, which would be good not just for gamers, but also for the other industries that are using GPUs. Like how freaking tired are we of NVIDIA not caring at all about gamers because they're so busy shipping every wafer that they can possibly book with TSMC to the AI machine learning industry for crazy higher profits. We need more competition in that space.
Yeah, 100%.
Because all of those high-priced GPUs, I mean, that cost will get passed along to you at some point once the VCs are tired of just throwing money into their money-burning furnaces.
Yeah.
All right. Time to have a look at the 23andMe breach email. So this went to one of our staffers. Let's fire up my laptop here. We are following up on an email that we sent earlier this week regarding our ongoing security investigation. We learned certain profile information, which a customer creates and chooses to share with their genetic relatives, and the DNA relatives feature was accessed from individual accounts without the account user's authorization. So you decided who you wanted to share it with, and it was accessed by someone else. While the investigation is ongoing, we believe the threat actor was able to access certain accounts in instances where the usernames and passwords that were used were the same as those used on other websites that had been previously compromised. So, so if you go on a site like haveibeenpwned.com, you can find out if a username password combo has been already breached, and make sure that you change that and don't use it anywhere else. And also, don't do that. Use unique passwords on every site and use a password manager, please.
This doesn't line up for me, but we can talk more about that later.
How does this impact you? We have identified your DNA relative's profile as one that was impacted in this incident. Specifically, there was unauthorized access to one or more accounts that were connected to you.
God damn, look at all those chats. What the fuck?
In this feature was exposed to the threat actor. Great, so your profile information was exposed. You can see a full list of the types of information that may have been included in your profile here. What are you doing about this? We're working with third-party forensic experts. Where's the part where there's any kind of actual legal liability for any of this? That's what I don't understand. Like, Luke, I remember... sorry?
I'm not. Twitch died.
Oh, okay.
Not us, though.
Well, that's unfortunate. That's fine.
Yeah, we're still fine.
So... where's I going with this?
No legal ramifications.
Yeah, right. I remember talking about this when we started the forum. And I basically, anytime we were collecting any kind of personal information, like remember when we set up the ability for people to support the forum through memberships?
Yeah.
And I was like, yo, do we have any payment information?
Let's make sure we're not storing credit cards.
And you were like, no, man, don't worry. I got this. And I'm like, okay, because I don't want anything. Name, email, that's already... like the maximum amount of information that I need to store about someone. If they voluntarily fill out like their birthday or whatever, like that's on them. But I don't want to be in a position where we're holding on to anything like payment information or anything that could turn into a real world security threat. And part of that came from a place of being concerned about legal liability. But part of it
just came from understanding
what
that
the personal liability
breaches happen.
Yeah.
Well, not just not liability, because liability is like that's a legal
Maybe a
term.
legal term. Yeah, I
But
didn't
just-
mean it that way.
But just personal responsibility.
There we go. Yeah.
I don't want to hold on to stuff that when inevitably it gets accessed, it's going to be a big problem for you.
Never wanted to like care that much.
And so what I am trying to understand is why something that was intuitive and common sense, not just to me, I'm not some unique big brain genius to come up with this. Luke felt exactly the same way about it.
And full transparency, a bunch of years back, the forum did have a breach.
Yeah.
We talked about it on a WAN show. We were super public about it. This was a long time ago. And it was like, luckily,
we don't hold anything.
Yeah.
And so why is it that something that's common sense to us is not common sense, both to the companies that are collecting and storing this information and to the lawmakers that keep seeing this in their headlines, presumably, and don't take any kind of action? Because at a certain point, you can't just go, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. There needs to be actual
It's very weird to me.
consequences.
Yeah. The other part that's weird to me is the claim of, while our investigation is ongoing, we believe the threat actor was able to access accounts in instances where the usernames and passwords that were used on 23andme.com were the same as those used on other websites.
I mean, that would
Do
be true
they
at any
mean-
time. That's not a breach.
Do they mean an admin account? Or how does this person have millions of accounts?
I'm not sure.
And like, why is it being reported the way that it's being reported? And like, all this other stuff doesn't really work for me personally. I feel like there's more to this than they're admitting. Probably because they're trying to completely dodge any form of liability, like we're kind of talking about. I don't know. I don't know. Doesn't seem to work for me.
I'm very frustrated. Oh man. Matt STL says Shadow had a data breach. I'm not a customer anymore and haven't been for some time, but they left my account live and stored financial data as well.
Stored financial data.
There needs to be look, it's not that I want an honest mistake to result in indetermination of every company that makes an honest mistake. You can't swing the pendulum too far the other way. But on the other hand, there have to be real consequences that make companies treat this stuff seriously, because it's clear that they're not going to do it on their own.
People are saying it was credential stuffing. But did they get the credentials of a higher level user? Or was there really just millions of accounts that had the same login and password?
Nah.egg
really?
says, not sure if it helps, but I got an initial email from 23andMe, and I don't have an update like this. You might not have one yet, but also, yeah, maybe not every individual account was accessed then.
Maybe my understanding is just wrong. I thought it was like millions of accounts. Maybe it's not anywhere near that many.
Apparently Shadow got social engineered through Discord.
Oof. One account can have the info for many people shared to it. Oh. That makes a lot more sense.
Why would you be doing that?
I thought it was millions of accounts of a specific background. I heard a lot about a specific background as well, which is why I thought this. But now that we know it could be sharing, it could be one individual person that encouraged a very large community of people to do this for whatever reason and share the information with that central person or that group of central people, and maybe a multitude of them got broken into.
This is brutal. Okay. Well, at any rate.
Yeah, that's rough. That makes a lot more sense. I understand now. But yeah, yikes.
Google returns features following a Sonos fumble. Recap. Google and Sonos have been locked in a patent war for the last few years, which in early 2022 resulted in Google losing a case regarding controlling multiple speakers together in a group. Rather than pay Sonos a licensing fee, Google pushed software turning off that relevant feature on devices that users had already bought. I spoke out about this at the time, and my take on this was, Google, you actually may not just remove features from devices that you sold advertising those features. I am personally very frustrated by this Google Sonos TIFF because it affects me personally. I invested in Sonos hardware knowingly because it had excellent integration with Google Play Music. And I described this on a recent WAN show or other recent video. I can't remember when, and some people seemed to kind of misunderstand what I meant. I know that you can still use YouTube Music with Sonos. The problem is you have to use Sonos's clunky, crappy app. And honestly, even the speaker grouping is clunkier in Sonos's app compared to the extremely elegant integration that was in Google Play Music. So I never touched the Sonos app. I just would come home and I would be listening to whatever I'm listening to in my headphones, and I would go into Google Play Music, and then I would just use the cast button, the normal cast button, and I would just click it, and then I could click a speaker, or I could click a few speakers and confirm. And I don't know if it supported like static groupings. I actually can't remember because I haven't seen the interface in years, but it was amazing because it was just continuous. And then when I was on my way out, I would actually be able to walk out the door and just flip it back to my headphones and be good to go. It was just continuous music, and it was so seamless, and it was awesome. And then Google deprecated Play Music, and then because of their patent TIFF with Sonos, have never integrated that same functionality into YouTube Music. And it sucks. I know that Spotify has integration with Sonos. It is not as good. It is really clunky and inelegant by comparison. Gremlin Injector asks, but why did you trust Sonos? Don't you know better after their bricking debacle? I think Sonos learned an important lesson after the bricking debacle, which, if you paid close attention to it, you'll know never happened. Nothing is bricked. Everything still works, which is great. So yeah, I mean, anything smart can just disappear, which really sucks and is bad. But it seems like they actually learned something. Handyman says, LMAO what? Nothing compares to Spotify Connect. Do you know that? Did you use it? Okay, then.
I also have a counter.
Yeah.
Spotify Connect does not come with YouTube Premium.
Yeah. But also, I considered just switching over to Spotify just if it had really good integration, and it just didn't. I'm sorry, it didn't. It was not as good. It was not as clean. It was not as seamless. Google Play Music was really, really awesome with the integration with Sonos.
Come on, what do you mean? Come on. I'm going to subscribe to my thing on Spotify is if you watch a lot of YouTube, I don't think it's worth it, because if you watch a lot of YouTube Premium is actually fantastic, and it comes with YouTube Music, which is a not amazing app, but it still gets you basically all of your music. You can listen to it without ads. It gets you the 80% of Spotify. Maybe it doesn't get you 100%, but it gets you the 80% of Spotify, and it's not another subscription service you have to get. I don't know.
Anyway, as someone who had serious frustration with this situation, I basically went, look, Google, this is your product you sold, and the feature no longer works, and that really sucks. I wish you guys would just pay the licensing fee. However, it seems like, according to the facts of the case, Google may have been right here. So last Friday, a judge decided that some of the patents in the case were invalid and threw out the decision on the grounds that 2 of the 5 patents were actually filed in 2019, and Sonos inappropriately tied them to its 2006 applications so that it would appear as though they predated Google's devices. Google's immediate response to this overruling was to push an update restoring some of the old features. That update was released on Tuesday, 2 business days after the decision. Google likewise released a blog post calling for patent reform. This is not the only recent setback for Sonos, who apparently have been trying and failing to address an infamous problem with their $900 Sonos Arc soundbars that causes the device to occasionally emit a loud bang, described by many users as similar to a gunshot.
Oh,
I've never heard this. I have an Arc. Maybe it's only certain revisions of the hardware. I don't know.
That's not great.
Sonos attributes the problem to an interoperability issue with Dolby Atmos and has advised users to turn it off and switch to Dolby 5.1. Complaints about the issue go back at least 2 years. Okay, in that case, I don't know. I have never experienced this with mine, but who knows? Maybe that time I thought that someone was firing a gun in my living room. It was actually my Arc. No, I'm kidding. I've never heard.
You
anything
never
like that.
know.
I mean, our discussion question here is a good one. When companies remove a substantial feature from a device or a service, should they be obligated to offer a refund? I mean, I think that's the least that they can do. I
feel like they should have to do something.
Or like, you know what? Speaking of patent reform, okay, you know, what about this? What if pending the results of the litigation, Google pays the licensing fees into an escrow account that is returned to Google with, you know, interest or something like that from Sonos if they win, or goes to Sonos if ultimately they lose. But at the end of the day, this shouldn't be impacting the customer. That is definitely not the right way.
I agree.
I just want Google Play Music back so that I can cast to my speakers properly. Sorry.
It's okay.
I tried. I wanted to what is it called? DTS Connect or something like that? Is that what it's called? I can't remember. What's that other one called? SVS has a box streaming. SVS Prime. Yeah, here it is. The SVS Prime. I really wanted to like this thing. On paper, it's awesome. It seems like a high quality amp, and you know, the hardware seems great. It's, you know, AirPlay 2 compatible. I don't have an iPhone, but the way that it worked for me was through, I want to say, DTS Play-Fi. Yeah, this is their audio over Wi-Fi solution, and it's behind. Last time I used it, okay. Full disclosure, SVS would have given me a sick deal to outfit my house with those, such that it would have been, I don't know what exactly they were offering. I don't remember, but it definitely, what I know is from talking to Jake about it, it would have been cheaper than the used last gen Sonos boxes I bought.
Oh wow.
And I would have had brand new Prime Wireless Pros. And I just said forget it, and I just bought them. If I had fewer zones, I think from my experience with it, it was like fine, but I don't remember the exact details.
You have a lot of zones.
Yeah, I ran into some kind of an issue, and I basically went, okay, forget it. I can't really do this anymore.
By the way, Sop Cannon in Flipplane chat says that they're having that pop issue that you were describing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
so apparently that is a thing.
Well, Sop Cannon maybe should stop firing the cannon.
Stop pop cannon.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah, I know.
Actually terrible. Next topic.
Yeah, Best Buy nixes physical media. Meanwhile, this is hilarious. Netflix is planning to open physical locations.
Wait, what? I didn't see that part. The Best Buy nixing physical media is interesting. When I used to work at the Best of Buys back in the day, it was like probably close to a quarter of the store. It was huge.
Got them CDs.
It was massive.
Pick up that Sarah McLachlan.
Yeah, and you could tell over time
Alanis Morissette.
That section of the store was shrinking, and I guess now it's just shrinked to zero.
They will no longer sell DVDs or Blu-ray discs starting in 2024. This is only 5 years after they dropped selling music CDs. According to John Fairhurst, CEO of Limited Run Games, Walmart may also be dropping sales of physical games in the near future. And
Limited Run is awesome. Just a weird little shout out. I've gotten a few things from them. Everything I've gotten from them has been very good quality. Very cool group of people doing very cool things.
We've talked about this a fair bit. I think more recently when Australia was not going to get physical media or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Some of the movie studios weren't going to do physical Blu-ray releases in Australia. The highest quality version of a movie may simply no longer be available to consumers very soon, like almost now, starting in 2024. Like you'll still probably be able to buy them online for quite some time, but this is kind of wild. I don't really have a ton to add here other than that there are still advantages to physical media and there are still problems with abandoning physical media. But that doesn't change the fact that this tide cannot be stopped now. It's very clear. Meanwhile, Netflix has announced that they will be opening 2 Netflix houses. And this, please tell me that this is a play on Columbia House. That they're going to call it Netflix House. Please tell me that. These Netflix houses will have merch, food, and fan experiences.
Experience location is what they're calling it.
Based on whatever happens to be the hotness on Netflix at the time. They have previously dabbled in pop-up retail stores and experimented with immersive experience based on the hit show Squid Game. Can I just say, this actually makes a ton of sense to me. I see there's a bit more skepticism in our discussion prompting here, but
I thought it was like, go rent a physical copy. I was like, what are you doing?
Netflix land?
Yeah.
I mean, would you go to a Stranger Things themed, land inside a Netflix theme park?
I think some people would.
I mean, Netflix has a serious collection of first-party IP now.
I feel like I would go to what's that the game show one that everyone was freaking out about that Mr. Beast remade. You just said it, I think.
Yeah, Squid Game.
Yeah, I feel like I'd go to one of those. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, like you could totally have Squid Game experiences. So here we go. So Squid Game, Stranger Things, Wednesday. I don't know that they would necessarily own enough of Adam's family's IP rights to do anything with that, but who knows? Bridgerton, though. Bridgerton is huge. Stranger Things, which I already... Oh, wait, no, sorry. I already mentioned that. Lucifer. Yvonne really liked that one. Yeah, The Witcher, that's not their IP. But if they put some effort into it, I definitely see the opportunity in the long term for them to build out a theme park experience here. And I mean, Disney has certainly shown the way in terms of integrating theme parks into a successful media business. Oh boy. Yeah, people are talking about the Bridgerton. People have some ideas for what the Bridgerton zone might be like. Okay, this is not an adults-only park. Get your mind out of it.
I've never watched Bridgerton, but I've seen some ideas in chat. Okay, then.
Yeah, Bridgerton's pretty sweaty.
Got it.
Yeah.
In a different form.
Yep.
Not like tries really hard at video games.
No.
Kind of the opposite, I think.
Yeah, no, it's busy trying hard at other things. This is interesting. A California court has ruled that Facebook's ad targeting system is discriminatory, both because it requires advertisers to choose their ad audience by demographic characteristics like age and gender, and because Facebook's lookalike audience tool then matches those businesses with potential customers that have traits similar to their existing audience. This follows a court case where an older woman complained that she was being excluded from ads that offered favorable deals on life insurance because the ads were typically targeted at younger people and men. Isn't this interesting?
Why men?
This could change the landscape of targeted advertising. The case did find that her claim was accurate, but it's unclear why life insurance policies would specifically want to appeal to men over women. This is a note in our notes here. Now, younger people obviously they're less likely to die in the near future, but men are actually more likely to die younger than women of the same age.
That's why I was confused.
Yeah, so
maybe more dudes are like, I'm pretty risky. I should get this.
Yeah, I have absolutely
I don't know.
no idea. Men are apparently more likely to buy them. 58% of American men own life insurance policies versus 47% of American women. But there could be any number of
That
reasons
kind of
for
makes
that.
sense to me.
Like if it's only marketed to men, then maybe only they buy it. I don't know. Meta is likely to appeal this decision, but if it's upheld, the decision might require every ad-based platform on the internet, at least the ones that operate in America, to restructure their ad targeting systems. I mean,
Correct.
is ad targeting just going away?
This will really affect Flowplane very heavily. We'll have to re-engineer.
Yeah, the
many things.
$0 of advertising that we do every year. The free advertising that the parent company gives it.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about the 23-year-old coder who fixed a 22-year-old Firefox bug?
That's awesome. Sure. A 22-year-old bug in Firefox has finally been fixed by a 23-year-old engineering student who had never contributed to an open source project before. The bug causes tooltips to remain in the foreground if a user command tabs away from the browser before moving their mouse away from the toolbar. The tooltip would persist until the user put Firefox in the foreground again and moved the mouse off the toolbar. Wow, that sounds like a pretty minor bug, but I am 100% certain that would really, really annoy people with specific OCD. The issue was first reported in June 2002, and in fact, the bug predates Firefox itself and was inherited from the project it was branched off of. The issue was reported repeatedly over the course of 2 decades, but it was never resolved, likely because it was a minor cosmetic issue, not causing crashes, thus low priority. After being repeatedly annoyed by the bug, 23-year-old Yifan Zhu, which I hope I pronounced correctly, but probably didn't.
You did a great job.
Horrified to realize how long it had gone unaddressed and decided to fix it, despite the lack of familiarity with the Firefox codebase. But otherwise, no one else was going to. And then they did, and it was successful as far as I can tell.
That's so
which is
cool. They did end up needing a little bit of help from a more experienced developer, but hey,
that's one of the benefits
taking
of
initiative.
open source.
Let's go, right?
Yeah, that's great.
I think it's super cool.
Yeah.
What's not cool is the fact that I'm spoiling my children and turning them into little monsters.
What the?
There was a post earlier this week that was flagged by our community coordinator that reads like this: I'm astonished at how much gaming Linus gives to his kids nowadays. I know I am nobody to control him, but still, from their personal setups to the caravan gaming to server rack-mounted gaming and much more from the other video projects, isn't Linus giving too much luxury to his children? I mean, even with me, all the dedication that I have converted from the sadness and anger of not having tech luxury, at the most, I would only give my children a small game console in nursery, an Xbox or PS in first year, a light laptop in fourth, a mobile in sixth or earlier, and a gaming PC around some time, not 10 of the top-of-the-line RTX 4090 gaming PCs at age 5. Discuss. Okay, so hold on a second. Yes, it is very clear that my kids enjoy access to technology that is very different from what normal kids would have. They have pretty cool gaming PCs at the ages that they are.
But they're pretty time limited, and you make them do things. They have like goals that they have to accomplish before they can unlock certain amounts of gaming time.
But don't overestimate how much they are actually allowed to use them.
Yeah.
As a tech savvy parent, I may have the capability and the means to fill my house with technology. I was counting them, and I think in my house there's no fewer than somewhere between 15 and 20 computers.
I wonder how many screens.
Fewer than you might think?
A lot of them are surprisingly single monitor setups, but still TVs.
Okay, there's a fair number of screens. Yeah, there's a fair number of screens. There's a bunch of laptops, but those are redundant right now because the laptops that used to run the LAN center are just kind of in a pile.
Right.
Because we still need to do a video, like cleaning it up, and so I haven't cleaned it up on my own time because I want to make a video about it. Anyway,
yeah.
The point is, see, people ask, like, what's your power bill? I mean, they're not on all the time, right? Like, so yes, I have the means and the capability to fill my place with computers, but
that doesn't mean that but that also means I have the capability to restrict.
Yeah, they don't just have free range to
access to the computers. I make extensive use of parental controls like Google's Family Link and Microsoft's whatever Family Safety. I forget what it's called. They're not allowed to install apps without permission. They're not allowed to use the computers without permission. They have to trade at a ratio of, I think, 1 to 1.5. Piano practice or dance or other like activity practice or chores in order to get gaming time. There are exceptions. When we do like family gaming time, they don't have to do anything for that, but you know, that's not something that happens every night.
And that's a rule that a lot of people have. Like I know one of them too is like, if there's a type of game, like an example we had when we were growing up very often was like shooter games. A lot of people didn't want their kids playing shooter games below a certain age. But it was fairly common, I would find, with like my friends, where they would be like, yeah, I can't play shooter games by myself, but I can play like co-op Halo with my dad. Because like as long as they're playing together, they were like, okay, this is fine. So yeah, I don't know. Family time's always been different.
With that said, it's a valid concern and it's one we think about a lot. Thank you for raising it, and it's definitely something that we're cognizant of, and you know, it's tough, right? Because on the one hand, we don't want them to be spoiled little brats, right? Like I don't think that's anything. I don't think that's something anyone wants from their kids. I think it's something that happens by accident.
I'm sure there's someone.
At least, yeah. I was going to say 90% of the time, I would say that spoiled, awful kids probably happen by accident. But that doesn't mean that you can be complacent about it. That means that, if anything, you need to be more vigilant about it. So don't worry. We are on it. We are doing our best. And no, don't assume that just because they have a lot of options for devices that they can use, that necessarily means that they can just go on them whenever they want. There are some exceptions. I actually created a document a couple of weeks ago. I'm pretty proud of this little bit of parenting. The document is called I'm Bored. And the reason it exists is because I wanted to have something to point my kids to every single time they walk up to me and say,
"That's smart.
I'm bored." And so this is the I'm Bored document.
Do you want me to read?
Yeah, sure. You can read it.
Okay, so he's got locations. So I am asked, I'm bored, and I am at location X. These are the things that I can say. So everywhere includes hide and seek, tag, listen to music or dance, educational activities on phone or computer, camera play, take pictures to record videos of each other, do whatever, film little videos, do whatever. Forts, building tents out of tubes or crazy forts, other things. I used to build them out of the dining room chairs when I was a kid. Reading, comic book corner, swing outside on the porch, bedroom, cats, just play with the cats in general. Okay, we're upstairs. Here's this insanely long list of toys. All right, we're on the main floor. Arts and crafts, hang out with different people, play piano, yoga, and exercise. Okay, we're in the basement. All these other things. Oh my God, this is really long.
There is so much to do in our house.
This is very long. And it takes multiple scrolling swipes to get through it.
And for that reason, I don't want them playing video games all the time, because they could play dress up, or they could have a tea party, or they could practice magic tricks. There are some video games that don't need permission. If they play Beat Saber, or
makes sense to me.
Dance Dash, or Box VR,
all of those make sense.
Or anything that is like a high exertion video game, that's allowed. They're allowed to play Ring Fit Adventure without permission.
That also makes sense to me.
As long as they have it set to a reasonable difficulty, so they're not just breezing through it.
Yep.
Other than that, they're allowed to play games that we consider educational. So I would say for my youngest, for example, something like Wordscapes is considered educational. I would say that gets a little less educational later on. But if they
up to a certain age,
if they're using Duolingo or something like
ability
that,
level.
I would consider that to be educational. So using Family Link, you can apply different limits to apps on a per day basis, or you can apply limits system wide or to specific apps. So you could have 45 minutes of total screen time in a day, but an unlimited amount of this during that time, and only 5 minutes of this during that time, and a completely unlimited amount of Kindle, for example, is an app that is completely unlocked on the kids that have phones and other devices. We also have a Kindle that they can just use. Because I'm of the mind that I don't care what they read as long as they read. Make of that what you will. It means that every time I go on my Kindle Unlimited account, I can't find anything in the sea of stupid Minecraft books or whatever, but that's a small price to pay.
Oh my goodness. Are we doing topics still? Okay. I'll just blow through this one. I genuinely think this will be short, but it was in the call-out topic, so it is what it is. GitHub Copilot might be running at a loss. According to a report from the Wall Street Journal, GitHub Copilot, which costs users $10 a month, was losing Microsoft over $20 per month per user in the first few months of this year, with some heavy users costing Microsoft up to $80 a month. Microsoft has not responded to the claim that GitHub was running at a loss, but Nat Friedman, who was CEO of GitHub when Copilot was launched in October of 2021, called the claim false. However, Friedman left the company in November of 2021 and has not provided any additional details, with the Wall Street Journal standing behind their original reporting. At the beginning of this year, ChatGPT was estimated to cost OpenAI $700,000 a day to run at 36 cents a query.
Now, here, can I just jump in for a second? How does that account for the hardware? Because OpenAI would probably roll their own hardware. So is that just in power?
I'm honestly not sure.
Or is that with amortized hardware cost across it too?
I'm assuming that, but I'm not sure.
Anyway.
It's well known that most LLMs are resource hogs. Analysts have projected that unless these AI systems become much cheaper and more efficient, we might see a significant dampening in investor euphoria over AI due to the heavy costs associated with deployment and uncertainty around profit models. Yeah, so this is what we talked about yesterday, and whether or not the GitHub Copilot thing is necessarily true. Something that I still stand behind is the access to Bing Chat and now Windows Copilot being completely free is wild.
That's mind-blowing to me. Oh, by the way, apparently OpenAI is using Azure. That makes sense, right, because of the Microsoft investment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So...
The chat's going on. Woo, AI crashing.
Yeah.
Not yet. It takes a bit more time for the Silicon Valley investor bros to chill out.
This is part of the reason, though, why innovation has been what I would personally call stifled to a certain degree, is because access to this type of hardware has become so financially competitive that a lot of not VC-backed interested parties are having extremely hard times breaking into the space. They can't get the hardware power to be able to back it up. There's even like OVH emailed me this week and was like, by the way, we got GPU servers now. Heard you do video. You want some GPU servers? And I was like, no, because I know what the pricing's going to be on them.
Yeah.
If this was a few years ago, I might have been like, maybe we'll take one to experiment with. But now it's like, no, these are effectively AI servers or AI research servers, whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, not interested.
Twitch chat asked, what the heck are you eating?
Doritos.
Gamer fuel.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, we still owe you guys a GPU server, don't we?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll personally build it.
I'm not that worried about it.
Okay, but you could do something with it?
We could play around with it.
Would it be cool?
It could be. I don't know if we would actually hit production, though.
Would it transcode the WAN show VOD faster?
Yeah, I don't want to have to spend Saturdays dealing with this anymore.
But like, well, There was 2 unique issues in a row. I don't think you'll be spending this Saturday dealing with it.
Bet.
Did you just say bet?
No, I think it'll be fine. Yeah, it seemed to be quite unique.
No, did you just unironically say bet?
No, I said it ironically.
Okay.
Like definitely.
All right, cool.
Definitely ironically.
I was like, who are you?
If you thought that I had said that unironically, we would have a problem and we would actually have to have a serious conversation.
This is great. I just get to sit on the sidelines while things get spicy here. Sorry. Is that like a rude thing to say or something? Or like
bet?
Yeah. What?
No, it's just not. He would just never say it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, yeah.
I love doing that. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's like if like your dad unironically said yeet. Like it would just be like, what? You know what I mean? Like it's, I don't know. Anyways, you just attacked my Gen Z self. No, I did. The problem is that he's not Gen Z. That's why I was so confused.
Yeah, but I'm terminally online, but I use it all like absolutely ironically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's how it starts.
I know, it's actually become a problem.
It's a real problem.
I start saying things and then I can't stop.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that, and if I find a new thing, then I'm like, haha, this is funny to say.
Yeah.
I will avoid it, otherwise it'll become part of my lexicon.
Vernacular.
Lexicon?
No, I think you're right.
Which is it?
Aren't they both right?
Probably. Told you, he's got me into it now.
It's kind of great.
It's kind of great.
Yeah.
It's wholesome.
I like, what is it called? Meta modern, where we've moved past like the everything is cringe and being sincere is gross. And now everything's just like, yeah, I like this thing. And everybody's like, yeah, awesome.
It's so rare to find positivity in the world that it's like, wait a second.
That's the new era. It's like post cringe. Now it's just
you know
like
what?
being
I'm
wholesome.
so down with that because we talked about this earlier in the show. Everything being black, white, and gray, right?
Yeah.
It's the same kind of thing. It's like, no, you can't stand out and be interesting. It's like, oh, come on.
Yeah. Speaking of black, white, and gray, Travero, we should probably switch to Floatplane After Dark. WAN Show After Dark.
Sorry, Twitch, I gotta cut you off.
No, yeah, bye, YouTube.
I think Floatplane After Dark would be significantly different content.
Yeah. Ooh. I mean, we can upload anything there. Travero in Floatplane chat asks, what did you think of the Bill Watterson book? I have only cracked open the first couple of pages.
What Bill Watterson book?
Bill Watterson. He released a book. I pre-ordered it.
The Mysteries?
Like, immediately, yeah. So it was done in collaboration with John Cashed. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I don't know who he is, but he's a caricaturist apparently. That's what I was listening to an interview about it before the show started. That's
what you're listening to. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I got sort of sidetracked by. Mine arrived.
Horror.
Was it last week or early this week or something like that? I've briefly looked at the first 2 pages, but I'm not going to do this in multiple sittings. I'm gonna read it through because it's not doesn't appear to be a lot of text. It's like a modern fable or something like. I can't remember exactly what it is. It is definitely.
It's on Amazon. It's under horror manga.
From what I've seen, it is nothing like anything he has done before.
No, it's not very highly rated either.
And I am having a hard time so far from the handful of pages that I have glanced through understanding what it is and why. And you know what? Realistically, I don't care. I broke the no pre-ordering rule because Bill Watterson, through Calvin and Hobbes, has given me so much joy in my life that I could probably never repay him for it. So as far as I was concerned, it was just
here, take my money.
Yeah, here, take my money, because I actually don't give a shit how good or bad this is. But it does seem to be just kind of random. I haven't actually looked at ratings because I wanted to just keep my impressions of it completely pure. So I'm not going to be looking at, chat about it. But yeah, it's a new Bill Watterson book, The Mysteries, and it has this kind of unique art style. And I guess I'm really not much of an artist. I
I was more expecting, the writing to say something to me and less sort of concerned about the pictures. Yeah,
Can I
Watterson.
show individual frames of it? Including some writing.
It's on Amazon.
It's on the Amazon page.
If it's on the Amazon page, I'm pretty sure it's fair game.
Okay, if you're freaked out about anything, whatever, there you go. So there's like tiny little bit of text. Long ago, the forest was dark and deep, paired with picture, and then tiny little bit of text. So the knight set off into the misty forest. Year after year, they searched, and then picture. Does that match your experience?
Yep. So I'm looking forward to it. It doesn't matter if it's good. I mean, it might be good. It might be like good art or something,
Like
and then maybe
quality,
I don't get it.
but just not your kind of thing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's good or bad or whatever.
It's filed under horror manga. If I was walking through a bookstore and I saw that as a category section, I would not be pausing. I'm just not interested in the slightest.
Yeah, me neither.
I see also under frequently bought together on Amazon, there's this book and then the Calvin and Hobbes portable compendium set. And those are very different things. And I think a lot of people that are coming to this for Bill Watterson and Bill Watterson's Calvin and Hobbes contributions might be a little reacting the way you are, being like, what even is this?
Yep.
But then maybe people that are into horror manga, whatever that is, are super into it. Maybe. I don't know. This has low ratings, but when I look through the ratings, I think it's people that were like, I liked Calvin and Hobbes. What is this?
I think you only get one of these as an author or as an artist. I think you do get a mulligan or like something that doesn't appeal to your fan base once, maybe twice. But I think if he wants to like make a return to, being one of the most beloved artists of this generation, the next one should, without being fan service, probably appeal to the fan base a little bit. I'm not going to tell him how to do his thing because obviously man doesn't give a fuck. Like, and you got to respect that. So again, like it's back to sort of like, I don't actually care because I respect the attitude and I respect the previous work to the point where, what, $25 or whatever? Okay, just take it. Fine. It doesn't matter to me because he would never merchandise the IP. So I can't buy my kids a Hobbes stuffy, which I would happily do. So, all right, if this is the only way I can give you money, then I guess fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me this. Would it be wrong for me to leverage my supplier relationships with stuffy manufacturers to make a one-off Hobbes stuffy? I think as long as you make something for yourself and not for commercial use, it's covered by fair use. Is that wrong, knowing what I know about him not wanting...
Why does he not want that?
Because he thinks it cheapens the art. Also, I think there's a whole philosophical thing about, if he ever did a stuffed Hobbes, then it would answer the question once and for all whether Hobbes is real or whether he's imagined. But it's pretty obvious he's imagined.
Yeah.
But that's something he has never actually canonically addressed.
Well, it wouldn't be made by him, so I don't think you'd be ruining that question.
Mm-hmm. And I wouldn't be selling it. I wouldn't be commercializing it. But if I had a one-off manufactured Hobbes for my kid or something like that, is that wrong? Tell me, guys. Oh man, people are all over this. Yes.
I feel like if you made it yourself, I feel like the vast majority of people would be cool with it. I feel like getting it manufactured by someone else is going to result in a significant amount of people saying no.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the line, personally.
People are saying I bet they exist on Etsy. I'd actually be surprised. Let's see. Oh. Yep. Definitely a thing. XL stuffed tiger.
Ugh. Yeah. What is this? Oh.
What?
Oh man, these are terrible. No wonder he didn't want anybody making them. All right. Well, I guess we won't bother with that. I don't know. I was just curious. People are saying, I think if you made it yourself, it'd be much safer. I mean, I'm not actually worried about getting in any sort of legal trouble. The damages that could be claimed from me making one unit and keeping it for myself are literally zero. I wanted to just have a conversation here. Like, where's the line? You know, obviously you couldn't just commercially produce Calvin and Hobbes plushies without his express permission, which is why his publishers probably like, this sucks. Could have made so much money at Calvin and Hobbes' peak. Man, every kid would have wanted a Tickle Me Hobbes or whatever for Christmas or whatever it is. Yeah. But then, you know, maybe that's part of why it's had this kind of lasting appeal. It does only exist in the comics, and it wasn't cheapened in that way.
It wasn't Star Wars
commercialized. Yeah, I mean, I'm so tired of Star Wars. But
yeah, me too.
If there was any other Calvin and Hobbes, I'd be all over it, right? Like, I'll always leave them wanting more, right? First rule of show business.
And we went to the new Star Wars ones at the beginning. Did we see all three of them? I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I don't know.
We definitely saw the last one of the sequel trilogy together.
Yeah.
I don't think we saw the first one together.
Mm. Oh yeah, I went with my family.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure we saw the...
Yeah, like, I never even thought about this before. What a sign of failure. The first new Star Wars coming out for me, my entire family, who were all cheap, like I am, my entire family went out to the, like, deluxe theater that has the, like, really comfy chairs. Everyone even just, like, you could tell everyone even dressed up relatively nicely.
Yeah.
Like, we were ready to experience Star Wars again. And we never did that for any of the following releases.
Yikes.
And I don't think anyone even talked about it. I've never even really thought about that since then. But, like, I don't think it was ever brought up again as, like, even an idea. So there was that.
Garon Ninja in Float Plane chat says, I have refused to watch episode 9. I value the price of a ticket more. Oof. Yeah. You don't even have to buy the popcorn, and you still valued the ticket price more. Yikes.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyways, After Dark?
Yeah, Dan, you want to hit me with some merch messages?
Yeah, sure. We got quite a few today. Nice. Also, a bunch of potentials, if you guys want to go through those while I read these out to you. We'll start one with Luke, I guess. I was once in my life tight on money, and now I often feel guilty for buying expensive components despite being able to afford them. What's a tech product you bought that made you feel guilty?
Not very many. Because I feel like I think it out pretty thoroughly before I buy stuff. Even stuff like the Nia, I didn't feel guilty because I found it fascinating. And I actually got a lot of use out of it, just like trying to figure out how exactly it worked and trying to figure out all its quirks and stuff like that. I find a lot of value in... Yeah, that one. I find a lot of value in... Did you know I was going to say that? You already looked it up?
No, I did this after.
Okay.
This is me playing Pong with my brain using the NIA, the thing that Luke just referred to, the neural impulse actuator.
Yeah. Hey, you got pretty good. That was like, it actually took a lot of concentration to do that. It was funny too because
I just have a powerful brain. What can I say?
I used to try to play COD with it. Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the first one, had released around the same time, and I bound a few different inputs to the NIA, and I got okay. I could have a positive KD, but I was like quite good at that game at the time, so that was not a lot. But I was not losing to other players while controlling firing and aim down sight with the NIA. So I moved with the keyboard with my hand, and I looked with the mouse, and I would fire an ADS with my brain. But it was hilarious because like someone would come up to my desk to talk to me, and I would like look at them and start talking, and my character's just like aim, shoot, 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 shoot. It's like, oh my god. But yeah, I don't know. I can't really think of any major. I'm sure some exist. I can't really think of it though.
Okay.
Yeah, most tech products that I've bought have not broken. I've had very good success with that. I've used them pretty thoroughly, and even when they weren't necessarily that great, I usually predicted that that might be a possible outcome and was more interested in playing with it in its not necessarily perfect state, because I thought that would be interesting, hence early versions of Oculus Rift headsets, stuff like that. But yeah, sorry.
Got one here that might be interesting to both of you. Hi, LLD. I am doing some necessary work from home, hourly employee, and track my own hours, and I'm a college student. I'm incredibly efficient. Do I track my actual time, or roughly how long it would take others to do?
Your actual time? Because like you're not, if you're paid piecework, then you would track it by the project. But if you're paid hourly, then you're paid hourly, right? I mean, it all kind of depends on what your employment contract is, right? I mean, if you're incredibly efficient, then I would suggest that a cool way to parlay that into more money would be to get a lot done and then ask for a promotion. And then if they don't give you a promotion, then I would take that incredible efficiency and take
Battery
that to
low.
a competitor and interview there and talk about how incredibly efficient you are and how you probably deserve more compensation or a higher position than what you have now. With that said, if you're a student and you know something like, and you're not ready to kind of start climbing the corporate ladder, that may not be feasible for you, but it would all just kind of depend on what your employment agreement looks like and what your liability could look like if you're found to be fraudulently reporting your hours or whatever the case may be. I don't know. Is there anything else to kind of add to that?
That seemed pretty good.
What other types of leather were you looking at? Why did you go with apple leather specifically? Also, excellent choice on interior color. Orange is great, but I love this blue teal color. More, please.
What made us decide on apple leather was just how good it was. We tried pineapple leather, mushroom leather, a couple different types of apple leather, and we just felt that this was the closest to the real leather experience without actually making it out of real leather, which is much higher in terms of cost and also much more difficult to work with, which affects cost. So we just love the material. That's what it comes down to. And yeah, I really like the teal too.
Question mostly for Luke. What happened to the IA race? Went from new things every week to mostly implementations of
AI?
I guess so. AI race went from new things every week to mostly implementations of what is already there.
We were vaguely talking about this earlier in the show, but costs are astronomically high. And also, I think we just ran into the realities. Okay, there's two things, I guess. One of them is just the realities of actually shipping an actual real product being really hard. And then also the hallucination problem is a big issue for shipping a product to a wider percentage of users. I don't know if you remember, but early on in the whole AI thing, the amount of debates we'd have to get into with our own audience talking about how early versions of ChatGPT couldn't access the internet because it would just convince them it was accessing the internet, and they were so sure that it was actually happening. You'd see people on Reddit with massively upvoted threads being like, I tricked it to get it to allow me to do searches with it through the internet. No, it tricked you into thinking that it did that successfully. So those hallucinations are an issue for wide market adoption. And we've been, not we as if I'm involved, but the industry's been stuck on those things for this whole time. Shipping products is hard. Solving hallucinations is hard. Costs are very high. That's it.
Hi, Linus and company. I have just one question. Have you had any problems growing pains with the $1,000 JBOD cabinet?
No.
I mean, we're also not using it if you're referring to the thing that I think you're referring to, which is that that NetApp appliance that we picked up at like during the liquidation of that company that was switching to work from home. Like we fired it up just to kind of show you guys what that kind of equipment looks like, and how it works, and talk about why some people use it. But it's worth far more. Like the value of it was in the drive sleds for those JBOD boxes, rather than, and in like replacement power supplies and stuff, rather than as an actual functioning unit, because the power costs of running it were so high compared to the actual storage capacity and performance. I mean, you could have like a handful of SSDs these days running in an Intel Atom box, and it would probably perform better while consuming a tiny fraction of the amount of power. Like, it made no sense to actually run the thing. But I know that at least one employee bought one of the drive shelves and took it home without me really knowing that we had made those kinds of deals and that we were getting rid of them.
You can have it back if you want.
No, it's fine. The density is pretty low for our deployments these days. I just didn't know. And the only reason that I found out was because another employee was sniffing around in the warehouse trying to steal one and was like, "Hey, where'd one of those go?" So yeah,
we can share.
Yeah, exactly. And hey, and maybe if that NAS software investment that I made ever pans out, we can have backup targets to each other, so we have geo-replication. It'll be great.
That'll be fun.
I know, right?
I just wanted something to play with, and it was the right price. But I mean, if you want to do stuff with it, you're welcome.
For real, I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah. I love that logistics apparently just makes decisions about what stuff we're selling to staff now.
I better ask people next time I want something, because I assume that that's all kosher.
I've poked them about it, but I'm hoping to be able to snipe at some point in time some of those wood accented parts.
You're probably not the only one.
I know.
You got to be nice to them, or be an ex-manager. You got to know how to talk to him, Luke.
Okay, that's not how that's supposed to work, but
yeah.
Okay. Anywho, what were we talking about again? Oh yeah, so I haven't done anything
for the
with
record.
it.
That is a joke.
Yeah, we have parts that we will probably use for stoofs, or staff will play with them. I'm not sure.
Stoofs?
Stuff.
Okay.
Up next, would Linus consider oil to be sufficiently waterproof?
No. I mean, no, actually, because a small amount of even a non-water soluble material or non whatever, or you can use an emulsifying agent. No, nothing is waterproof. Eventually, water conquers all.
Yeah.
Hi, DLL. Recently, NASA's OSIRIS-REx mission came back from an asteroid with samples. Yeah. A lot of these asteroids have a ton of precious minerals used in computers.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on space mining?
Oh, it's totally going to be a thing. I think we're far from it being like an actual thing that is actually happening, but it will totally be a thing eventually. We need things to be like significantly more reusable, significantly more efficient, but those things are trending upwards at a surprising rate. It's happening, and it's going to be a thing because, yeah, some of those asteroids are very rich in minerals. I don't even know if it'll happen.
Is there a giant one that's like made of gold or something?
Platinum. There's like, there's a lot of money flying around in space. I don't know if it's going to be like a common or reasonable thing even in my lifespan, but it will definitely be a thing at some point. I am 100% certain.
Luke, how do you feel about the upcoming extraction shooter Vanguard from EVE online developer CCP Games? Interested in merch for a trip to Norway as well.
Interested in merch for a trip to Norway? What?
I think that's just he's excited for merch.
Oh, he's buying merch, probably warm stuff because he's going to Norway. Okay,
sorry.
Cool.
Yes,
I'm assuming. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty excited. But to be completely honest, a lot of what I like about Tarkov is not the fact that it's an extraction shooter. It's a lot of the intricacies of how the game works. That being said, I really like the EVE universe. My biggest problem with EVE is just how dated the game is. I was really excited for the last FPS that the EVE developers worked on, but it ended up being like a PlayStation exclusive, which was the weirdest and also worst move I think I've seen a company make regarding exclusives, like potentially ever, because their entire fan base of customers were PC gamers specifically, and then they released a PlayStation only FPS game, which is just like, what are you doing? So if they can avoid that really, really, really weird decision this time, maybe it'll be good. I really hope, I don't know, I've done no research on this. I hope it's like legitimately grounded in the EVE universe, just like the way the previous one was, so it interacts with the EVE Online universe. I think that would be super sick. But honestly, if it's not, it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, okay, no, it does. Oh, see, that's so cool to me. Members of the Vanguard will fuel the war machine of New Eden. New Eden is that's where EVE is, in new ways, adding corruption to the front lines, delivering vital resources to the EVE economy, and completing contracts that turn the tide of battle. Serve the Vanguard or serve those who seek an advantage in the raging wars of EVE Online. That's really cool. I really like the idea that they've clearly had for a very long time of tying a on-the-ground FPS game and the strategy coordination of EVE Online together. That concept has been fascinating and awesome to me since the original time that they announced it. They fubbed the first one. If this one hits, that would be great, and I will absolutely give it a shot in hopefully December 2023. Yeah.
Hey, LLD, I was wondering if there's any MAC address, game linked, and even float plane merch in the works, specifically some color block hoodies. Thanks.
We're probably not going to do more color block hoodies, but we do have a really interesting MAC address piece of merch that we've been working on. You know that iconic Steve Jobs black, not really a turtleneck sort of thing?
I would wear that.
That's pretty sick, actually.
We've had a lot of trouble with the collar. So it may be that it takes a long time or it never sees the light of day or whatever else, but it like has a seam down the middle and it's got like this kind of cool neck and it's long black sleeves. That's something that we thought would be kind of cool for MAC address. For the others, I don't think we have anything planned at the moment though.
Hey, DLL, my dad mocked me for buying an LTT screwdriver, but after assembling furniture with him, he asked me to get him 2. What's your favorite purchase that someone told you was dumb?
I've probably got a lot of those. I had a lot of... I've had a ton... sorry, that probably sounded weird.
My phone fell.
I tried to catch it, but then I saw he was going for it too, and I didn't want to cause a collision, so I paused.
Oh, I don't believe it.
I just got a message from Nick Light.
I know, I'll believe it when I see it.
Okay. You heard that, Nick.
Man, where were we even
Get
talking
me in trouble,
about?
Dan.
Oh, yeah, there was a ton of people in my life that told me the mineral oil computer was stupid for a lot of reasons. And you could argue that it was, but not only did it 100% pay for itself many times over through scholarships and grants and stuff like that, but also it's how I made like all of my friends in university. It's how I got this job. It's like the reason for a ton of things. It helped me learn way more about computers. It helped me learn tons of different things. So I strongly disagree.
I mean, it's still stupid.
I mean, technically on paper, it literally wasn't.
Yeah, but like,
you can say whatever you want.
What's my favorite purchase someone told me was dumb? I mean, people tell me I'm dumb all the time. I wouldn't even say it's my favorite purchase though. Like it's fun, but it's not...
out of the category of things that people said were dumb. I think is how the question
Yeah, but like I have my life is full of things that people told me were dumb. I mean, that super checks. I bought a table.
Probably the building.
Greg?
I'm sure somebody said it.
I bought a tabletop game for $4,000. It plays only one
Can you
game.
hear me?
I
Yep.
use it once a week. I could literally
Yep.
spend like
Yeah,
half
I'm
my
still
life in
on.
an
I'm on.
arcade for
I,
like a year and not probably manage to spend that kind of money. I, could
I
just play that
won,
game all day if
and
I
so
really
then
wanted
I
to.
got nervous, so I played unrated.
I really
Really?
wanted the super checks.
Yeah.
And I
But
As a company
I won
purchase.
one, and then I was like, well,
that's why it lives here.
I
It's
kind of
at
wanted to
my
keep
house.
playing, but I was
Lounge,
nervous to
yeah.
fucking
Man,
do another rank, so I'm playing an unrated, but I'm almost done. I'm getting my ass
man,
beat.
it's so easy.
But I
think
need
of
to
things
sign
people
into
told me
my
were
other
stupid. I think pool's
account.
stupid. Everyone told me. It was
Shit,
stupid.
shit.
I
Good
gotta
Xbox
remember
Console
what that
was
one
stupid. Yeah, the
is.
chat's getting into it now. First lab building. Yeah, lots of people told me that was stupid. It's definitely not my favorite thing.
Sage Revival.
Unrated,
What's my
unrated is
favorite
fine.
thing?
It's
I mean,
just
I
it's
don't really-
sometimes it's
I
like.
don't really.
You either
I
get
don't
people
really
that
Your
fuck you
favorite
up.
out of the ones that were said to be stupid.
Well, I can
Yeah,
just
but I'm
tell
trying to
like
think of like a favorite.
it's
thing
me
right
and
now,
one
to be
guy
honest
on my
with you.
team. The
It
rest of
doesn't-
them are
that's
just
my whole point.
trying
is
to
it
figure this
literally
game
does
out.
not have to be your
Yep.
favorite.
I played a
thing. It's
game
your
of
favorite out of
CS:GO tonight,
those.
but I actually didn't
No,
play
but it could
mean it's
CS:GO because
something
it
that you
wouldn't
don't even
let me
like
play
very
Oh, I mean,
the
I guess
actual.
so.
Well, some guy
Okay.
on here just kicked ass, and
Yeah,
everyone was
I'm
like
gonna go
asking him
with
how
Mythic
he was
Queen.
ranked so low, and he said, "I just came
Lucky
from
the
CS:GO." Yeah, to like it just like that's why
That
he was
was
so
really
good.
That
fun.
was stupid.
I think
Yeah,
he's
I
full of
loved it a
shit,
lot.
That
but
was really.
I mean,
I
if he
actually
knows how to
love
play a
Lucky.
shooter like that, then that's what it is. But
That
he
was
just
so
fucking
stupid.
dominated.
I
I
straight
need to
up thought
figure
it was
out
a
my
joke.
other.
But this
No.
unrated, I was like,
And then
"Don't you know how to
somebody
fucking
left, and I was
quiet
like-
walk?" And the person was like, "No, what's that?" I was like, "Oh, sorry."
What?
Yeah,
You
you
don't
know,
even
he's
fucking
just
know.
like
I'm
at
not
the
gonna
lab,
yell
now,
at
right?
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just lives there.
Yeah. That's really weird.
Yeah. I'm not even like an MSI fan,
I know.
but look at him. He's number one.
They're coming A.
Yeah, Lucky the
Oh,
Dragon.
man. All right. Sounds good.
I work as an internet technician in Michigan, and we do cable and fiber and max out at gig. How does the internet work up in Canada? Fiber, DSL, cable? Seems like you guys have a lot faster maximum speed.
Then where? Sorry.
Michigan.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. If you want to look up how the ISPs in your country scammed your entire country, and I don't understand why people aren't more angry about it all the time. Have a fun time going down that rabbit hole.
Tell us.
Billions of dollars put
damn
into
it.
fiber networks that were never built because they just didn't feel like it.
Yeah, TELUS has put a ton of investment into faster fiber to the home here over the last 10 years or so.
Oh yeah.
Up until then, it was trash.
It was really bad.
It was
Oh,
really
I got
bad
in.
here.
And it's honestly still
Go
pretty
in, and the
bad.
spike's gonna go off.
It's getting a lot better, man.
My last experience
Guys
with
gotta
this
coach
is
'em
from
up.
years ago. So
One
saying
enemy
it's still
remaining.
bad is not fair. But the last time I looked
Oh,
into
good
it,
try.
it was still very bad with Shaw. They'll tell you you're getting fiber, but it's fiber to the node.
Yeah.
And then copper to the house, which is not fiber.
Yeah.
Switching sides.
I mean, everything's fiber if you really want to be like that about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fiber somewhere.
Yeah, at some point, I don't know. So like,
no, TELUS
There's no
does
point
fiber
just
to the
running
home in
around
our
struggling.
area in
Let's
Western
get one.
Canada, and it's ripping fast. It's reasonably attainable in terms of price.
Very reliable.
Very.
I was playing earlier, and then I
kind of astonishingly
stopped and started
reliable.
cleaning shit up, but the WAN show was
To the
still
point
on,
where,
so
like,
it's
if
kind of
my
letting the WAN
internet
show
ever
go
goes
while I
out,
was doing shit.
I assume it's my
Me.
problem.
Yeah, whereas that
I was
was
gonna.
the
I looked
opposite
for a
2
second
years
to
ago.
see if
Yeah.
you were on, but
Internet
it was
goes
like,
out, you
and
just
then by the
instantly
time I got
call
on, it was way
There's no
later.
problem.
So that's why I was like, I don't
They
know.
screwed
He's on
something up, and now it's not that way at all.
I mean, I'm still streaming, but I was running around the house
Ideal
doing shit.
vampire.
And then I just
Wanted
made
your
a bunch of
thoughts
food.
on AR
And I was
in
just watching
Enterprise.
Lupin.
I mainly push it for virtualization and rapid prototyping.
Once
Replace
Ranch
3D
Lounge.
models, but the main cell is
And I gotta get up
hands-free
early
screen,
tomorrow to just go to a
Google+.
physical.
Man, I don't know. I think we're a ways away from that. But then I haven't seen the Apple Vision Pro yet. It's possible that Vision Pro is going to totally change my
Click that left
perspective
corner.
on this, and I'm going to go, oh wow, yeah, no, virtual displays is totally a
Good
thing.
job.
And let's go immediately.
See, we can fucking get some shit.
I'm looking forward to trying it. I guess is all I can really say about that.
Last player standing.
How's
Damn
the
it!
wear and tear
I was about to
using
get
the
my
Beacon
first
laser
fucking
on his
ace.
Lux backpack.
enemy
Is
remaining.
Linus willing to show us the bottom of his prototype bag?
Just stands.
Looks pretty good to me.
So this was taken.
Yeah. I don't see.
We
any
got one, baby.
direction
11 to
other
2 now.
person.
very few people are.
Told
that
y'all we
people.
could get one.
Get you guys the best
I'm
possible
taking
look
this
at it.
back.
I have been floored by the resiliency of this material. Now, full disclosure, I hang my backpack at home, so I don't leave it on the floor at home, but I do chuck it in my trunk every day, and I do chuck it on the floor at work
every day. Yeah.
every day.
Damn,
And this
Greg,
is the
I heard
hanger
bullying
that I hang
kids.
this
Tell 'em
weight
I'm taking
by
this fight.
every day,
Yeah,
and it's
well,
like
just letting him know that he fucking sucks ass.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
there's no like.
Love it.
Yeah. Well, I was doing this because I was like, I'm expecting I'm gonna feel something.
Nothing
but
makes me
there's
more
not.
frustrated than
And
gaming.
also, yeah, there's no noticeable. Interesting.
I'm so happy with this material.
Hey LLD, love the content. Linus, how do you feel about Samsung selling the Fold's phone with known factory defects,
Damn it.
then refusing to repair them without people sending their phone
Then
in
I
with
fucking
no time?
got
Well, that's, if that's happening, that sucks. This is the first time hearing of it, though.
Hi LLD, I work at a small prototype machine shop that currently tracks everything on paper because we haven't found a software that allows different processes for each item. Any suggestions or leads?
You're on Spike.
Honestly, you're cutting the territory and you make your own.
Yeah, that sucks.
30 seconds left.
I mean, yeah, we're using Sniper.
Good job.
Is this something you could just
Last
use like
player
Google
standing.
Sheets for?
Oh!
Google Sheets is pretty powerful.
And if it's able to be done on
Good game, good try.
Match point.
Oh yeah,
Oh, shit.
anything you can do on paper, you can do in Excel.
Doing sheet, yeah, exactly.
Or sheets,
right?
yeah.
I feel like
You need to
I
drop.
would
Play on
try
me to fucking
sheets.
drop.
I think outside of that, you're going to get into the realm of needing to make it yourself, but you can do quite a bit with sheets. And like Dan just said, if you're able to do it on paper, it should translate pretty well.
Yeah, paper.
Send that all in there.
Paper's limitation works perfectly for anything like that.
Yeah.
Hey LLD, heard you talk about YouTubed mobile ad space
What are
changes.
you doing?
I noticed today that my mobile ads were plainly labeled sponsored. As a creator, what are your thoughts on YouTube changing the phrasing?
Ultimate's ready.
Mobile ads are very
Let's go B.
I mean, yeah, obvious labeling of sponsored content is good.
You can plant B. Oh wait, he's
I
up top.
mean,
He's
sure,
up top.
As a creator, maybe I could make more if it was not clearly labeled, but we have always striven, strived to
Gotcha, bitch.
clearly disclose sponsored content, and I am fully supportive of that.
I find it hard holding the 40-ounce bottle in the car, not wide enough cup holder. I was wondering if you had any suggestions to perch or latch the bottle inside of holding it up in my lap.
Instead of
One
holding
enemy
it in my
remaining.
lap.
this is for Luke. I don't use the 40-ounce day to day. 40-ounce bottle. What to do with it in the car? No cup holders.
Isn't this?
That's or wait.
I think that's a 20.
Wait. Oh no.
Player
Oh sorry. The
standing.
60. Oh the 40 ounce.
The 40 ounce is the
Oh.
middle one, I think.
No, I have no. Oh shoot! I curated this because I thought we were talking about the 64. I totally.
Oh my
spaced on
gosh.
it. And we have a new like sleeve coming that has a thing that maybe you could hang off of something. For the 40, no, I have nothing. That's one of the reasons that I daily the 21 ounce or 22 or whatever this is, because it fits in my cup holders.
There are some 3D printable cup holder adapters I've seen online. Because
Hey.
I daily the 40, and it fits in nothing.
That's cool.
But
I most of the time if I'm driving to work, so I'll have my lunch bag and my 64-ounce water bottle, and I just put my lunch bag on the right side of my passenger seat, and I put the 64-ounce water bottle on the left side of my passenger seat, and it never moves. It just sits right there. The lunch bag is there. It's never been a problem for me. I have no illusions of a 64-ounce fitting in a cup holder.
That would actually be hilarious, but I'm pretty sure there's a 3D printer adapter for that.
Someone will find a way.
The nice thing about our bottles being popular is that you can search LTT water bottle.
Oh, come on! How the
or
fuck
whatever
did they
the
get
new
past you on
ones
that
are,
one? God damn it.
and, it'll pop up with lots of interesting stuff. I'm at a curated. We got some potentials and some incoming.
Yeah, I wanted to mention from one of the potentials. For Benjamin's, can you just forward this to the Creator Warehouse team? Benjamin asks, is there a reason why the internal magnet polarity for the stubby is different compared to the full-size driver?
Behind you, behind you.
The magnetic bit sticks to the full-size driver's internal magnet and is repelled by the stubbies, which doesn't prevent you from installing it. Like the ones that came with them or whatever, I believe. But can you just find out if that was intentional or if it's just random or what the dealio is with that?
Alright,
Place?
we lost. Come now.
Hey guys, supposed to be running a concert right now, but instead I'm shopping for some quality cable ties. Just picked up an old Steam Link from a pawn shop today. What do you guys think of them?
Oh, Steam Link was so cool. What a neat concept that I...
Goombas are the bounty hunter!
Was
I guess invite me.
enough when Valve discontinued it. For those of you who don't remember, the Steam Link is a little thin client that's intended to be a streaming box that connects to your Steam gaming PC and allows you to play games from your PC anywhere else on the same
I guess it was
local
too
network.
competitive
So
trying to
you would
get
hook it
your
up to
ass
TV,
fucking
and
ranking
then either via
on
Wi-Fi or
Goombazar.
ideally over Ethernet, you would stream games that your GPU encodes and you would play them on your TV with a controller that is connected through the Steam Link. So cool, such an inexpensive, elegant solution, and honestly something that just hasn't really been replaced. Commodity Android boxes are full of like malware and danger.
So
and
I have no rank, right?
Match found.
Power inefficient and costly. They were super cool, and I kind of
Somehow Cameron is like is like sleeping in the bedroom with Owen playing in there, screaming.
Sorry, I was typing a message.
Sometimes when you're tired, you just fucking
Luke, if float
zone
point
it out.
sank initially,
He was like playing Fortnite, and then at about 10:15, he's like, 10 o'clock, I guess. He's like, I'm tired as hell. I'm going to bed.
How do I
was like,
say
okay.
this nicely? I love Luke.
He's like, it was a long week of school.
What do you do
I
today?
ended up being right about
Nothing.
So
A lot of things
He
I
probably
was also
just-
right about.
I don't know. You got to get up early every day for school, so I think he just was. Nah, I think he was
Staying up
bored.
late and waking up early. I know the
Yeah.
feeling, buddy.
Both of us were fighting for that.
Yeah.
In our own ways, that somehow we were lucky and hardworking enough to both succeed at. Is that an okay way of putting it?
Yeah. It was a
Sometimes
rocky
just
time,
using
so
your
it
Friday
kinda
night
would've
to sleep
depended
is
on
not
when
the
it
worst
failed,
thing in
and
the world.
I think in a lot of ways how.
They have fall break next week
and
too,
I don't know
so
if my role would have been the
they
same.
don't got
and
shit
that kind of
next
stuff,
week,
but I think we
basically.
would have liked to try to find a way to make it
They'll
work.
be sneaking
Just
out
don't
the
know 100%
windows to go hang out with the
guarantee.
girls.
Oh, I got a response.
Yeah,
from
I mean,
Sebastian
Owen, like,
about
he
the-
back
The thing is, nobody does that anymore, right? It's like
It's,
fucking.
it's random.
Weird.
It's
That would
not
be
really
weird. It's like
I'm
what?
sure
Well, that's why.
people do, but I don't know. Owen, like,
Thank you, Sebastian.
he gets off the bus and then rides his bike to his girlfriend's house.
Are we gay?
Pretty much.
Yeah, anything else here?
Or she
You guys
comes over to their house.
I'm trying to plow through incomings really quick.
Well,
Yeah, how are there
nothing
so
wrong
how
with
are there
that.
so many merch messages today?
No.
This is a
Sounds like she's gonna
$600
break up with him
backpack,
and
you
be on
guys.
to another boyfriend though sometime.
Probably will at some
Better
point.
prepare him. Yeah.
Okay, there's your
It sounds like this girl did that before with her other boyfriend, right?
You know, we
did,
make real
so,
serious
I don't know.
products here.
That's her
Have you,
MO.
have you seen the description
But,
of the
yeah.
bread plushie?
Yes, I've
It's a
seen
little,
the
uh,
description.
When you have the site set
Yeah.
to French.
No.
I hope it lasts a little bit.
Unless he starts dry humping her and
He
starts-
sort of he had
for
like
Emily
another
times?
girlfriend, but this is you can tell his first like
It's so good.
girlfriend.
That's always your first.
He actually
whatever.
yeah, I mean like
For people
you know
that
like
don't
this is the only one
understand, it
he's
just says
first one
pain.
he's actually like hung out with all the time.
Okay.
Yeah. But if you read
Not
it
just
with
texting.
an English accent.
Not just like
pain.
texted and talked at school
It's
and
just
shit.
what Linus feels.
It's just a whole.
And she's
the
like
whole thing
met
is
her family and she's been to Katie's house and met all them.
Do they kiss?
Oh man, it's so funny.
All right, we got one.
I don't know.
last
I
one
asked him
from
that the
Anna
first
M.
time they went
I
out,
provided mostly
and he like didn't
positive
really want to
feedback about this
answer.
bra,
And then when I
with
asked him the
only
next
one
time, he said, "You weren't
downside,
gonna ask me about
and
this
your customer
anymore."
service
And I was
gave
like,
you
"Well, if you don't want me
$10
to, I
install
won't."
credit.
All this
I
for
just
some
wanna see
radio
how
then.
comfortable this bra
He's
is
either,
for men.
he's
just
either
for
doesn't want to tell you
SC.
that he is doing it, or he's just
Anna picked up
afraid because
the
he's
women's
not doing it.
bralette.
I think he. My
and
guess
then
is
women's
that
It's like, yeah, how do you
and,
not kiss at
stick
that
pack.
age? Like,
All
that,
right, heck
goddamn,
yeah,
I'm
love
fucking
to
be
see
getting
people
boners
back.
and, you know, trying
I
After
would.
a positive
I
experience.
mean,
in 8th grade, yeah, I fucking.
yeah, I mean, I would be
I was doing a
surprised.
lot more than that by
Having a
8th
new
grade.
kid is always
That's what I'm saying. Like they've been
Especially when you've
together
got
long.
like the
And we'll see you again next week.
the internet.
Same bad time, same bad channel.
There's no way they haven't done something, because I mean they've been together a bunch of fucking time.
Maybe that's why they like each other so much.
But I don't.
What does Cameron say?
Not much. I think he's. I don't want to say he's like jealous,
Half
but he's
jealous?
like.
He's like, I can't.
He's like, yeah, he's like half jealous because like, you know, it's like a new relationship. So now everyone at school talks about it.
So now he's cool because he's got a girlfriend.
Last player
Yeah,
standing.
basically.
Spike down mid.
One dead.
Sorry. I get them come around on me, I guess. Hit 4 of them,
Thanks
though.
for setting your stuff up. It's super useful, man.
I didn't play that.
Don't let him get in your head. We got this, guys. Okay.
No, we just all sucked. What?
That's what I'm saying.
4 dudes sitting alone on a Friday night.
Who could have seen this coming?
Look out.
Oh, that was the fucking. I didn't
Spike
realize that was
down,
the grenade
B.
because there was so much shit. They flashed me out of that.
No, they threw.
I blew it. Sorry. I think we're gonna be with a lot of players because this is competitive or not.
Last player standing.
Yep.
Because since I'm not that good. Oh my god, no. Oh my god,
I mean,
no.
you're still trying to get your rank, but we're just getting wrecked.
I thought I had a line up straight on their head.
I think you did have that.
That raise, fam. Can't have you blowing up.
I don't know. Maybe I moved a little bit.
I think you got 3 shots off, right? With the sniper?
I digress.
I digress. You don't impress, so you must digress.
Yeah. Let's push on a.
I have your back.
No, Googie, we're already over here.
Cypher, road trip down right here.
We're already over here. Push on B. What the fuck?
Don't be walking so tight. I mean, don't be stomping around there. The goober guy's fucking.
Sorry.
Watch out.
Was that you?
No, it wasn't me. Don't go in that. It was. They threw it from over the thing.
Enemy removed.
Fucking
Last
fuck.
player standing.
God, I suck ass.
88 Phoenix, but they're probably
Behind you.
Good attempt.
His teammate flashed in.
Barrier great.
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
Good kill.
Good try, good try.
You man ready for a light show?
nice shot.
I knew the old going up on the wall would have done something, but
Can someone buy me, please?
If there was just one of them. But
that's
the
yeah. I
second
didn't know
one-
the other one was right there with them. I did only have a Spectre. Oh, I got no skins on this guy. Maybe I should buy myself a little $40 thing and buy some skins with this one, but I don't really want to because I don't want to. Yeah, like that's the same thing with like the dead drop. I just bought some skins that they did this thing called the driver's key.
If you get
So
a
I
kill with
bought
that,
that, but I guess you could buy like
I
multiples
believe
and then
you can
trade
get a
them,
kill
but
with that
like I don't really want to like spend. We got Phoenix over there. Oh, you can bring your goober guy out, buddy. Go get your goober guy and make the goober guy plant.
Bro, he's on top. He's on top of that wall.
Two mid,
right.
two mid.
He's on top of the wall to the right.
Oh, they're coming behind you.
I'm not on 3 health. I'm 3 health.
Send the goober guy to go plant. Behind you, behind you, behind you.
Oh my gosh.
This guy, why is he taking his sniper?
Jesus Christ. But I don't even have a kill, so I can't talk.
So, do we mix it up? Double down? Let's talk.
Well, I bought him a sniper because I thought he would get a kill. Was that a yes, snipers? I don't know. Seems like a perfect opportunity.
You got to kill with him then, for fuck's sake. Oh shit.
My camera is destroyed.
Phoenix is... Joke's over! You're dead!
Somebody's there.
For you.
I'm coming with you, Greg. Oh, that's just alright. I'm gonna break it down.
He's long,
right
he's
there to the
long.
right, just right there to the right. Just right there to the right. Go finish her, go finish her, yep.
My ultimate's ready.
There's one long too. I'm going in with my ult.
Alright, cool. Which way?
Oh, I got killed. I don't know where.
She was in the corner, right to your right, right to your right.
Fuck
Immediately
me.
right, immediately right when you go in there. Hurry, because the other ones are coming around on you.
They're flanking.
To your right. Oh, well.
Oh, it wasn't there anymore.
Did you lose your ears in the heat of battle?
Oh, my bad, my bad.
I'm just messing with you, man.
What will it be this time?
Because I like hesitated when I came out of my ult. I like
No, he
forgot
was
the
saying
whole-
that to me.
I know, but I just like fucking
Can someone get this?
should have run in there right away.
What was I saying?
yeah.
What to?
He was saying that to me because I was in Discord with him telling him where to go, and he was about two seconds too late. Then he went. Dude was right to the right because he ulted into it, got slapped, and then I got slapped from the same side. Realized where she was, told him, but he was like gathering himself. What the fuck gun is this? How did I get this? What the fuck?
The fuck are you carrying?
I got a goddamn, what is that thing? Not the Odin, the other one.
Ares?
Yeah, the Ares.
He's gonna be right up on top of that thing. Right up there.
Sure?
He's gonna be up to the right. On top of the wall.
Should I wall over it?
Oh, see, I told you he's gonna be up somewhere.
I killed the fucker.
Here. Your duty is not over.
This guy is to the left. Hey, find a dead body and just ult. You can shoot the knife, you know.
Opponent killed.
One enemy remaining.
He's up top.
Cypher, just ult.
Oh, you got this.
Spike planted.
Oh shit, there's one guy alive. No, you don't got this.
For you.
Just let him come off.
Don't peek him.
We're
Do
playing
not peek
defense.
him.
We're playing defense now. Just let him come. We're good. Good job, Greg.
Good man, good man. Can y'all pick up that off?
Where is it?
We will claw
couldn't
our
get to
way
it.
back up to the
I'll
light.
moderately expensive.
I couldn't get to it, but I don't think you guys need any more snipers. No more sugar for you children. You've had enough chances.
The fun nose candy.
Can someone buy me, please?
Jesus Christ, you blowing rails and playing Valorant? What the fuck?
Can someone buy me, please?
Someone has a problem.
I'm not buying you.
I've got your
Nobody
trail.
has enough.
White
Nobody has
lines.
enough. I will never make that mistake again. They ripped.
You guys should rotate.
Let's rotate.
You guys should rotate.
Good idea. I think that's a really great idea.
Don't make a bunch of noise about it.
Okay, I
Can't
think
believe
the
you
risk
get-
for 80.
Oh, fuck, that's bullshit.
There's another one. There's another one flying.
She's hurt. 25. Let's go.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my gosh.
To your left. Oh wait, those are both of you. Let's go. One of you go plant.
Go plant on A.
37 seconds. You need 4
Go
to
with
plant. There's probably
with
one to your left. One to your left right here.
30 seconds left.
Yep. Get through and plant. Check the door. Check the door where the fire is, sir. Yep. You plant. You watch the door. Get your gun out. Good job.
Bro.
What just
Nice
happened,
try.
dude? I just got disconnected and reconnected.
Clutch.
And this guy just totally shit the bed.
What the fuck?
God, 2-on-1 and they just fucking.
Once
They did
more
work
in
on my
match.
shit.
Everybody's
I'm not tired. Are you?
on. Okay.
I'm taking the spike this time.
I feel like they made my internet worst. Used to be in like the 700 to 800 megabytes. It's now at like, oh, that's 720, 730. 685 is the average though. I swear it was higher than that before. They were doing a bunch of work. My internet was going on and off for the past 2 days. Stompy just lets them know we're here.
Somebody's there.
They have the stupid wall anyway.
Oh, one's up top to the left on the wall.
Fire in the hole!
The other one's straight across from you. Straight across. Get out of there. Okay, well.
I'm rotating to B.
Yep, you hold him, man.
I can't.
Shoot a couple times.
They're coming
Spike
from
down
lines.
Last player
Blinded.
standing.
Yes, we are
Blinded
bad.
by the light.
We are bad.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Okay, cool. I believe in you.
Joke's over! You're dead!
This is why I said no sniper.
Yeah, this is why the sniper is
30 seconds left.
No, the sniper meta is real.
You should be higher on the
Here's a-
leaderboard.
Why do you stop?
One of my cameras is broken. Oh, wait. Okay. It's fine.
Can we push B?
Stand back, because every time that KO throws his junk out right here on the corner. Wait for it to hit us and then go up.
Wait, real. He's actually spitting. Back up. Back up.
Help!
Goober.
Wonderful.
Well, now he knows we're here.
take
Here
advice.
comes Raise's grenade. And now we can go.
You are powerless.
I hit him for 136.
You fought well.
Try to go plan. I'll watch this.
Spike down.
Dude,
B.
go plant when I'm covering flank. You don't need to do that when you have the spike.
Wow!
Someone is
Spike down. B.
Dude, I can't do anything because I'm getting clicked from 2 sides. I can't focus on one. That guy.
Last player
No
standing.
fucking way. I just understand, like, I'm watching flank, and the
Take the guy
like,
on your flank first. Oh my god. You had one on your flank. You went to 2 guys.
Your target priority is silly. But hey, nice try.
Is Derek Tracy in this game with us?
Who's Derek Tracy?
That's the point. That's kind of the point. Greg knows. He understands it. You.
Greg? Oh, not bad.
What? Maybe stay back a little bit here?
Blow him up, Mosh.
Well, that was a waste.
Ready. Reloading. Ready.
What are we doing now?
Healing you.
Cypher, out of curiosity, are you playing on a trackpad?
Our spike is down.
Spike down B.
You will not kill my allies.
You know he's to your left. Peek.
Be
Too
at
late.
peace. My ultimate is ready. Enemy.
Greg, where'd you die at? Oh, you're not dead yet?
I'm not dead yet.
I gotta get to our other dude, but I'm hurt so bad.
They're both on site.
30 seconds left.
Don't push in too far. Don't push in too far. Let what's let Sage push into you.
Here. Your duty is not over.
Oh my god, I'm so bad.
Spike down B. 10 seconds
Right
left.
there to your left on the stairs. The only chance is to kill him. To your right, hard right, hard right, hard right.
Jesus.
Yeah, I was just trying to get the kill because I knew I couldn't make it to the fucking spike.
Try the same old tricks.
This is rough.
Mm-hmm.
I did get a Fall Guys win, Greg.
Oh, yeah.
On the one where a duos win, and the guy that I had, I don't think he'd ever played the game before. He didn't make it for 2 rounds, but I got so high in the round that we fucking won. And then the very last round I was doing the, you know, where like the octagons drop out and there's like a bunch of levels of them that you drop through to the bottom. I stayed on that top level for like, I don't know how fucking long, but then I was able to like look down. There was not that many people down there anymore. I was able to like look down and choose my spots where I would land, like without the most areas on it, you know? And I got down to the last one. I fell through at one point and I was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna die. And then I just started jumping. I took the path and I just kept jumping and jumping and jumping and jumping. You got the spike? Up there to the right, to the right. How do we miss
Spike
that?
down A.
Oh, I even looked up there.
Player standing.
He was tucked into the corner. There's 2 behind you.
Oh. I was blinded and couldn't do shit.
Yep. I think even if you did the other 2, we're just gonna drop.
I know they were gonna be right behind me. I just thought I could get him first because he came in first. Didn't matter the
Last round in the half.
Spend like there is no tomorrow. Because there just
wrecked.
might not be.
Well, I had 1 win tonight.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I fucking only got 5 kills.
Keep your guard up.
Well, I'm not doing that well either, but also I feel like
Well, none of us
I
are.
can't rely on anyone to do anything except for like make noise and fucking give my position away all the time. 'Cause that's all this guy, the gecko, that's all he's doing.
Someone's there.
Joke's over! You're dead!
How the fuck did he? I don't understand. I can't see
Reload is
him
up to the right.
there, but I can't see him up there, but yet he's still able to shoot me. I don't get that.
Flank.
Last player standing.
Jeez, we are all bad. Scrappy's out by himself out there.
I was like, I'm just there.
Switching
all coming at
sides.
me right there. I knew they were coming. Taking a share, Greg.
Still work to do.
See what I can do with it. Well, I was lighting those people up before with the got a doctor's appointment, and then we got the fucking crazy KSI versus Tommy Fury, Logan Paul versus Dylan Dennis, and all the other wild people. Slim versus Salt Poppy, I think, is going down.
I think sometimes the Furious need to lay off the fucking
crazy. You saw it's
like,
just John Fury. It's not like Tommy's never
like,
gone
dude,
crazy like that.
And it's like, calm down, bro. Like you're not gonna do anything. Like you look like a roid head.
Well, yeah, that's John Fury.
They're most certainly not A.
Spike down B.
They're not A. That was.
One's on site to the right.
God damn it.
Oh. Okay.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
I forfeited. We're terrible. You're the only one getting any kills out there.
What is this crosshair, man?
Oh, jeez. Here we go. Always the people that
it
suck
seems to get more kills than you, doesn't it?
The crosshair doesn't make the player makes the crosshair.
Then shut the fuck up.
So the crosshair is not getting the kills, man. You are getting the kills with this goofy ass crosshair. You could get more kills if you would just make a better fucking crosshair.
Do you not understand how that crosshair works?
Match point.
Obviously not, because it is some level beyond, like
beyond your education. I understand it. Yes. See the long horizontals. Keep it so that you can keep it horizontal on them, and then the inside will transfer to the outside when you're moving to let you know that your spread pattern is going to be way further out.
Weatherman.
And then it snaps back to the center when you have a tight pattern. Congratulations.
Yeah.
You're still Iron 1.
I'm Iron 2.
Doesn't seem like it.
That was the only thing that I
Brad,
had.
get back to me. I can heal you. Get back to me. Or you can do that. Yeah,
I can't. Oh my god, they're shooting through the wall. I always forget they can shoot through those wood things. Which is stupid.
Spike planted.
Well, that was a waste of a round for me. That's absolutely terrible.
What?
Standing.
No! I hit him with the fucking head. There's no way. 2 in the chest, 1 in the legs. I hit him with the fucking, and then I hit him.
Attackers win.
That was bad.
Yep. That was not good. What are those other new games that they have?
I don't know.
Didn't you say there was other, like Premier, Team Deathmatch, Escalation?
Oh, yeah. There's like...
We can't play Team Deathmatch together? Oh, you're in charge, that's why.
I think we can. It's
Let's
like
try Team Deathmatch. Let's go play one of those.
We're gonna get wrecked, but alright.
You're probably right, but I'd like to see what it's like. I don't think we played that before, have we?
I think we have.
Ooh, I got the cards. I can open my cards. Night Market. I got a Black Market Butterfly Knife. A
Match found.
Avalanche Vandal. Something else that tried to open but didn't let me open it. Because we're in a game now. So it doesn't matter what character you are, right? Or I guess...
I mean, you can still use your powers.
Abilities?
Well, actually, I forget if you can use your abilities. I think they might be.
Well, I'm gonna be, because I mean, I couldn't
buy
say
it.
you heal yourself regardless, so I'm not gonna fucking Sage, I don't think. Well, I guess I could wall shit off, but too bad I already chose Fade. What is her shit again?
Equip a prowler. Send a prowler forward to fire. Prowler towards. Equip a knot of raw fear. Equip a haunting witcher. Equip the power of a nightmare. Okay. Sure. Is this girl's gonna dodge? Hello?
What is she doing?
Are you a fashionista?
Yeah.
Hey.
You wearing Prada?
Oh my gosh, these Facebook memories from 2014, before I had all fucking gray hair. You got a haircut yesterday. As she's like cutting it, it's falling down. I'm like, holy shit, that's a lot of fucking gray hair. I was like, I never saw that much before.
Well, yeah, because you probably weren't looking at it. You still think you're fucking young, and you see it slowly getting there.
It's like, you know, like it goes from like, oh, it's a little bit on the side to a little bit on the front to like all around the sides, back, front. I'm like, oh, damn.
No, I have
Some
no
is-
clue.
my hair is, like,
Because
dark,
my hair is
but-
either gone or blonde.
Yeah, my hair is kind of dark, so it's easy to see it, but there is still a lot more than there used to
I
be.
have gray in my beard though, and I was like, "What the?"
Yeah,
fuck?
I have gray in my beard. It's
That I think started last year, and then now it's like just like the one side is basically all gray at the bottom. I'm like, "What the fuck happened to me?"
in my fucking
But I think that's also where I like got hit the most and blew my chin out the most, and like actually had to get my chin like stitched up and split, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, maybe that's why it just got.
I got a couple scars. Oh, I have one scar under my nose, but it
Can't use that.
luckily just my beard just grows over it, but you can't tell.
I'll find you.
God, got one. It took me forever to get that guy.
Go away.
I'm
Attaboy.
with Neon.
I know, I'm with you.
Still will catch them.
How do I change guns? Oh shit.
You can't like until you, well, once you get to the next stage. Now we can do.
Still waiting.
How do I get out of this? Ah.
No, you can change them. You can buy. Oh, you can't buy it when you're in this thing.
Ah, you hiding bitch. Oh, we're still in that first stage, I guess.
Yeah, I was like, what do you mean?
Stage in 10.
We're almost done with it.
Two there.
Stage 2.
Where are you? Mark 2. Mark 3.
Shit. Watch your left, Gooba.
Why can't I go through that? Why can't I go through that? What was that? What's the goal of this fucking thing?
Kill people. You
I
can't
thought you
go through
could.
the
I thought you
side.
said I could advance to like the next level or some shit.
No.
Take hold.
There's like stages, and then, but I think
Yeah,
it just
okay.
goes on time.
I guess it's based on kills. It's not based on.
I think it's based on time.
Stage change.
Still waiting.
God damn it! How is that not?
How am I getting shot there, dude?
Night night. See ya.
Bring them down.
Loading.
God, I get
I
like
can
a
go back.
bulldog. If we just stay back and let them come to us, I think we can do this.
Take hold.
Boy. My ult's ready. Here we go.
Oh, what? Fuck, right in.
Enemy kill.
The hunt begins.
3.
I couldn't reload in time.
Bring them down. I'll find you.
No, wait!
Why? This thing won't reload! It's such a fucking long reload time! Fuck these guns!
Take this. We'll catch them. Be still waiting.
How do you walk away from me when you're looking the other? Oh.
No way, you motherfucking bitch.
Oh my god, dude, it wouldn't switch to my gun.
Still waiting.
Anyone gonna finish?
Catch them. Bring them down. Go, go, go. Where are you?
Yeah, I marked him. I was on him at that point.
Watch out.
God damn it!
Parasite. Nice.
I can't, like, the thing is, you can't dodge these bullets at all. You either get hit by them or fucking, you're just done.
God damn it.
And then get smacked by the other guy as soon as I hit one, the other one's there.
Bring them down. I'll find you.
No way!
There, take them! Marked one.
God damn it. How did they get that close to us?
Reloading.
Oh my god, I couldn't get out of that. Fire.
Shit.
What?
Oh no, I'm at the bottom.
Satisfied.
What? Dude!
Oh no!
2 kills left and we're done.
I'll find you. Marked one.
I marked one, but I died. Yep, I lost it for us. What a douche.
Well, you and I both had 11 kills. I don't know if that's good then.
No, cause I had like 18 deaths and I think you had 21, so we're
Yeah.
not good. We're still negative.
There's another one that's like, it's just it's individual.
No, I was 11 and 21. You were 11 and 18. Yeah, what the fuck?
There's a
The individual one. Yeah, no, I played that one before.
Yeah. Well, what's escalation? In this quick team.
Escalation is the one where you go from gun to gun.
Yeah.
You go start with your handguns, and you go to the next one. The next one keeps getting until whatever gun is at the end. I forget.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want to do? You want to play a game of FIFA or Madden?
Yeah. Yeah, which one you want to do?
You tell me.
I don't care.
That might be the last thing I do.
Let's do.
I'm gonna go.
I don't care. You can pick then. I really don't care. Let's do Madden. I owe you a rematch.
All right, cool. I did already play a game of FIFA today against some dude. Tied it up and didn't
Damn,
get
you're
to
still up?
advance.
All right, Owen.
What's he doing? Does his girlfriend play? Greg? Hello? He muted himself.
Just new in this strat. Yeah, well.
Does his girlfriend play games?
No.
Not at all?
I mean, not. Not
You,
like real good.
you should build her a computer. Or like convince her to get one, and then you should probably invest in a webcam.
Yeah, she's rich. So I don't think she should buy her own.
Well, there you go. If she's rich, either buy them. Rich people, they might be better off buying a pre-built because they can get, the cost isn't a thing, and then they get the 2-year warranty or whatever with if they have a problem. Because unless you want to be her tech support, she has a problem with something, she can just send it back, or call them and spend an hour on the phone with them if they need be. But that also gives you an excuse to be able to talk to her if she has problems and you can figure it out. You can kind of stand over her shoulder, do the old reach over,
Yep. She is kind of rich stuff. She lives in like this rich area.
Oh, well
and
then.
has a bunch of like cool toys, a pool, shit like that.
Well, then, yeah.
An iPhone 15.
She just got a new iPhone, you mean?
Yep.
Then she should probably get a new gaming computer. For Christmas is coming up. He should probably work with her and pick out all the parts, and then they can spend a day building a computer together. Then
he'll never do that.
Look smart. Why not? Why wouldn't you, dude? You imagine, dude, I would have done that shit. Are you kidding me?
He doesn't fucking want a fucking computer.
Well, she just doesn't know that she wants a computer. I mean, if he's using his goddamn intelligent brain, then, like, I guess they have phones to be able to video chat and send nudes and video call on. But
yeah.
I'm just.
Oh, wait a minute. I just fucked up.
Back in the day, it was all when there was first webcamming came out. That shit was like the best. There was no smartphones then.
That wasn't a lucky
Webcams were around a lot longer than cell phone cams.
I just
launched FIFA instead of Madden.
Yep. But I will close that out.
How did I know that's what you did?
Well, I'm stupid.
I was like, well, what would I have done if I was high? But
I ain't even high.
That's what I mean. I was about to say, you're not high. You're just still feeling the after effects of the high.
All right, get me out of this bitch.
Maybe you're still coming down. God knows we fucking got so fucking high at certain points.
Okay.
Play with friends. Online head-to-head.
Now I can join Madden. Okay, we go.
Play a friend. Gargamel. Create game. Fatigue on. Injury is on. Even teams off. 6-minute quarter length. Game pro. Accelerated clock off. Weather on. Send game invite.
I'm not quite in there yet, but.
Oh. Game invite, and then I want to try.
But I got the invite still.
I'm gonna be.
Oh God, who do I want to be?
Who were you last time?
Can't remember. I think Baltimore, maybe.
Guess I'm gonna be Eagles.
I don't remember who you were either.
I was Dallas.
Yeah.
Which I guess they looked embarrassing the other night.
Yeah, they were. Well, you're gonna be the Eagles. I'll be the
And
fucking.
then I heard some
I'll do a
douchebag,
Super Bowl rematch.
Fucking, what's his face's trainer?
Huh?
Justin Fields' trainer said something about how he's taking another step this week or something. I'm like, dude, until he can fucking be on the field and learn when to throw and when to tuck and run, there's no another
He's been good the last 2 weeks, but they haven't played good teams. So. But when you keep talking about them taking strides, that means that they're still not good. Don't tell me about the stride. I should just know he's good by now.
Yeah, the whole team needs to catch up. The rest of the league.
Yeah.
Here's the kicker, Harrison Butker, ready to get this.
It's so hard to judge any individual players on the team because they're so bad.
And that one will bounce out of the back of the end zone, so we will start.
All right, D, let's go.
All right, well, this is not exactly the team that I wanted, but I'll deal with it.
It'll be Sanders to begin the drive. They'll be dropped after a gain of about 6 across the 30 to the 31.
A quick burst there, and he nicely bit off a pretty decent gain.
They'll come up now 2nd and 4 from the 31. They'll go again with Sanders.
He got that burst.
Yep. Come on, line. We got to do better.
Every now and then in this game, not to see people overthink it. Just hand it to the old reliable guy. Let him pick up the first down.
Ball up to the 35 now as they come up on 1st and 10. Hurts a handoff to Sanders.
There we go.
Looking for a seam, but finding none. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Tackle made there by Frank Clark. And as a defensive end, getting off the ball quickly, swarming to the football, making a tackle. That's what we saw right there.
Yeah, that's what their job is. And really, a lot of the time, they have to throttle back a little bit in the run.
Oh, what?
You know those
how do you not catch that?
Stance, they're just headed straight for the quarterback. That was good recognition.
I'm not going to be able to do much with this team. I don't have a fucking fullback set. No strong, no.
Run for yardage. But what often happens now with these quarterbacks who can move, defenses want to try and keep bodies in front of them, and I think that discouraged him from taking off and made him try a pass down.
Dude, how did you not catch that too?
I lit him up.
I audibled to that guy. I should have thrown to my main man because he was gone. 81 had him beat.
Quick, get the ball in his hands and hope he can make some yards after the catch and pick up a first down. Weren't able to do so on that
kick,
play.
buddy. That's a good kick.
And he gets it away, a directional kick going toward the sideline. And that one will skip out of bounds as the linesman will mark this thing right at the 15-yard line. Mahomes will lead the Chiefs up 1st and 10 at their own 15. Now the Georgia Southern man, this is Jerry.
Follow your blocker.
And he's going to take this ahead for right around 3 yards, but no more than that. 2nd down.
Yeah, I don't know if it's exactly a win-win, but if you're on offense, you'll take that kind of a run, all right? It was kind of stacked up, found a little bit of yardage, and frankly, they're pretty close to staying on schedule on offense.
See that weird jump tackle he did? What the fuck?
Yep. 5 on the completion. And now 2 yards to go on 3rd down. They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. They'll look to pick it up with McKinnon. And he's got the first as they'll bring him down at the 28-yard line. It's a pickup of 6 and good enough to move the chains. Mahomes now on 1st down.
Oh, threw it way too early.
But it's incomplete. Juju Smith-Schuster, the intended receiver that time. And that'll bring up second down. Throwing now is Mahomes.
Oh, I thought I was going to get that. That guy's...
That is not the route, bro.
Keyed in on him since that last completion his way. He earned a little more attention on that route, and that made it a lot tougher to get a clean throw his way.
Oh, we got this.
So back-to-back incompletions, and that has him staring at a 3rd and 10. Here's Mahomes to throw.
He's open.
No!
You fucking bitch!
Shut down, corner!
Why can't these guys catch the fucking ball?
Because that guy wiped it out. He said, no, I'm getting up high. While you're coming down, I'm taking it. Wow. Right through both his hands. Rip it.
Grip.
On 4th down, Tommy Townsend to punt for Kansas City.
Oh, Tommy Townsend. Old Tommy over there. Finally made it to the NFL as a kicker.
Uh-oh, bad kick.
I'm running this bitch back.
At the 17. A nice return that time, gets 12 yards back.
All right.
And the Eagles will have it, taking over 1st and 10. The Eagles offense set to begin their next drive. The last series form a little disappointing, forced to punt. And now they'll try to do better here and come away with some points as they begin this drive. 1st and 10. And he'll scratch out a yard up to the 30, and that's all.
Oh, there's plenty of traffic waiting for him up the middle. But give him credit, he tried barreling through anyway. They're fortunate to get a yard out of that one.
On 2nd and 9. Hurts.
What? They got wide open.
Took a shot as he let that go.
Unbelievable. That was like the most. I audible to that guy too. And no, he would. All you do is top that pass.
The back helping the front helping the back. The pressure got home on that last play and forced him to try and throw through contact and short of the sticks.
Throwing is Hurts.
How does he not release the ball? That's unbelievable. He didn't even get the pass off. That guy was open too. Just throw the ball.
Like him, you've got to keep him in the pocket and not let him get to the perimeter, because once he gets outside, that's where he can really hurt you.
That'll work. That might get out. That might be returnable.
He angles this one for the
Oh,
sideline.
no, it's not returnable.
And the punt over the side in the air, and the spot will be inside the 35.
What? That should be at the 30 or the 29. What are we talking about?
The Chiefs offense about set to begin this drive. The crowd maybe losing just a little bit of the edge after back-to-back punts.
Why did that corner fucking... Do you see that play? That's such bullshit, dude.
Go, baby.
It switches to the wrong guy, and so then he goes like, you see him stumble and go forward? That was the dumbest shit ever.
Baby.
Watch this. Watch where he catches this.
Quick slant for the fucking...
No, but look at my corner up here. It was switched to the wrong guy. And so the corner that would have been there, he just went running forwards and dived instead of, because it should have been switching to the guy that was actually covering the pass. Why would it switch to the guy off the ball? Makes no sense.
They've got to adjust there quickly. That's tough on them.
Should have switched to the guy that was covering you. He was behind you by one step. That's why I tried to fucking lunge forward with him. And then instead it switched out to the corner. The corner lunges forward, and then there's no one there. It's the same shit that happens in FIFA, where it suddenly just switches to the random-ass guy, and you're like, what the fuck was that? B is supposed to fucking switch to whoever is closest.
But they didn't know who had the ball yet.
Yeah, that was the receiver. The ball was coming to him. I switched to it in the air while the ball was going to the guy. The computer should know that shit.
Already at the line, this Philly offense set to go. Still in the first half, but this offense has struggled. Haven't really been able to get anything going, not only in the points category, but in the yards category. Let's see if they can do better here on this drive.
There you go. It's a 10-yard run, 10-yard pass. Because you just had to do that. Just flip it over them every time. Bro, what are you doing? Come on, it's not that hard. You should be a fucking superstar out here with this.
Up the middle they go with Sanders. And he'll take this ahead for about 4. Second down coming up.
And that was a quality play to start a new set of downs. That was simply an offensive line winning the battle up front and winning it in a big way and giving their guy in the backfield a nice lane to hit.
From the 39, Hurts.
What? Oh, I thought that was a I was like, what?
What? Flag in the backfield. They may get 15.
He was being blocked. He jumped through the fucking lineman and tackled him, I guess.
So now a fresh set of downs. First and 10 after roughing the passer. Hurts.
There we go. Now we're feeling it. That's how you get another first down.
And he'll be brought down at the 27.
And what a nice example there of a tight end doing exactly what he needs to do. How about how he worked his way to the outside, made sure he secured the catch, and then anything after that, we count that as a bonus. And indeed, he gets enough for the first down.
He got just like beat down in the backfield, never got to.
On any running play that's called, they're always hoping that's going to break big and go the distance. But when you get a nice game like that, you're able to do so many things anyway. You can come back and run essentially the same play again, continue to move the ball on the ground.
3, that dude was almost at the fucking marker, bro.
3 yards is half of what they needed. Now can they get the other 3 here on third down?
Yep, we'll take it into the quarter.
7-0 on EA Sports.
Hey.
The heavy set out there. 3 tight ends in the formation for 3rd and 3. Here's Hurts to throw.
I knew that tight end was going to be open on that play every time.
That guy should have been able to get to the end zone, dude. That's pretty pathetic. He had all of that daylight there. Look at the corner. Go to the cone and die. What are you doing?
The kicker's not even part of your thought process.
Dumbass. That's what your job was. Get that ball and get to the cone. Come on. They make them out of like soft. Remember back in the day, they put a fucking metal spike in the ground and they put a spring on this thing. And we're like, yeah, that's the pylon. What? And now it's like fucking just a thing with sand in it that's like just soft as fuck. You're not getting hurt by that, you know? For God's sakes, it's made of fucking foam. Get there and die. Worst case, you fumble the ball out of bounds.
Second and goal.
We're doing that now, baby.
Hurts sets up to throw it.
Oh!
What a play! He was rode him all the way out of the end zone. I'd beat the fuck out of that guy. Look at that. Why did he do that? That's unnecessary roughness. Look at him. He tackles. Look at him. He's already scored. He's tackling back to the fucking. What is that? What is that? That's not legal, dude. That's definitely
That's just him having a tantrum for getting beat one-on-one like his fucking.
That would definitely be a penalty in the real game. Like
this for penalty. Oh, I tried to kill your fucking kicker.
if it wasn't a penalty, someone would have gotten their head fucking. This would have happened out there. Can't just like fucking molest him after 2 feet are down. He's got possession. The hands are up. Then you want to make the tackle?
Instead of making the fucking play when he could.
He never had a chance to, but. Definitely not after. Still didn't bring him down after. But he rode him all the way to the wall.
The Chiefs offense about set to begin this drive. Well, partner, coaches always say that every play is designed to score a touchdown. Sometimes that's
I
not really true.
bit on that so hard, but you're not getting that.
God damn it.
Play to get into the end zone, and now
I bid on that. I thought that I was going to kill that quarterback too.
Those moments to happen, incredible when they do, and you saw the celebration.
I'm okay.
None of my motherfuckers can catch it one-on-one. Your guy fucking snags that shit for a touchdown. Come on now, boys. Uh-oh.
I kept him from the first.
You gotta be shitting me.
So it'll be third and less than a yard. So from second and long, now we go to third and very manageable.
Yeah, they love that phrase, don't they? Because as an offensive coordinator, you can keep people a little bit off balance and guessing. Because you don't have to throw it. You can come back with a strong run game if you want to. And if you're in 4-down territory...
Oh, I was there too.
And he will have a Chiefs first.
Joe's run up the middle.
Get about 3 that time on 3rd and inches.
I don't know about you, but that almost felt like old-time football there. 3rd and 2 is not necessarily just a running down anymore. A lot of times they want to throw the ball. They went back to the roots and powered forward and got the first down.
Oh, it's a little left. Yep. That's out of bounds.
They threw it out of bounds.
Three of your players with what the fuck?
They were all open, and that guy was not supposed to go that way. And then he fucking runs out of bounds.
With his receivers just 2 for 7 throwing the
fuck,
football.
dude.
He did seem really locked in before.
I don't understand why they let the receivers just keep going all the way out of bounds. Like, that's not what they would do.
Defenders knock them off their routes, and you're usually pretty precise. 1, 2, 3, cut balls out of his hands to the receiver.
Yes. Got through there with the spin move. Oh, that's who you were last game, because that motherfucker was coming after me all last game. I'm like, that guy's the fat guy. Who were you?
Baltimore.
Were you? Well, maybe I played someone else that was that guy.
Maybe I was. I don't think so.
I swear to God, that fat guy was coming after me.
There's probably a different fat guy.
Protection here. 3rd and long following the sack from Mahomes and company. Back to throw here. Flushed out right.
Ah! I just had to get rid of it.
Oh my God, you can't believe that guy actually made the fucking pass off. Jesus Christ. You got a couple yards, but that ain't it.
I just said to...
I could have killed him at one point, but I was just trying to pursue him to the outside to force him back inside, so he had to do some shit like that. Because otherwise, if he beat me to the outside, he might have been gone.
Everyone's adjusting their routes, finding open space,
Might have been
he found
gone.
the right spot for the completion.
But he wasn't, because I played it right. Push him back to the inside.
God damn it. I keep not getting those out of bounds.
Almost outkicked his coverage there. 48-yard punt, but 10 on the return. And it will be Eagles football, 1st and 10.
I can't fucking pass, so I didn't know if I should be this team.
The Eagles offense set to begin their next drive. As the offense begins another drive here, pretty simple, Charles. They want to carbon copy what happened the last time out when they ended their drive in the end zone.
Fell for that.
You're right about that, partner. Sounds pretty simple, doesn't it? Just score.
I fell for that.
We know it's not that simple because we don't just make adjustments at halftime. If you're a good football team, you spend that time on the sideline, you study what's on the notes and the tablets, and you make those adjustments to prevent a repeat of the last drive. Series to series, the best teams, that's how they get it done.
And we'll find out here soon enough whether those adjustments are enough defensively. And the ball on the 30. Here's 2nd and 4. They'll set up to throw. Out to his left.
I was trying to get that blocker in front. Where's 81 going? I literally made the audible to bring that guy so you could block for him, you dumb fuck. The fuck are you doing? You're not just a receiver. I don't understand people like that. You are on the field. Fucking make a block, dude. Put your body into the fucking game. You're a douche. You go long, bitch. Let's go.
They're gonna look to throw.
In the middle. Should not have put that up there. I should not have put that up there, but I was.
Fucking geeks. Did you see my corner? He comes swinging his arm at it. What the fuck are you doing?
Able to knock that one away.
So
fucking
2nd
idiot.
down, still 10 yards to go. Ball on the 43. Off the play fake. Here's Hurts.
No way.
Oh, no.
Oh!
That's my ball still.
Lucky motherfucker. He did some jump ass idiot. Like, what the fuck?
He coughed it up, but it goes out of bounds. They keep it.
Someone carrying around the lucky horseshoe, aren't they? If I were him, I'd go out and play the lottery after that one. A very fortunate man.
And they're operating in plus territory here. They're thinking points. Definitely don't want to lose.
I ran right away from the hole.
A good space to operate there as he takes this down inside the 35-yard line. Another nice gain, 13 yards that time, and another first down. Play action. Here's Hurts sliding out of the pocket.
It's the same play and it's same pass, same catch. What's wrong?
That one, it's second down.
Bro, there's no reason to do that.
Yes, but maybe here not the worst thing in the world.
No, not on 1st and 10. Actually gives them a chance to regroup, relax just a little bit. They huddle up, talk it over, then they get a chance to continue their drive.
It's that tight end fucking coming across the middle.
Throwing again on 2nd and 10. Hurts steps away to his left. He lets this one fly.
Picked.
No,
yes.
Really?
And a big turnover there as his guys will get the football back.
Tried to go to the end zone.
That had disaster written all over.
That's what I like to see, boys.
Rolling left and throwing it pretty far downfield.
It's really difficult to do, to try and get your body twisted around into the proper position and get anything on the ball as you heave it downfield. And that's what allows
there's no way he even made that catch. No way.
It's not really a good throw, is it?
Not good, and we saw the result. On 1st down, Mahomes.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Pick six. I saw that. As soon as I lofted it, I was like,
God. What a turn of events.
It's ridiculous. I gave it to you.
Eagles defense gets a pick 6 TD.
I threw the interception and my D came back and fucking made my guys look good.
For the rare linebacker pick 6.
I don't know why I just like lofted it up there. I knew it as soon as I threw it. I was like, pick 6.
He positioned himself perfectly to be there for the interception. He made the
God.
game for his defense right there.
Unbelievable.
On the extra point, and that makes the score 14-7. So not much time to
Now
speak
we just gotta
of.
go
We're
down
getting
and
in this
fucking
first
make him
half
run
as the
this
kicks
ball. That's too
away.
much. Too much.
And not wanting to risk anything here late in the half, he'll just take a knee and they'll bring the football out to the 25. The Chiefs offense about set to begin this drive. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
Oh
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
Able to find a lot of empty space there, picking up the first down and a 21-yard gain.
Evident there that he learned his lesson from the last drive. No way he was going to force a throw that time. When nothing broke open, kept it, and ended up running for a first down himself.
Flush to his right. He's going to take a shot at the end zone.
Gotta
Why not?
get there. What? No way. Oh, bro, I thought he got that. I was
He
like, what the
fucking had
fuck?
that. I thought I had a touchdown. He like grabbed it with his hands up there.
I didn't even think he was getting it into the end zone, but that somehow met, and then it popped up.
God. I thought Kelsey had that. It, like he jumped up and had to touch his hands.
He was too busy looking up into the fucking skybox, seeing whether his mom and Taylor were holding hands.
It'll be the Chiefs football to begin quarter number 3, and they trail here as we are back underway now on EA Sports. And here comes
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
from a few steps into the end zone.
Yep.
Ooh.
Fuck him up.
Across the 20.
User hit stick.
He's marked down officially at the 20.
Worth a try every once in a while.
The Chiefs offense about set to begin this drive. Well, Charles, we saw pretty entertaining first half, close ball game. Remember there toward the end of the second
my
quarter,
God,
the
you didn't just let
opposition
that happen
scored to
again.
take
You're
the lead.
all
Now we'll see
so
if these
slow.
guys can get a score of their own.
Same exact play.
That
Boom.
was that one I didn't bite up on. That one was someone else not
This
covered.
ball game one more time. Gauntlet's been thrown down. They want to see if they're ready to answer it.
Butker now to add the extra point.
Battery critical.
Damn it. Should be 14-7. I fucked that up.
We're all knotted up at 14.
Charging battery.
Went from taking one back to getting beat on the first play. Okay. Next time for me to do that.
So we're right back where we started, all even as the kick's away.
I don't need to do this.
Fields it right around the goal line. And he'll be tackled just shy of the 25. Already at the line, this Philly offense set to go. After that last touchdown we just saw, Charles, we got ourselves a brand new ball game, all tied here.
I did not just do that. I was gonna throw to the other guy too, and I fucking just whipped it.
And that's a late round pick right there, making a first round impact.
That is
in a
2
lot of these
INTs.
day 3 corners.
This day is
might be shot. Teams and sub packages, and even on the practice squad. But he's really made an impact on this defense, and he comes up with the interception there.
Wow.
5 yards.
Should have been more patient.
Good pickup on first down.
That's a really nice, tough run inside, and they gained 5 yards on it. And to be frank about it, most offenses don't expect to get 5 yards on a play call like that. So when they do, they go back to their huddle with a little pep in their steps. They're starting to think that they're starting to dominate the line of scrimmage.
Why did no one get out there? I don't understand that. Yeah. I slid everyone to the left. I moved everyone to the right. I slid to the right. I moved my guys to the right. No one got off their blocks to that? That is fucked up. That's just bad execution.
Extra point by Butker is on target, and the lead is now 21-14. Now after the touchdown, here's Butker on to kick it away.
Oop, not too bad though.
This fielded right at the goal line.
Jeez.
And they will wrangle him down a couple yards shy of
he fucking like fell forward like 5 fucking yards.
The Eagles offense set to begin their next drive. And they've sort of lost their way, partner. How do they recalibrate and get this proverbial train back on track?
Well, this is where leadership
His stick that corner went down. I could have probably gone.
Coordinator. Sometimes they just make a joke.
That middle was just wide open.
Thrown out the window. Yeah, let's get back on track here. And sometimes that'll work just fine.
I guess it's time now to lean on that leadership. They'll throw on first down with Hurts.
Oh, I might have been able to beat that guy.
I thought you were going to cut in, so I like overplayed it.
I am willing to bet that he got a monster grin on his face when he saw what was happening. Man coverage were so committed to denying a big throw that it pulled attention away from him, and he had an easy lane to hit, and hit it he did.
On first and 10, it's Sanders.
God, somebody make a play.
Job of finding the open space to run as he's down close to the 30 here.
Dude, it's not even a good running back.
31 yards combined on those last 2 plays. Line of scrimmage, the 31 now on first and 10.
Hey, we got 4 down. He's coming. 18 Cardinal.
Another run here with Sanders.
I don't understand where these guys are going.
He'll maneuver his way down inside the 15. 75 yards for him on the ground now as he has been terrific here this afternoon. Consecutive plays now where that offensive line has really created a lot of space.
And we've seen the confidence rise, haven't we? It borders on arrogance now, and that's that good arrogance, believing you can run the football whenever you get good and ready.
They'll run with Sanders up the middle. And able to surge forward for about 5 yards down to the 10.
They've created a nice sustained drive off of plays like that. A nice strong run there. It keeps them advancing the ball.
Ball sits on the 10, 2nd and 5. They'll run at Sanders.
God damn it.
Forward from maybe 3 down to the 6-yard line.
Well, that's not a run that's going to make any of the highlight tapes, but they've been moving it well all game on the ground. This is another one that keeps them moving forward.
Trying to keep the drive going here. This is play number 7 on 3rd and 2. They'll try and run for him with Sanders. He is going nowhere as he is enveloped behind the line. Calling no gain that time, and they're going to be left looking up at a 4th and 1. Going for it with Sanders.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. Nope.
Short? What? No way. I can't challenge that.
Well, I swear to God, every time I go to challenge something in this game, it doesn't say I can challenge. I don't know.
You can challenge him. That might be a whatchamacallit.
Review. It's like a turnover on downs or something.
Waiting for a period to resume.
Oh, sorry.
Neither the touchdown nor the
That's
first
bullshit.
down. And that will force a turnover on downs.
That's absolute
The
bullshit.
Chiefs offense about set to begin this drive. They got the ball now following a big play, keeping the other guys out of the end zone.
Oh my God! How did every one of them run past him? What is that?
And they'll get him down up past the 15-yard
That's
line.
bullshit.
They were looking
Everyone
for a
blew that up
spark
and they
some
couldn't even
breathing
do
room.
anything.
They got it right there, a gain of 14 and a first down. Straight ahead they go with McKinnon. He works his way forward to pick up 4 yards there, 2nd down.
Well, you certainly have to give a little credit here because they're playing this game now at their pace. This is ball control football, sustained runs, taking their time and making it work.
And up to the 35.
Have to get a turnover here right now.
Mahomes finding Juju there for the Kansas City first. Great change up there on the route and got that inside release, made it a successful pitch and catch.
So the first thing you want to do is have him thinking that you're going outside, make a move in that direction. Then you really don't run the route against the whole body of the defender. You run against a half of him, and the inside half, and he took it right across his face, got inside, and won that route in a big way.
Now the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on 2nd down. 2nd and 2. From the gun, they will run with McKinnon. And he'll be brought down just shy of midfield at the 49-yard line. 6 yards the pickup, and that's a first down. 3 quarters in the books. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. On first down,
How did I miss that? Look at that corner. What is that? What is that, dude? I switched to the corner. It switched.
What the fuck just happened?
You try to fucking do some sort of special shit and dived at the one like a douche.
I mean, why did he not jump forward in the end zone? That's what they always do.
Not blitzing in a situation when they absolutely need the football.
No, you tried to dive too early. You tried to dive at like the 3-yard line.
He didn't dive though. He just went straight down.
Because he was so early. That's like the go down.
Oh, that was dumb. He was not that early.
At this stage, you have to take a few chances.
Yeah, that's where he. The fuck.
That's where he landed. He's jumped from like 4 yards out. How does that guy get fucking beat?
Touchdown, Kansas City. Isaiah Pacheco. His 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. And the Chiefs go nearly the length of the field and finish it off with 6 points.
So I needed to win in FIFA to advance to the next round or whatever, or to like get promoted, and I tied twice. So I'm still not promoted. Whatever night that was, Wednesday night.
Well, that happened to me today. When I was, because I needed a win and I got a tie, so I ended up just not moving on and staying in where I was.
Stupid.
Now after the touchdown, here's Butker on to
I just,
hey,
like,
4 ties, a win and a loss.
cannot I cannot score on my fucking corners like ever. I feel like in other versions of FIFA, I felt like I did better at my corners. I fucking can't do it.
I can't either. A lot of times I can't even get the fucking shot up half the time.
I mean, like if I hit one, it's
and
just
people
like,
are constantly bringing their defense way back on me
this
now.
Philly offense set to go.
Let's go.
They've got some stuff to build on from that last drive because they moved the football, CD, and then they tried to go for it on fourth down.
Took a shit. That was the one I was looking for.
I think that they go out in this series determined for that not to happen again. In fact, they don't even want to get to a fourth down opportunity. They just want to make sure they get it done within the parameters that they've set for themselves. Run their offense, get it into the end zone. I think a little bit of determination.
Whoa, what are you doing, buddy? Ah!
Oh, he almost went.
Getting juked out of my mind.
He was about to go.
Good yardage on the completion there. And when they look at the scoreboard, they do understand a field goal is not going to do them any good. My guess, they're going to press the ball downfield as far as possible. Try and throw it into the end zone.
Oh!
Because they know they've got
he had him
beat. Good play.
As quickly as possible. I think he's got to be careful as he continues to try to extend plays because he's already been intercepted in this game. And the coverage,
suck a dick, bro. I gotta make something happen.
He's talking shit.
Fuck off.
They'll look to throw again. Oh, it's a screen pass. It's complete.
That's a first.
Work.
And when you're throwing the ball downfield really well, like they have been on this drive, it's really a nice time to work one of the screen plays in. One of my favorite play callers in the game has always told me he starts every game with 10 to 12 screens because if he starts feeling the pressure from the defense, he uses their aggressiveness against them.
Now a throw from outside the pocket, complete out left. And he's going to be marked down just outside the 10. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. You're down 2 scores. I don't think you need to rush just yet, but you can't take your time either.
Yeah, even if you don't want to commit to full 2-minute offense, you have to up the tempo, up the urgency. Maybe you're starting to call 2 plays in a huddle each time you
Yep, touchdown.
Oh, wow. This got worked.
And the Eagles have made it a one-score game again.
That was also an audible.
So how about that for an answer? They get the touchdown there, and it's back.
He got hit right there, but he still made the play.
That's what these guys have done.
It's an extra effort after the catch to get in the end zone. He had a trip for 3 yards. He did it.
Swings to their defense because they're going to need to find some way to get the ball back.
We got to get a turnover. What do you mean? I'm not going to kick an onside kick right now.
Now after the touchdown, here's Elliott on
let him do whatever he does. Make him hurt himself. Who's messaging? Hold on 1 second, Greg. Oh, that's my ticketing tool. I don't know. I think the dude that does my 3D printing, I believe, is messaging me.
The Chiefs offense about set to begin this drive. After the touchdown we just saw, we have a brand new ball game. And now look at the situation.
Yep,
You got plenty of time on the clock. Defensively, they have 3 timeouts. So do you run the
Use the
football?
clock to our
I think you
advantage.
have that full conversation with your offensive unit, and you tell them, here's the situation. They've got all of their timeouts, so we are not going to play this conservatively. We've got to attack them. We've got to make them use those, gain the ground that we need in order to put this game away. If you think we're just going to run it 3 times and punt it, you got another thing coming.
Yeah, and by the way, also the 2-minute warning in play, so essentially 4 timeouts left.
They have to be aggressive here.
God, run forward.
Attack the football and take his lumps here at this stage of the game as they stop him behind the line. It'll be a loss of a couple on the play, so now 3rd down coming up.
Now, obviously, that's some good work there defensively, being able to stop them and bringing up a key 3rd down. But if you're on the offensive side of the ball, there's an opportunity because I know what defensive guys are thinking right now. Just stop them, get to the ball. That means they might not be sound defensively. There could be some opportunities.
And you said key 3rd down. Highlight that word.
This is a big play.
Here we go. So the Chiefs in possession of the ball as we welcome you back. They're facing a critical 3rd down now as they try to hold on to this lead. They'll be in search of 8 yards here as they hope to convert the first down. Throwing is Mahomes on third.
No! No!
What? He fucking took 2 steps with that thing. It should have been a fumble.
When you run in the slant,
take that too.
Everything, and against that man coverage, there was no space available. An incompletion as a result.
I understand that.
Here's the Chiefs punter now.
Not incomplete.
He'll come on to kick this one away.
Bad kick again. God damn it.
You better not be faking that bitch.
That was another bad kick. I can't fucking get it out of bounds.
He should have spun. But...
Officially, that'll go as a 52-yard punt. Not too
Son of a bitch.
And they will take over 1st and 10. The Eagles offense set to begin their next drive. And they'll be looking to build off of a nice drive last time, a drive that really relied on the quarterback.
Making good decisions,
distributing roughing the passer.
Distributing it accurately, keeping it away from
so
danger.
Annoying.
Really nicely run drive.
But now the defense, what adjustments do they need to make in the passing game?
Pass rush.
I found the play right now, baby.
Guys up front, or maybe you bring additional guys, but you've got to disrupt the timing of them throwing the ball.
We'll see if they can disrupt it here.
Oh my God, no.
First down, but this one lines up to be incomplete.
And now defensively in the 2-minute drill, the big key to me, make sure you understand your assignments, and anytime you get a chance to tackle someone in bounds, get them on the ground.
So after the incompletion on first, now 2nd and 10. Back to throw. Steps away.
No way.
And he's going to be taken down at about the 33. So they'll come up 1st and 10 now from the 33. He's back to throw. He's got Dallas Goedert, his tight end, over the middle. And he gets this one inside the 15, just a yard or 2 shy of the 10. Back to throw. And it's caught.
I don't understand. I know that's what you're doing.
And they're an extra point away from tying this game.
And while it appears the heavy lifting was accomplished by scoring the touchdown, they're still down 1.
That just happened.
That extra point.
That was amazing. Once I found my 2 plays, I was like, ooh.
Don't forget the extra point. It's up and good. And partner, we've got a tie game here in the
I
fourth.
still had to audible, but I left too much time on the clock. That's for damn sure.
So right back to square one, tied at 28 as he kicks it away. And with time a factor here late, he'll just take a knee and they'll put it out to the 25.
You're going to kick a field goal to win this.
I hope you're
The
right.
Chiefs offense about set to begin this drive. Well, partner, here it is. They've got the chance to win the game. You'd have to think they need to get near the opposite.
Dude, I threw the fucking ball. That's such bullshit. I threw that.
And you're right about that, because if we look at it in macro, that's what it looks like. But I think in micro, the head coach has already asked the special teams coach, what is he feeling? What does he think? Where does he want the football? What's the yard line we have to get? And he's already relayed that to his quarterback and his offense. They know what the goal is. Now the key, can they get there?
Interception.
Oh my God.
This is going to be unbelievable.
It's like the biggest collapse ever.
I hit him right as he threw it. That was enough.
I don't know how that's possible. He just runs into the guy, knocks him off his route, picks it off, doesn't go out of bounds.
And nothing much materializing there on the first down run. He'll get a couple, and that's it.
Well, any lane that might have been open there was closed pretty quickly, and that was because the defensive front, they won that battle at the point of attack at the line of scrimmage. They used great leverage, held their spot.
Rip the ball.
And he'll take this one down to the 36. Give him 3 on the run there. Now they're looking at a 3rd and about 5. And we will get a timeout with 2 ticks left.
Wow. Let's see what happens. I don't know if I can get this or no, but
right now everything resting on the right foot of Jake Elliott. This will be from 53 for the win.
Missed it. Maybe I got it.
This looks good.
Oh my god! I can't believe that you fell apart. I just figured out the play and was able to whip it down the center.
I mean, I gave up fucking 10 points at the end of the, or 7 at the end of the first half, 3 there. I just gave them to. Unbelievable.
I appreciate it.
Unbelievable.
Because the deficit they faced certainly wasn't small. They obviously did not.
One way or another, I was gonna win this game, Greg. I just battled. They fucking fell apart. My offense and defense went one play in, one play out twice with each other, but they didn't give up.
Fucking bullshit.
They made the big plays where they mattered.
Another 3-point game.
Yeah, I can't believe I kicked it there. I fucking got the interception off of the guy on the inside and just had to run that ball to the center. I wasn't throwing that ball at that point.
Who doesn't? The receiver doesn't fucking fight for the motherfucking ball. He just lets the guy bump him and grab it and stay in bounds.
Well, it was past him because I had hit the quarterback that direction. So, like, instead of being right on his hands, it was like a yard in front of him.
Yeah, and that guy ran
that
through
guy
him.
Cut through, and yeah, he cut up, he got under it. And whoop. He said, "Ah, it's mine. I got it." Because once he saw that guy got hit, he knew the pass wasn't coming that way. The receivers sometimes ain't even looking at what's happening with the quarterback there. They're just running their route and then trying to expect the ball when they turn. Well, I'm going to go watch some Lupin. Wait till you see him looking like fucking Dennis Rodman out there.
I don't know what episode I'm on. Somewhere in the second part.
Yep. Well.
Alright. Well, have fun, you fucker.
I'm sorry.
No, it's alright. That was a good game. I just fucking shit the bed at the end.
I mean, I thought I was going to lose.
I just couldn't get a first down. I could not get a first down when I needed it.
Oh, that was my my LTT my other one that he made. That thing is dope looking. That's because it's red and yellow. To match my red and yellow driver. Have him make me for my stubbies.
Nice.
All right, Greg.
I mean, they look good, so I'm sure it'll be.
No,
good.
yeah, they're fucking. I mean, they're 3D printed, so you can tell like they're 3D printed because if you ever see a 3D print, you can tell like the layers. They look like almost like fibers going through it, because you can see the layers being built up, kind of like. Or you could sand it down, and it probably won't show as much, but they're fine. I mean, I don't that you. That's what they are.
Who cares?
They're 3D printed.
They are 3D printed. Yeah.
That's it. But they're like custom. They look fucking dope.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, well, I'll probably be on something.
My other monitor just turned off because it's been on for so long. Timeout on it. I need to change that somehow. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. Actually, no. So the fights are on at 11 a.m. Just so you know.
Oh, I didn't realize they were starting that early.
Because it's in Britain Standard Time. It's 5. So I mean, they're gonna go.